Chapter 320. Brat, do you really think that the spiritual sea realm is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can compare to? Gui blocked Su Yan's strongest attack, and a powerful aura suddenly emitted from between his brows. At the same time, a sharp light flowed out from his eyes. When this sharp light surged over, Su Yan actually felt his body and mind tremble when he saw it. What's going on? Su Yan turned around and looked at Guhi. He had a strange feeling. Guhi's aura seemed to have surpassed the aura of a spiritual sea realm cultivator. This aura seemed to be the aura of a perimeter realm cultivator. Su Yan took a closer look. Guhi was indeed only a spiritual sea realm cultivator. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Go to hell. While Su Yan was still in a daze, Guhi's body suddenly rushed forward. The long sword in his hand chopped down horizontally, erupting with a powerful chi that was like a hurricane sweeping over. Su Yan was shocked in his heart. What a powerful attack! While Su Yan was shocked, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and his figure quickly retreated. But just as Su Yan's figure retreated, Guhi's eyes turned, and his left hand suddenly struck out again. A powerful attack burst out, and a powerful light suddenly emerged from the majestic spirit energy. Su Yan couldn't dodge in time. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan was directly hit by this move. Suddenly, he felt a huge pain in his body. His body flew back dozens of meters, and with a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Poochie! At the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Guhi's body floated over and looked down at Su Yan, who was on the ground, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Arrogant brat, do you really think that my Guyu sect is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can break through? As Guhi spoke, he waved his hands, and a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged out. At the same time, a powerful force surged out. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to secretly surge. Die! As Guhi spoke, he instantly waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down on Su Yan. A huge force burst out, like a stormy sea, directly pounced toward Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. Su Yan looked at the aura emitted from Guhi's body and frowned. Especially when he saw Guhi's move, Su Yan could feel the strength of this force. There was no chance to dodge it. Looks like I can only fight. Su Yan clenched his teeth, and the cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. Looking at the powerful force that was surging towards him, Su Yan suddenly opened his hands and shouted angrily, "Mysterious Cold Shield, second layer, Mysterious Ice Divine Shield, activate." Bang! Under this loud sound, Su Yan's frosty halo suddenly emitted a bright light. Boom! Facing Guhi's powerful attack, the entire square was covered by the resplendent light. The surrounding people couldn't help but take a few steps back. What? Guhi also didn't expect Su Yan to be able to block his attack. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Su Yan with a sharp gaze. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly turned into a white light. The ghost howl sword in his hand swept out, emitting a black fog, which directly flew towards Guhi's body. That fog seemed soft, but it was incomparably sharp. As it cut through the air, it burst out with a crisp sound. Guhi was stunned, and his figure hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, because Su Yan's reaction speed was extremely fast, Guhi couldn't react in time and was hit on the shoulder by the black fog. At the same time, blood flew out. Guhi frowned in pain. Looking at the blood on his shoulder, his face immediately became gloomy. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you can actually injure me." Huff! Huff! Su Yan continuously released a few powerful attacks. He was already panting and didn't have time to answer Guhi's words. He only looked at Guhi, and his eyes revealed traces of coldness. Seeing Su Yan's situation, Guhi laughed coldly and said, "Good, good. Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." While Guhi was speaking, bang! Suddenly, a powerful energy burst out from his body. With a wave of his hand, it directly exploded on Su Yan's body. "Senior, be careful." Seeing this attack, Buttface was shocked and hurriedly shouted to Gu He. Seeing Gu He's attack, Su Yan's face also darkened. He thought to himself, "A Stage 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator is indeed much stronger than me. If this continues, I will definitely lose. I have to think of a way." As Su Yan spoke, his eyes suddenly shrank. He stepped on the sword dragon and dodged Gu He's attack. However, Gu He's attack came again. After dodging a few times, Su Yan felt that the spiritual qi in his body was about to dry up. "Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." Gu He laughed coldly. Holding the long sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed towards Su Yan. However, this time, Su Yan didn't dodge at all. He looked at Gu He and laughed coldly. Seeing Su Yan like this, Gu He couldn't help but frown. However, the speed of his hand didn't slow down at all. His sword slashed towards Su Yan's body. Although this sword didn't look fancy in the slightest. However, its speed was extremely fast. As the sword slid past, there were countless loud sounds. Not only that, but at the same time, the powerful spiritual qi rotated in the air, emitting waves of powerful light. The onlookers at the side were already stunned. Sky Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, in their hearts, it was impossible for a Sky Realm cultivator to be a match for a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. However, Su Yan only relied on the strength of a Sky Realm cultivator to hold on for such a long time in Gu He's hands. This was already a miracle to them. At this moment, looking at Su Yan's body, they couldn't help but feel respect. Now that they saw Su Yan gasping for breath and saw that Su Yan was about to be cut in half by Gu He's sword, they even felt some pity in their hearts. They didn't know why, but their emotions also became somewhat gloomy. This was because they felt that Su Yan wouldn't be able to dodge this time. Su Yan would definitely die. They felt pity for Su Yan. That's not right. Just as Gu He's sword was about to slide past Su Yan's body, a shout suddenly burst out from the crowd. "That's not right. Look, Su Yan's body is changing." "What?" Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened. "Oh, whoa." At this moment, a dragon's roar burst out. With a wave of the huge dragon's body, Gu He's long sword was sent flying. What the hell is going on? This. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. There were also some people who saw through the trick and shouted excitedly, "Illusion technique. This is illusion technique." What? Illusion technique? Wasn't it lost a long time ago? That's right. How could Su Yan do it? Everyone was stunned, but when they thought about how Su Yan didn't die, the gloominess in their hearts started to become active again. Looking at the huge dragon's body that Su Yan had transformed into, all of them were filled with anticipation. Illusion technique. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have mastered the illusion technique. Gu He looked at the huge dragon's body in front of him and couldn't help but frown. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Oh, whoa." Su Yan let out a low roar and activated the dragon's body, directly charging towards Gu He. The speed of the dragon's body that was transformed was hundreds of times faster than before. Gu He couldn't help but be shocked, and his body hurriedly retreated. However, just as he took a step back, Su Yan's body caught up with him. The huge dragon's body swung its claws towards Gu He's body. Originally, it was a situation where Su Yan had been avoiding. Now, it had reversed and appeared in front of Gu He. Gu He's sword was sent flying by Su Yan's attack just now. At this moment, he was also dodging in a sorry state. Good. Su Yan, I really didn't expect you to have such a move." While Gu He was dodging continuously, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes suddenly shrank and his hands began to move. Rumble. The moment he moved his hands, there was a sudden explosion. At the same time, a powerful force surged. Not only that, but the entire ground was trembling slightly. This is when the surrounding crowd felt this powerful force. They couldn't help but be shocked. Especially when they felt the trembling of the ground. They couldn't help but retreat. Seeing this, Su Yan's dragon head also raised and let out a low roar. "Su Yan, I can't help but admire you. You're very strong. If it was another rank 2 spiritual sea realm, perhaps they wouldn't be able to defeat you today. Unfortunately, Guhi sneered. He waved his hands and suddenly slammed them on the ground. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. The entire ground suddenly surged. That's right, the entire ground surged. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. This is the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them was tongue-tied. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Seeing this, Su Yin slightly frowned. He was very clear that after entering the spiritual sea realm, one could use the power of heaven and earth to cultivate the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Of course, the cultivation of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was also divided into ranks, from rank 1 to rank 9. And now, looking at Guhi's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, it was probably cultivated to rank 5 and above. Rank 5. As Su Yin thought about it, his eyes suddenly shrank. Landslide and Earth Rends. Chapter 321. The entire ground surged up, and the powerful rocks shot out like countless flying swords. Not only that, the entire ground was like a huge mountain pressing down on Su Imo. Su Yin raised his dragon head, wanting to dodge. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to do so. Let's go all out. Su Yin roared in his heart. His body no longer retreated. He turned his dragon body and pounced towards Guhi's huge attack. Uproar. The dragon body collided with the ground. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out, and the rumbling sound resonated through the heavens and earth. The moment Su Yan's dragon body was put on, the entire huge upright ground suddenly exploded. Countless mud and stones, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, exploded and shot out. The surrounding buildings were all smashed and destroyed one by one. Not only that, some of the spectators were too weak to dodge in time. They were directly hit and died. Everyone closed their eyes under this resplendent light screen. This phenomenon lasted for a few breaths of time before it returned to normal. The spectators slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the mess in front of them, they were all confused. Is he dead? Everyone saw this and did not dare to go near. They could only stare blankly at the scene. Looking at the huge dragon figure disappearing from the horizon, they felt a little sad. I did not expect this illusion technique to be so strong. At this moment, a black-robed figure slowly stood up from the ground. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. However, when they saw this person clearly, they were a little disappointed. Because this person was Guhi. Guhi looked at the mess in front of him and could not help but smile bitterly. This Su Yin is indeed a genius. If he is given a few more days, I wonder how strong he will be. Cough, cough, cough. As Guhi spoke, he kept coughing. It was obvious that he was not lightly injured in this attack. Is he dead? Everyone looked at the calm ground. There was no more movement, and their hearts sank. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a cough was heard. A white figure slowly crawled out from the deep hole in the ground. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. When they saw the white figure's face clearly, the white figure was stunned. Everyone immediately shouted excitedly, Su Yin, it's Su Yin. Haha, that's great. That's right, it's Su Yin. He didn't die. He's not dead. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. They didn't know why they were so excited when they saw that Su Yin wasn't dead, but they were just excited. Only Guhi looked at Su Yin, who was in front of him, and frowned. Immediately after, anger rose in his eyes as he shouted, Su Yin, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Poochie! Su Yin had already returned to his human form. His current situation was obviously not much better. He coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of blood. But even so, Su Yan's eyes were still glowing. Second stage, spiritual sea realm, is indeed powerful. Su Yin frowned slightly. Looking at Guhi's figure, he raised the ghost howl sword with difficulty. When Guhi saw Su Yin, anger surged in his eyes. Su Yin, I didn't expect you, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, to be able to force me to such an extent. Good. If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy to be the sect master of Guyu's sect. Guhi roared and rushed towards Su Yin. Guhi, you forced my tea on you that day. Today, I'll settle this with you. Su Yin endured the intense pain in his body and stood up. His eyes emitted a bright light. He might know that he couldn't defeat Gu He today. But even so, Su Yin couldn't back down. This was the pride of man. Good, good, good. When Gu He heard Su Yan's words, he also said good 3 times. The corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Su Yin, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish today. After saying that, the two of them brandished their swords and attacked each other at the same time. At this moment, the spiritual energy in their bodies had been exhausted. It was a competition of physical strength. The swords came and went, faintly emitting waves of sharp light. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Die! Gu He roared and slapped Su Yan's shoulder with his palm. Su Yan's entire body was sent flying by the impact. Su Yan, you won't be my match. Gu He approached Su Yan and sneered. Poochie! Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered at Gu He. Is that so? As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly rushed out and pounced toward Su Yan. Humph! Seeing this, Gu He immediately shouted angrily and waved his palm to attack Su Yan. Bang! The palm hit Su Yan's body, but this time Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth and hugged Gu He again. Gu He didn't expect Su Yan to use such a hooligan move. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly hugged by Su Yan. Let go of me. Gu He was hugged tightly by Su Yan. He was furious and kept slapping at Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan hugged him tightly and didn't move an inch. Bang! 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 Facing Su Yan's hooligan attack, Gu He flew into a rage and continuously slapped at Su Yan. Each of his palm strikes contained a powerful energy, causing a series of loud sounds to erupt. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. Poochie, under this huge attack, Su Yan kept spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. Die! Gu He didn't expect Su Yan to be able to hold on for so long. With a furious roar, he raised his palm and smashed it at Su Yan with all his might. No one dared to look anymore. With a cry of surprise, they closed their eyes. However, the corner of Su Yan's mouth revealed a sinister smile. His blood-stained lips split open, making him look exceptionally sinister. He spat out a weak word, die, just as Su Yan finished speaking. Swish! Suddenly, a few white lights flashed in the sky. Bang! A few flying swords swept past Gu He's throat. Ugh, this. Gu He's body suddenly shrunk. He never thought that Su Yan would actually have such a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, Su Yan finally let go of Gu He. Looking at Gu He's body that was slowly going limp, Su Yan's mouth revealed a cold smile. Impossible, impossible. How could I be defeated by a mere celestial phenomenon stage? Impossible, impossible. Gu He growled in a low voice with a face full of astonishment. Then, with a flash, his entire body turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. This is when Su Yan saw this scene. He couldn't help but be stunned, and then fainted. Senior, seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Buttface suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly ran over and checked Su Yan's breathing. Seeing that he was only unconscious, he felt relieved. A fierce battle ended just like that, although Su Yan had also fallen unconscious. However, everyone knew that Su Yan, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, had defeated a cultivator of the 2nd stage of the spiritual sea realm. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this. They just stood there, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. They were unable to accept this fact. Of course, they also noticed that at the moment Gu He fell, he did not leave behind a body. Instead, he turned into white light and disappeared. This made them feel shocked, but no one thought about what had happened. All of their gazes were focused on Su Yan. Su Yan nodded his head. Su Yan, where did you go? He couldn't have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain alone, right? On the 2nd day, Dong Qinghao, Makiryu Ice, and Ratley discovered that Su Yan was not in the room at all. The 3 of them were anxious and finally thought that Su Yan might have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain. However, when they rushed to the Spirit Stone Mountain, they did not find Su Yan at all. This made them even more anxious. After all, they were very clear about Murong Fu's methods. What they were most worried about now was that Murong Fu would take action against Su Yin. After all, among the four of them, Su Yin was still the weakest. Of course, they did not know that Su Yin had stepped into the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Senior Brother Mu, what should we do now? After coming down from the Spirit Stone Mountain and not finding Su Yan's figure, Dong Qinghao asked Makaryu Ice worriedly. Because Su Yin was not here among the three of them, Makaryu Ice was the strongest and still became the backbone of the three of them. I don't know either. Makaryu Ice also frowned. At this moment, they heard a voice coming from the side. Have you heard? Su Yin flattened the Guyu sect by himself. I've heard of it. That battle was really exciting. When the three of them heard these people around them, they looked at each other and then flew in the direction of the Guyu sect without hesitation. When they arrived, they happened to see the last scene. Looking at Su Yan's thin body, they felt a burst of emotion in their hearts. Take Su Yan back to heal. When Makaryu Ice saw Su Yan's injured condition, he picked up Su Yan's body without hesitation and walked down the mountain. Who are you? When Buttface saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop Makaryu Ice and the other two. We are Su Yan's senior brothers. Makaryu Ice opened his mouth. He had seen Buttface's sad expression just now and knew that Buttface and Su Yin must have some kind of friendship, so he did not stop him. When Buttface heard this, he still did not believe them. When Dong Qinghao saw that Buttface did not believe them, he said, "You can just come with us. Su Yan's injuries are too serious. We can't waste too much time." Okay. When Buttface heard this, he nodded and followed the few of them. Soon, the five of them returned to the inn where they were staying. Makaryu Ice checked Su Yan's injuries and frowned. Su Yan's injuries are too serious this time, and his meridians are all destroyed. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to recover. Then what should we do? Dong Qinghao asked anxiously. Makaryu Ice pondered for a moment, then looked at Ratley and asked, Junior Brother Rat, how long before the auction starts? 3 days. Ratley counted without thinking. Chapter 322. The Heaven and Earth Organization. When everyone heard Makaryu Ice's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Everyone knew very well that the Heaven and Earth Organization's power was not weaker than the Monster Palace's. Moreover, the Monster Palace had never been in contact with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was obviously inappropriate to go down and look for the Heaven and Earth Organization. Of course, Makaryu Ice was also aware of this. Looking at the unconscious Su Yin lying on the bed with a helpless expression, he said, Su Yan's tendons and veins are all broken. It's a miracle that he's still alive. If we want to wake him up, we have to find the Heaven and Earth Organization's help. After saying that, Makaryu Ice paused and continued. The Heaven and Earth Organization's Wanxiang Divine Skill, Cloud Mist Technique, has a miraculous healing effect. Therefore, I'm afraid that the only person who can save Su Yin now is the Heaven and Earth Organization's Sect Master. In fact, everyone knew that Su Yan's injuries were very serious. However, when they thought of the Heaven and Earth Organization, they still felt a little helpless. After all, the Heaven and Earth Organization was not comparable to the Guyu sect at all. In addition, the Monster Palace had never had any friendship with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was definitely impossible to ask the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization to help Su Yin. Senior Brother Mu, is there really no other way besides this? Ratley asked Makaryu Ice. Makaryu Ice shook his head. Other than this, I really can't think of any other way. But can the Heaven and Earth Organization really help? Ratley said gloomily. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinghao waved his hand and shouted, No matter what, we can't just stand by and watch Su Yin like this. Even if the Heaven and Earth Organization has to go through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I still have to go. Yes. As soon as Dong Qinghao finished speaking, Buttface said resolutely, I Buttface don't know anything. I just know that I have to save Senior. Yes. Makaryu Ice nodded. In that case, we should set off as soon as possible. The longer Su Yan's injury is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Yes. The four of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. At the same time, the four of them no longer cared about anything else and directly brought Su Yin to the Heaven and Earth organization. As for Murong Fu's matter, it had been pushed to the back by the three of them. Of course, even though they had pushed the matter to the back, it didn't mean that Murong Fu had forgotten about their existence. On the contrary, when the four of them left the Monster Palace on the first day, Murong Fu had already sent people to keep a close eye on the four of them. The news that the four of them were going to the Heaven and Earth organization quickly spread to Murong Fu's ears in the Monster Palace. Faction Master Su Yin challenged the Guyu sect alone. Although he defeated the Guyu sect's sect master, he was also seriously injured. Now, Makaryu Ice and the others are taking him to the Heaven and Earth organization, hoping to borrow the Heaven and Earth organization's 10,000 elephant divine skill, the Cloud Spell, to treat Su Yin. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu, who was sitting on the palace master's seat, and respectfully reported to him. Lei Gao used to be the strongest person in the West Palace. Unfortunately, ever since the incident at the ancient demon pagoda, he had completely followed Murong Fu and was willing to submit to Murong Fu. When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, his face sank. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Su Yin had reached the 9-star celestial phase realm. This monstrous cultivation speed really can't be left alive. Furthermore, he was able to destroy the Guyu sect with just the 9-star celestial phase realm. After hearing what happened outside with Su Yin, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yin grew stronger and stronger. He never expected that not only did Su Yin break through to the 9-star celestial phase realm, but he was also able to kill Gu He, who was at the 2nd stage of the spirit sea realm. This made him feel a sense of threat once again. The killing intent in his heart towards Su Yin also grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the position of the palace master of the Monster Palace, Murong Fu would have already personally made a move against Su Yin. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu's gloomy expression and asked carefully, "Palace Master, what should we do now? Should we send someone to kill Su Yin?" Murong Fu hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "No. After all, my current power is not comparable to the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The two of them do not know about the death of Princess Chu. However, this did not mean that the two of them were not thinking about the position of Palace Master. If the Monster Palace made too big of a move, it was hard to guarantee that the two of them would find out. If the two of them found out, then things would be much more troublesome than Su Yin and the others. "Oh." Lei Gao nodded, glanced at Murong Fu, and continued to ask, "Palace Master, what should we do now? What should we do?" When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, he frowned and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Aren't they going to the Heaven and Earth organization?" The Heaven and Earth organization was located in Nanjiang. It would take a day to travel from the hidden demon region, even if they used the teleportation array. This round trip would take 2 days. 2 days. Lei Gao obviously did not understand Murong Fu's meaning and looked at him with a puzzled expression. When Murong Fu saw Lei Gao's puzzlement, he did not keep him in suspense. After all, in the entire Monster Palace, Lei Gao was the only person he could use. Although Murong Fu was ruthless, he was still good to the people who followed him. He looked at Lei Gao and said with a meaningful smile, "Lei Gao, oh Lei Gao, even if the Heavenly Cloud sect is willing to help, they won't be able to make it back to the auction in time, right?" "Yes." Lei Gao nodded. He felt that Murong Fu's words made sense, but he still did not understand what Murong Fu was planning and was still puzzled. When Murong Fu saw his expression, he shook his head and scolded with a smile. "Lei Gao, why don't you use your brain? If they can't rush back to the auction, it will be equivalent to disobeying orders. When the time comes, I will find a reason to pursue them. Not only that, if they can't rush back, I will accuse them of betraying the sect. At that time, I am afraid that we won't even have to do anything. Betraying the sect is a big crime in the entire 5 counties. At that time, as long as we announce that the 4 of them have betrayed the sect, they will become rats crossing the street and be killed by everyone. Ha! As Morong Fu spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. He was truly impressed by his own intelligence. When Lei Gao heard Morong Fu's laughter, he could not help but have goosebumps. He had a better understanding of Morong Fu's ruthlessness. Morong Fu laughed for a while, then waved his hand and said to Lei Gao, listen to my orders. From today onwards, you will bring the palace master's verbal order. If the four of them can't rush back to the auction, announce that they have betrayed the sect, and add the Monster Palace's reward. Yes, Lei Gao nodded without hesitation. After all, he was by Morong Fu's side. He also knew how big of a threat Su Yan was. After all, everyone saw Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed. Lei Gao also wanted to get rid of Su Yan and the others as soon as possible so that he could be the Monster Palace's elder. He did not want to hide behind the scenes and not do anything. As he watched Lei Gao leave, the sneer on Morong Fu's face became more and more obvious. His eyes emitted a cold light. Su Yan, you want to go against me? Do you think you have the ability? So what if your cultivation speed is fast? This time, I will definitely make sure that you don't return to the Monster Palace. Haha, Su Yan, aren't you very powerful? This time, let's see how powerful you are. Morong Fu laughed as he spoke. His eyes emitted a wave of hatred, especially when he thought of Su Yan's cultivation speed. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He could not wait to kill Su Yan immediately. Of course, Su Yan and the others were not aware of this matter yet. Makaryu Ice and the others were worried about Su Yan's injuries. It could be said that they did not stop for a moment. After a day of rushing, they finally arrived at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Speaking of which, it was the first time that they had come to the Heaven and Earth Organization. Usually, they had only heard of the existence of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They had never been here before. After all, the Monster Palace and the Heaven and Earth Organization had never interacted. At this moment, the four of them looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Their eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was because the more powerful the Heaven and Earth Organization was, the more difficult it would be for them to ask them to save Su Yan. They even hoped that the Heaven and Earth Organization would be as powerful as the Guyu sect. If that was the case, the four of them could use their power to force the Heaven and Earth Organization to help. Unfortunately, the Heaven and Earth Organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties. Even the Monster Palace was far inferior to it. Even the Black Ghost Cave could not compare to the Heaven and Earth Organization. What should we do now? The few of them looked at the heavily guarded mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They could not help but look at Makaryu Ice. Since Su Yan was unconscious, Makaryu Ice had become the backbone of the group. After all, Makaryu Ice was the strongest among them. Not only that, but he also had more experience than the others. Without Su Yan, he naturally became the backbone of the group. Makaryu Ice looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization and frowned. Although he had heard that the Heaven and Earth Organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties, it was only a rumor. At this moment, Mu Lubing saw the Qianyun sect occupying the lofty mountain. That heavily guarded gate gave off a faint oppressive feeling. Only then did Mu Lubing truly realize the strength of the Qianyun sect. Regardless of whether it was its aura or boldness, it was much stronger than the Supreme Demon Palace. Along the way, he originally wanted to use force. However, when he saw the Qianyun sect, he immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. After looking at the Heaven and Earth Organization for a long time, he hesitated for a long time. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we have no way out. Since we are here today, if the Heaven and Earth Organization really does not help, then we will force our way in." Yes. When Dong Qinghao and the other two heard Makaryu Ice's words, they all nodded seriously. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan, they could not help but clench their fists. Their eyes emitted a sense of determination. Their feelings told them that they absolutely could not watch Su Yan die like this. Yes. Makaryu Ice looked at the 3 of them and nodded. Then today, I will use peaceful means before using force. If it really does not work, then today we will force our way into the Heaven and Earth Organization. Okay. Chapter 323. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Naturally, the sect's territory was also the best in the 5 counties. It was located at the top of a giant mountain in the southern border. At a glance, one could even see wisps of clouds lingering around it. It gave people a feeling of paradise on Earth. Not only that, but the strictly guarded mountain gate and the huge stone tablet with the words Heaven and Earth Organization emitted a magnificent aura. The 4 of them were just observing from afar, so they didn't feel much. Now that they were closer, they could feel the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. But even so, it still couldn't stop them from moving forward, because they knew very well that no matter what, they had to save Su Yin today. Who are you? How dare you break into the Heaven and Earth Organization? Before they got close, the guards of the Heaven and Earth Organization soon noticed them. They stepped forward and shouted sternly. There was a faint surge of spiritual power. It was the aura of a sky phase emperor. This made them more aware of the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even these ordinary guards had the strength of a sky phase realm cultivator. Makaryu Ice was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he was a level 4 spirit sea realm cultivator. He wouldn't be scared by a sky phase realm cultivator. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Makaryu Ice still politely cupped his hands and said, I am Makaryu Ice, an elder of the Monster Palace. I have something to ask of your sect. I hope you can inform them. Makaryu Ice was polite because of his respect for the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, the guards didn't pay attention to Makaryu Ice's politeness. When they heard Makaryu Ice mention the Monster Palace, they looked at each other and looked at Su Yin lying behind them. They quickly understood what was going on. They didn't give face at all and shouted, The Heaven and Earth Organization has never had anything to do with the Monster Palace. Get lost. Although Dong Qinghao usually had a frivolous smile on his face, he was more agitated than anyone else when it came to Su Yin. When he heard the guard's words, he was about to fly into a rage, but he was stopped by Makaryu Ice. Brothers, although my Monster Palace has never had any dealings with your esteemed sect, I have always respected your esteemed sect, so I hope that you can inform them. Makaryu Ice said politely, There's nothing to report. Just get lost. The guard didn't give them any face and didn't put Mu Lu Bing and the others in their eyes. Makaryu Ice, Rat Li, and Dong Qinghao were all geniuses of Monster Palace. They had never been treated like this before. But Face only cared about Su Yan's safety. When he heard the guard's words, he couldn't take it anymore. A mere celestial stage guard dares to be so arrogant. Look at me. But Face shouted angrily and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Makaryu Ice. The guards were really afraid that they would attack. After all, they could see that the strength of these people was stronger than theirs. Although they had the support of the Heaven and Earth Organization, no matter what, if these people attacked them now, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. At that time, if they were to be beaten to death, even if the Heavenly Cloud sect stood up for them, it would be of no use. However, when they saw Makaryu Ice's actions, they immediately regained their confidence. This was because they could see that Makaryu Ice was afraid of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Since this was the case, they were sure that these people wouldn't dare to attack. They smiled coldly and said, The Heaven and Earth Organization is not something you can associate with. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and Buttface looked at these arrogant guards and were full of anger. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Makaryu Ice. This made them very unhappy. They looked at Makaryu Ice and said, Senior Brother Mu, it's useless to beg these people today. Let's attack. Makaryu Ice didn't say anything and still stood in front of them. When the guards saw Makaryu Ice's reaction, they thought that Makaryu Ice had admitted defeat. They were even more proud. They waved their hands and shouted, Hurry up and get lost. The Heaven and Earth Organization is not something you can casually barge into. That's right. You even brought a corpse with you. Do you want the Heaven and Earth organization to save your life? No way. The guard were sure that Makariu Ice wouldn't dare to attack. The more proud they were, the more disdainful they were. They looked at Makariu Ice and the others with more and more disdain. However, they didn't notice that Makariu Ice's smiling face was becoming more and more gloomy. Senior Brother Mu, bang! Just when Dong Qinghao and the others were about to persuade Makariu Ice to attack, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Makariu Ice's body had turned into a white light and flashed by. The guard who was the most arrogant just now immediately showed a terrified expression. He stared at Makariu Ice in front of him and said, "You." Bang, before he could finish his words, he had already fallen to the ground with a loud bang. Only then did the guards beside him come to their senses. They looked at Makariu Ice in astonishment. "You actually dare to attack us?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Makariu Ice laughed coldly. He suddenly waved his hand and attacked them. He even shouted coldly, "A mere sky-phase stage cultivator dares to be so arrogant. You're courting death." Makariu Ice was at the fourth step of the Spirit Sea realm. Dealing with these sky-phase stage cultivators was as easy as flipping his hand. These guards didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of Makariu Ice. In an instant, several guards were killed by Makariu Ice. "Brothers, let's go. Today, we will charge into the Heaven and Earth organization." Makariu Ice's expression was cold. He didn't even look at the guards. He shouted and immediately flew up the mountain. Dong Qinghao and the others were just complaining about Makariu Ice's cowardice in their hearts. They didn't expect Makariu Ice's actions to be so unexpected. Hearing Makariu Ice's words, the few of them finally reacted. Looking at Makariu Ice's departing figure, the corners of their eyes surged with excitement as they shouted, "Brothers, charge!" With a wave of shouts, the few of them rushed towards the Heaven and Earth organization at the same time. Very quickly, the news that someone had charged into the Heaven and Earth organization immediately spread throughout the Heaven and Earth organization. Many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization came to surround the four of them. Although the Heaven and Earth organization was the strongest force in the 5 counties. However, this didn't mean that the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were all powerful. Makariu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and Buttface were all masters of their generation. With the four of them together, even if they charged into the Heaven and Earth organization, they were still unstoppable. They continued to rush up the mountain. However, very quickly, the resistance that the four of them encountered became stronger and stronger. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were becoming stronger and stronger. The moment the few of them arrived at the outer hall of the Heaven and Earth organization, they finally couldn't continue forward. A few black figures flashed out. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were all from the spiritual sea realm. The four of them couldn't help but frown. "How dare you charge into the Heaven and Earth organization? You're courting death." One of the disciples shouted angrily. He immediately waved his weapon and attacked Makariu Ice. Following that, the other spiritual sea realm masters also moved their bodies and attacked Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and Buttface. Although Makariu Ice and the others were all masters of their generation, these Heaven and Earth organization disciples were obviously the best of the best among the Heaven and Earth organization disciples. Their strength surpassed the four of them. In just a few breaths of time, the few of them were subdued by the spiritual sea realm masters of the Heaven and Earth organization. "Oomph! How dare you charge into the Heaven and Earth organization with just a few people? You're courting death." The few of them looked at Makariu Ice and the others who were subdued and shouted angrily. However, they weren't in a hurry to kill them. Instead, they pushed them into the inner hall. When Makariu Ice and the others saw these people, they felt a little despair in their hearts. Now that they saw that these people didn't kill them, they immediately felt a surge of hope in their hearts. "Senior Brother Mu, why do you think these people didn't kill us directly?" Rat Li opened his mouth and asked. "I don't know either." Makariu Ice shook his head. At this moment, Buttface suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "Could it be that they're afraid of us?" "Bullshit." Before Buttface could finish his words, they heard an angry shout. The spiritual sea realm master who grabbed Buttface slapped him directly. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "We're afraid of you, mere ants. After offending our heaven and earth organization, you dare to say that our heaven and earth organization is afraid of you? Let me tell you, you injured so many of our heaven and earth organization's disciples. Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily? Just wait for our heaven and earth organization's judgment." As that person spoke, his face suddenly turned cold. The few of them who were now prisoners couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this person's expression. Soon, the four of them, along with Su Yin, were brought into the inner hall. "Young Palace Master, these people are the traitors who broke into our heaven and earth organization." When they arrived at the inner hall, the guard who was holding down Dong, Chung Hao, and the other three looked at a young girl who was sitting in the middle of the hall and spoke slowly. "Young Palace Master, when Dong Qinghao, Makiryu Ice, Ratley, and Buttface heard his words, they couldn't help but raise their heads and look toward the center. However, before they could raise their heads, the spiritual sea realm disciples shouted angrily and pressed their heads down. "How dare you raise your heads after offending our heaven and earth organization?" Although Makiryu Ice and the others were somewhat unwilling, they had fallen into the hands of others and could only submit. Then they heard a gentle and beautiful voice. "Why did you break into our heaven and earth organization?" This voice was extremely gentle and beautiful, and the four of them couldn't help but feel intoxicated when they heard it. However, they were also very clear about their purpose in coming here, and they quickly came to their senses. Makiryu Ice opened his mouth and said, "Young Palace Master, we didn't mean to break into your sect. It's just that one of our friends was seriously injured and wanted to ask your sect for help. However, we were stopped by the guards at the foot of the mountain. We were worried about our friend's safety, so we rashly broke into your sect." "Worried about your friend's safety?" The young palace master obviously didn't buy Makiryu Ice's words at all. She smiled coldly and said, "But even so, you have offended our heaven and earth organization, so you must be punished." Chapter 324. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. This was an indisputable fact. However, when Makiryu Ice, Dong Chunghao, Ratley, and Buttface went up the mountain, they more or less held some hope that they would be able to turn the tide. However, at this moment, they really knew that they were wrong. The strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization was beyond all of their imagination. Even though they were all outstanding talents of their generation, they were just clowns in front of the Heaven and Earth Organization. This time, they were really like fish on the chopping block. In front of the powerful forces of the Heaven and Earth Organization, they were simply like weak children. They didn't even wait to see the so-called young palace master's true identity before they were already imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth Organization's prison. No matter how they shouted, it was a pity that they were ignored. Their hearts were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Of course, the one they were most worried about was Su Yin. This was because Su Yin was not locked up in this prison like them. If he was locked up in the prison, it would be better. After all, Su Yin was severely injured at this moment. It could be said that he did not have the strength to truss a chicken. Any warrior could take his life. Young palace master, those troublemakers have been imprisoned in the Black Prison. Now, how should we deal with this kid? The disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization who had imprisoned Dong Chunghao and the others returned to the main hall. When they saw Su Yin, who was still placed on the top of the hall, they opened their mouth and asked a young girl sitting in the middle of the hall. This young girl was wearing a white veil, making it impossible for others to see her face. However, just from that pair of enchanting eyes, she gave off a mesmerizing feeling. However, within that gaze, there was also a sense of deterrence. That enchanting body lazily sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. No one could guess what she was thinking. Yin Wanqing was most irritated by the sex affairs. Her bright eyebrows slightly furrowed. She glanced at the person lying in the middle of the hall and casually said, "This person is seriously injured. I don't think he will survive. Just throw him into the beast garden and feed him. Yes, young palace master. The disciple didn't dare to disobey. He immediately lifted Su Yan's body and walked out. However, just as that person lifted Su Yan's body, a voice rang out. Yin Wanqing looked at the aura faintly leaking from Su Yan's body and couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Under Yin Wanqing's command, the disciple hurriedly stopped in his tracks. With a leap, Yin Wanqing had already arrived in front of Su Yan. She stretched out her fair arm and placed it on Su Yan's meridians. Her expression immediately darkened. What the hell is going on? Why does this kid have the aura of our heaven and earth organization? Yin Wanqing's face was filled with surprise, but because she was wearing a veil, the other disciples couldn't see her expression. They didn't know what she was thinking and could only wait quietly by the side. Yin Wanqing checked Su Yan's meridians again. The shock on her face became more and more intense. Not only did she feel the aura of the heaven and earth organization on Su Yan's body, but it was also the purest aura of the Yun family bloodline. Qing. At this moment, a shout came from outside. Then, a young man in white clothes came into the hall. Yin Wanqing looked at that person. Although her face was covered by a veil, one could still see the slight displeasure in her big eyes. Qing, I heard that someone dared to break into our heaven and earth organization. Did you do anything? The young man said with a grin and an indignant expression. His originally uneven face looked even more ugly. The bridge of his nose was uneven, and there were countless lumps on his face, which would make anyone who saw him feel fear in their heart. Yin Wanqing only took a glance at him before hurriedly turning her head around. She didn't dare to look at him again. She suppressed the nausea in her heart and coldly said, "They were just some little brats from the monster palace. They were already subdued. So what could I do?" "Oh, Qing, it's good that you're fine." While speaking, Yumu noticed that a few disciples were carrying Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan's unconscious appearance, anger suddenly welled up in his heart. He shouted, "Is this the youngster who broke into our heaven and earth organization? Humph, someone come, send him to the beast garden to feed the demonic beasts. He dared to break into our heaven and earth organization." Yes, although Yumu's appearance was ugly, it was clear that he had a lot of influence in the heaven and earth organization. Once he gave the order, the other disciples hurriedly complied and carried Su Yan out with alarmed expressions. Clearly, they were more afraid of Yumu than Yun Wanqing. Wait, just as those people were about to carry Su Yan out, Yun Wanqing's complexion sank, and she stopped them. When Yumu heard Yun Wanqing's words, his complexion sank. He looked at Yun Wanqing in confusion and asked, "Qing, what do you mean?" "Nothing. I still have some use for this youngster," Yun Wanqing coldly said, then waved her hand at the disciples. "Carry this youngster into the inner hall. I will act freely, so no one can act blindly without thinking." After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she took the lead and entered the inner hall, not giving Yumu the slightest bit of face. This caused Yunmu's complexion to become even more unsightly. He looked at Su Yan's handsome face, and for some unknown reason, hatred appeared in his heart. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 provinces. Regardless of whether it was the disciples, elders, or strength, they were much more formidable than other sections. Without mentioning the tens of thousands of disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization, there were more than 10 elders. Their strength was all above the spiritual ocean realm, and there were even some who were in the perimeter realm. At this moment, they were all gathered in the inner hall and looking at Su Yan with extremely unsightly expressions. Naturally, Yunmu and Yun Wanqing were among them. Everyone looked for a long time before one of the people sitting on the seat of the Great Elder, Cloud King, slowly opened his mouth. If my guess is correct, this person is Su Yan, who single-handedly flattened the Guyu sect. When Yun Wanqing heard the words of the Great Elder, Cloud King, she nodded slightly and said, "Great Elder, I've already sent people to investigate this person. This person was previously a disciple of the Su family in Twin Heaven City, then entered the Concealed Sword sect. After being expelled from the Concealed Sword tomb, he joined the Monster Palace. And the day before yesterday, he had indeed exterminated the Guyu sect. This is also the reason why he was injured. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she glanced at Su Yin and said, "However, the crux of the matter is that when I was investigating this person just now, I discovered that he surprisingly has the presence of our Heaven and Earth organization." The few elders had clearly also sensed the presence of the Heaven and Earth organization on Su Yan's body, which was also the reason why they were a loss. The great elder, Cloud King, glanced at Su Yin, then turned to Yun Wanqing and said, "Little niece Wanqing, your father is in seclusion. Since you are the young palace master, you should be in charge of this matter. Tell us what you think." Yun Wanqing nodded and didn't stand on ceremony. She directly said, "The disciples of the Monster Palace brought him up the mountain because they wanted to use our Heaven and Earth organization's cloud technique to help Su Yin repair his meridians. Originally, our Heaven and Earth organization wouldn't do such a thing, but for some reason, this Su Yan's body has the presence of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that he is unconscious, I want to use the cloud technique to wake him up. Only then can we find out why his body has the presence of our Heaven and Earth organization." Although Yun Wanqing was still young, she had the prestige of a young sect master and immediately voiced her thoughts. "No." But just as she finished speaking, before any of the elders could react, Yunmu, who was sitting next to her, opened his mouth. "Junior Sister Qing, these people have trespassed into our Heaven and Earth organization. How can we still save him?" "Save?" Yun Wanqing smiled faintly. "Senior brother Yunmu, you clearly misunderstood my intentions. I don't want to save him. I only want to use him to wake him up and understand why his body has the presence of the Heaven and Earth organization. Isn't that simple? Just use the soul-searching technique and search his memories. Why do you need to make things so difficult?" Yunmu said disdainfully. "Soul-searching." When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, her complexion instantly sank, and she looked at Yunmu with disdain. "Senior brother Yunmu, do you think that our Heaven and Earth organization can be compared to those sects of Black Devil Cave? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't we end up with the same reputation as those people of Black Devil Cave? So what?" Yunmu coldly smiled. Clearly, he didn't care about his reputation at all. He snorted disdainfully. "This youngster offended my Heavenly Cloud sect, which is a capital offense. Us using the soul-searching technique is already being merciful to him. Benevolent." Yun Wanqing sneered. She loathed Yunmu even more, but she didn't feel like quibbling with him. Instead, she nodded slightly. "All right, senior brother Yunmu, we will use the soul-searching technique according to your suggestion. But if we find out that this youngster is related to our ancestor, what will you do?" When Yunmu heard her words, he was instantly startled and didn't know how to reply. When the elders present heard that, the great Elder Cloud King finally opened his mouth. "All right, you two nephews shouldn't quarrel. Let's do as little nephew Wanqing said and use the cloudy mist technique to wake this youngster up. Let's see why his body has the presence of our Heaven and Earth organization. It won't be too late to make a decision after that." Since the great elder had spoken, how could the others dare to object? They all nodded their heads in agreement. When Cloud King saw that everyone had agreed, he no longer hesitated. He personally leaped forward and used the cloudy mist technique to treat Su Yin. With the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization personally taking action, Su Yan's injuries slowly healed in less than an hour. After a while, Su Yin slowly opened his eyes. However, before he could open his eyes, a voice rang out. A voice echoed in his mind. "Youngster, don't wake up so quickly." When Su Yin heard the voice, he couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, excitement flashed across his face. "Master, is that you?" Chapter 325. "Kid, don't get too excited. Open your eyes after I'm done," Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. "Oh." When Su Yin heard Sword Sage's tone, he also realized the importance of this matter. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Master, what's going on?" Sword Sage bitterly smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not too sure what's going on either, but I felt the aura of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization. Su Yin immediately frowned. Heaven and Earth Organization? How did he end up in the Heaven and Earth Organization? Su Yin, although I'm not sure what's going on, just now, I felt the aura of the Heaven and Earth Organization's Wanshan divine skill, the fog technique. Since the fog technique has been cultivated to the pinnacle, it's obvious that it's an important figure in the Heaven and Earth Organization. Sword Sage explained to Su Yin. Not only that, but I also faintly heard them talking about the Heaven and Earth Organization's aura on you. Obviously, the reason why the Heaven and Earth Organization used the fog technique to save you is to investigate the Heaven and Earth Organization's aura on you. The Heaven and Earth Organization's aura on me. Su Yin was startled. When he saw Sword Sage nod, he suddenly understood and told Sword Sage about his encounter with Uncle Jio, the Medicine King, and the others at Spirit Stone Mountain. Su Yin had absolute trust in the hidden Sword Sage. Furthermore, the hidden Sword Sage was much more experienced than the others. Therefore, Su Yin didn't hide anything about what had happened in the spiritual Stone Mountain. No wonder, no wonder. When Sword Sage heard Su Yin's words, the worry on his face immediately disappeared. He smiled and said, Su Yin, then you can wake up now. Oh. Su Yin was clearly frightened by Sword Sage's words. Although he nodded, he still didn't dare to open his eyes. Instead, he carefully asked, Master, am I going to wake up just like that? It's fine, Sword Sage smiled. Su Yin, just wake up, I'll tell you what to do. Oh. Su Yin nodded and opened his eyes in relief. As soon as he opened his eyes, Su Yin saw the various elders in the inner hall. He could faintly feel the powerful aura emitted from their bodies. His heart couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground. Su Yin, hurry up and thank the great elder for saving your life, someone said to Su Yin the moment he stood up. Su Yin didn't doubt why this person knew him. Instead, he looked at the most senior person present and cupped his hands. Thank you, First Elder, for saving my life. Forget it. The Cloud King waved his hand and said, Su Yin, the reason why I saved you is because you have the aura of the Heaven and Earth Organization on you. You better tell us the truth. Otherwise, just the fact that you trespassed into the Heaven and Earth Organization is already a capital offense. Capital offense. Su Yin was startled. He didn't understand what the Cloud King meant. After all, he was unconscious at that time. He didn't know that Makaryu Ice, Dong Chunghao, and the others took him and trespassed into the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, before Su Yin had time to wonder, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. Su Yin, tell him that you are ninth uncle's disciple. Remember to act well. Act well. When Su Yin heard Sword Sage's words, his brows creased, but he soon understood. Looking at the people present, Su Yin quickly determined that they were probably the elders of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Thud, he knelt down and said, Disciple Su Yin kowtows in salute to the elders. Everyone was startled by Su Yin's sudden action. Only Yunmu, who had been prejudiced against Su Yin from the start, saw that Su Yin wanted to recognize him, immediately shouted, Who dares to pretend to be a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization? When Su Yin heard this voice, his brows creased, and he raised his head to look at Yunmu. Aya, why are you so ugly? Su Yin was instantly frightened by Yunmu's ugliness. What? Yunmu hated people calling him ugly the most, so when Su Yin said it in front of so many people, he flew into a rage and shouted in a stern voice, Su Yin, you are courting death. While speaking, Yunmu suddenly waved his hand and sent a palm strike towards Su Yin. Seventh Layer Spirit Ocean Realm. When Su Yin saw Yunmu attack, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow and could only stare blankly at Yunmu's attack. Bang! At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Su Yin. When Su Yin saw the alluring figure, he couldn't help but be startled, but he quickly recovered. Chinger. When Yunmu saw that it was surprisingly Yun Wanqing who had stopped him, he became even more furious. Yun Wanqing didn't pay any attention to Yunmu's furious expression. She only cast a glance at Su Yin and coldly said, Senior brother Yunmu, this matter hasn't been clarified yet, So why are you in such a hurry to attack? After saying that, Yin Wanqing didn't look at Su Yin again and coldly said, Su Yin, explain clearly to me why you have offended a disciple of my heaven and earth organization. Although Su Yin had been saved by Yun Wanqing, Yunmu was still furious. When he saw Yunmu's arrogant appearance, Su Yin became somewhat angry and coldly snorted. Offended? Why should I offend a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization? I am the disciple of the founder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Ninth Uncle Yun. Could it be that I am not a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization? What Ninth Uncle Yun? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, everyone stood up and angrily looked at Su Yan. Youngster, what nonsense are you spouting? My Heaven and Earth Organization's ancestor has already passed away. So how could you dare to pretend to be his disciple? The surging auras of all the elders were like raging waves as they pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but crease his brows, but his eyes still flickered with unswerving determination. He smiled faintly and said, Why should I pretend to be his disciple? What proof do you have? When the benevolent-looking first elder heard Su Yin mention Uncle Yunjio, a trace of viciousness involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Proof? This question stumped Su Yin. After all, on that day, Ninth Uncle Yin only left Su Yin with a few memories, and the most important thing was that Ninth Uncle Yin wanted him to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization in the future. So how could he have any proof? However, just as Su Yin was hesitating, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. Su Yin, tell them that there is fog in the clouds, and there are clouds in the fog. Transform into formlessness, spread throughout the world, save all living beings. Su Yin was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. Youngster, you can't take out any proof, right? Then don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, several elders shouted at Su Yin with angry faces. There is fog in the clouds, and there are clouds in the fog. Transform into formlessness, spread throughout the world, save all living beings. Seeing their expressions, Su Yin directly told them what Sword Sage said to him, then looked at everyone with a cautious expression. After all, Su Yin couldn't understand the meaning of these words. However, just as Su Yin finished speaking, the angry expressions of those who were looking at Su Yin suddenly changed, replaced by joy. Ha ha ha! Especially the great elder. He burst into laughter. Sure enough, you're the old ancestor's disciple. Sure enough. The other elders also looked at Su Yin with excited expressions. Ha ha! I hadn't expected that the old ancestor would have left behind a direct disciple. We didn't know about it. We are ashamed. We are ashamed. Su Yin looked at the sudden change in their expressions and was puzzled. He wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Even Yun Wanqing and Yunmu were puzzled. They looked at the Great Elder and asked, Great Elder, what exactly is going on? Ha ha! The Great Elder was clearly delighted. Looking at the puzzled Yun Wanqing and Yunmu, he said with a smile, Since there's no one else here, I will tell you. What Su Yin said just now was the true essence of the cloudy mist technique created by the old ancestor of our Heaven and Earth organization. Because no one has been able to cultivate the cloudy mist technique to that level, even many disciples of our Heaven and Earth organization don't know about its true essence. Not only that, even us old fellows can't understand it. We only know about it from the records. Since Su Yin was able to speak about the true essence of the cloudy mist technique, then his claim that he is our old ancestor's disciple is definitely correct. After saying that, Cloud King didn't care whether they understood or not. He turned to look at Su Yin and asked, Little nephew Su, why don't you tell us how you became our old ancestor's disciple? Oh, it's like this. When Su Yin heard Cloud King's question, he didn't hold back and casually made up a story. He said that he came from the clouds and left the mist in a very realistic manner. Everyone present believed him without a doubt. But in the end, Su Yin mentioned that Ninth Uncle Yun had already perished. This made everyone present a little sad. In the end, everyone firmly believed in Su Yan's identity. Su Yin, since you are old ancestor Yun's disciple, then you should be one generation older than us. Then, the great elder looked at Su Yin with some shame. After all, he was already over 100 years old, while Su Yin was only in his early 20s. If they were to call Su Yin martial uncle now, how would they be able to do so? After hearing Cloud King's words, the elders who were still happy also realized this problem. They all looked at Su Yin with worried expressions. Although Su Yin had never been to the Heaven and Earth Organization, he had heard about the Heaven and Earth Organization. He knew that the Heaven and Earth Organization cared about seniority the most. In the Heaven and Earth Organization, seniority was not determined by strength, but by seniority. Now that he was the disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization's founding ancestor, his seniority was naturally higher than everyone present. However, he was the weakest, and he was also the youngest. If they were to call him martial uncle, even he would find it difficult to do so, let alone them. Elders, you don't need to call me that. Just call me Su Yin, said Su Yin, knowing that they were in a difficult position. That won't do. Before the others said anything, the great elder said with a serious face, the Heaven and Earth Organization values seniority the most. How can it be messed up? Although Cloud King said so, he couldn't really call Su Yin martial uncle. After hesitating for a long time, he said, how about this? Nephew Su is too young. If his seniority is higher than ours, there will definitely be people who won't accept it. Chapter 3:26. What? Just as Cloud King's voice fell, Yumu jumped up and looked at Cloud King with astonishment. Great elder, this youngster is only impudent. Before Yunmu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Cloud King's shout. Although Cloud King appeared to be slightly old, the imposing aura emanating from between his brows caused everyone present to tremble. Yunmu was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a step back. Cloud King didn't pay any attention to him and coldly looked at Yunmu. Yunmu, Su Yin is the disciple of the old ancestor, so his seniority is higher than mine. He has already been wronged by my generation, yet you still don't understand the difference between us. Yunmu wanted to say something, but when he was glared at by Cloud King, his entire body trembled. He didn't dare to say anything and obediently retreated to the back. However, the instant he retreated, he glanced at Su Yin from the corner of his eyes. A clear killing intent flashed through his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. Even though it was only a fleeting moment, it was still seen by Su Yin. This made Su Yin feel melancholy in his heart. I just came to the Heaven and Earth Organization, and I've already provoked someone, alas. Naturally, Su Yin wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. He just felt that it was troublesome. When Cloud King asked Su Yin whether he was willing to take up the position of an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Su Yin agreed. In the end, Su Yin agreed. In fact, Su Yin wasn't willing to agree. He didn't have much interest in joining the Heaven and Earth Organization, but he had no other choice. After all, Su Yin wasn't familiar with the Heaven and Earth Organization. If he didn't agree, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Because Cloud King was overseeing things, no one dared to say anything. After a simple ceremony, Su Yin officially became the 10th elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. This news instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Cloud sect. When everyone heard this news, there wasn't a single person who didn't have an astonished expression. In an instant, Su Yin became famous in the Heaven and Earth Organization. In fact, Su Yin was quite annoyed by these things. Not to mention that Su Yin didn't want to stay in the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even if he wanted to stay in the Heaven and Earth Organization, Su Yin didn't like this feeling. But now that things had come to this, Su Yin was also helpless. After all, he was Ancestor Yin's disciple, who asked him to be the youngest elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, who asked him to only have the strength of a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. What's more, the news of him challenging the Guyu sect alone had spread throughout the entire Heaven and Earth Organization. Some people admired him, while others disdained him. Of course, there were more disdainful voices than admiration. After all, Su Yin's strength was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. In this talented Heaven and Earth Organization, it was really nothing. However, Su Yin was still quite satisfied with his identity as an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, with this identity, The rights he enjoyed in the Heaven and Earth organization were much higher than ordinary disciples. For example, Su Yin directly released Makariu Ice and the others with an order. Haha, Junior Brother Su, how did you do it? How did you suddenly become an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization? Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yin, who was wearing an elder's robe. His face was filled with a cynical smile as he said cheerfully. The other people also had excited smiles on their faces. When they were sent to the Black Prison, they all felt that they were going to die. Who would have thought that there would be such a situation? Su Yin just smiled at their questions and didn't say anything. It wasn't that Su Yin didn't believe them, but that Su Yin knew that even if he said it, they wouldn't believe him. Dong Qinghao, Makariu Ice, and the others suddenly went from hell to heaven. They didn't care about whether Su Yin answered this question or not. They raised their cups and drank happily. In the end, except for a few people who were drunk, only Su Yin was still able to stay sober. In fact, Su Yin also drank a lot that night, but Su Yin didn't know why he couldn't get drunk today. However, even if he wasn't drunk, Su Yin still felt quite comfortable when he saw the few people gathered together happily. Of course, although he felt comfortable, Su Yin didn't forget his current situation and the burden on his body. It could be said that the Heaven and Earth organization's matter this time came too suddenly. It was so sudden that Su Yin didn't know how to face it. Heaven and Earth organization, Monster Palace, Buddha Sword Sect, Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yin thought it was a bit funny that he joined so many sections. Kid, you don't have to worry about this at all. Just as Su Yin didn't know how to choose, Sword Sage's words suddenly sounded in his mind. Master! When Su Yin heard Sword Sage's words, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. He looked at Sword Sage's weak figure in his mind and asked excitedly, Master, I've been busy with the Heaven and Earth organization's matter and forgot to ask you. How did you wake up this time? Brat, why don't you want me to wake up? Sword Sage was obviously in a good mood, and even joked with Su Yin. Master, you've misunderstood me. How could I? Although Su Yin could tell that Sword Sage was joking, he still said with a serious face. This was the respect for an elder. Sword Sage smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked up at the sky and explained, Actually, the reason why I woke up this time is because of your injury. I'm injured. Su Yin looked at Sword Sage and was even more puzzled. Yes. Sword Sage nodded and continued. Because you were injured when Cloud King used the fog technique to save you, he also saved me. So that's how it is. Su Yin suddenly understood and nodded. Then he thought of Sword Sage's words, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fog technique. Master, this fog technique actually has such a miraculous effect. Of course. Sword Sage smiled and said, Kid, don't forget, this fog technique is the Heaven and Earth organization's 10,000 elephant divine skill. The reason why the Heaven and Earth organization could become the #1 sect in the 5 counties was because of this fog technique. Is it because of the fog technique? Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and a ray of light surged in his eyes. He was full of expectations for the fog technique. The 10,000 elephant divine skill was originally a great secret technique. After entering the celestial phase realm and controlling the power of the celestial phase, every martial artist could cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill. However, the 10,000 elephant divine skill was extremely precious. Some martial artists couldn't even obtain a single 10,000 elephant divine skill in their entire life. Of course, the 10,000 elephant divine skill could also be divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Yellow rank was the weakest, while the Heaven rank was the strongest. All right, kid, don't think too much about this. You're now an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Are you still afraid of not obtaining the fog technique? Although Su Yin didn't say it out loud, Sword Sage could see Su Yan's desire for the fog technique. When Su Yin heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he looked at Sword Sage and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, I'm now an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Why would I worry about not obtaining the fog technique? Speaking of this, Su Yin suddenly remembered that when he entered the celestial phase realm, he didn't seem to have cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Thinking of this, Su Yin immediately thought of the 10,000 elephant divine skill that Dong Chunghao had given him. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Su Yin immediately recalled the memories of the 10,000 elephant divine skill that Dong Chunghao had given him. Looking at the records in his memories, his eyes suddenly turned. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to revolve. Strands of spiritual energy were transmitted from his meridians. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. All of a sudden, Su Yin let out a roar as his palm suddenly surged forward. Unfortunately, when he pushed out his palm, other than the fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was completely calm. Su Yin couldn't help but frown. What's going on? There's no power at all. When Su Yin said this, Sword Sage couldn't help but laugh. Stinking brat. Do you really think that the 10,000 elephant divine skill is so easy to cultivate? Some people spend dozens of years and still might not be able to cultivate a single 10,000 elephant divine skill. You think you can succeed just like that? When Su Yin heard Sword Sage's words, he felt a little ashamed. However, when he thought of how powerful the 10,000 elephant divine skill was in his memories, Su Yin was still unwilling to give up. He once again settled down and began to cultivate according to the method recorded in his memories. Brat, cultivate well. You're already at the 9-star phase realm, but you still haven't cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. You can be considered a weirdo. When Sword Sage saw that Su Yin was cultivating the 10,000 elephant divine skill, he didn't disturb him. He smiled faintly and was about to hide inside Su Yin's body. Asterisk bang. Asterisk suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Sword Sage was stunned. Looking at the powerful force that erupted in front of Su Yin, his entire body trembled. How is this possible? Su Yin looked at the countless energy blades that erupted in front of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise to a smile. Looking at Sword Sage's astonished expression, he couldn't help but smile. Master, how is it? Stinking brat, I didn't expect you to be able to learn a profound grade 10,000 elephant divine skill so quickly. Sword Sage looked at Su Yin and laughed. Seeing Mise's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. However, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Sword Sage had followed Su Yin all the way here. He was all too familiar with Su Yin's potential. Otherwise, Sword Sage wouldn't have followed Su Yin out. Torrential storm of pear blossoms. Torrential storm of pear blossoms. Su Yin didn't notice the change in Sword Sage's expression. Instead, he was wholeheartedly immersed in practicing the 10,000 elephant divine skill. During this night, Su Yin was immersed in practicing the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Bang! However, in the middle of the night, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Su Yin couldn't help but be startled. He subconsciously jumped up, and a red light surged in his eyes as he cautiously looked around. Catch it for me. Catch it. Before Su Yin could react, he heard a commotion outside. Su Yin couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion. He didn't intend to go out and care about these things. After all, Su Yin still didn't understand the heaven and earth organization situation. He shook his head and wanted to continue his cultivation. The commotion outside was getting closer and closer. Catch it. I didn't expect a Qilin cub to run into the heaven and earth organization. The heavens are really helping me. Yes, if you catch this Qilin, senior brother Yin Shun, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Su Yin was originally continuing his cultivation, but when he heard this, he was shocked. Qilin, Su Yin thought, and hurriedly touched his chest, but the little guy was nowhere to be found. Chapter 327. Su Yin had just stepped out of the entrance of the palace bestowed by the Heaven and Earth Organization when he saw the figure of the Fire Qilin running in front of him, followed by a few people. Oh, whoa. As soon as Su Yin came out, the Fire Qilin immediately let out a low roar and directly pounced on Su Yin. It intimately nestled in Su Yin's arms, its little head constantly rubbing against Su Yin's chest. Little guy, seeing the cute appearance of the Fire Qilin, Su Yin couldn't help but smile and pat its little head. Who are you? Following that, The few figures chasing the fire Qilin had already arrived in front of Su Yin. The few of them looked ferocious, and when they saw Su Yin, they angrily shouted. When Su Yin heard their words, his face sank and his eyes emitted a cold intent. Kid, in front of them was a young man in purple clothes. He was obviously the leader of the group. This person had been waiting for Su Yin to snatch the fire Qilin from Su Yan's hands. However, he was pulled back by the person next to him. Senior brother Yin Shun, this person is Su Yin. Su Yin, the one called Yin Shun, was startled. Then a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I was wondering who this person was. Turns out it's our Heaven and Earth organization's newly promoted elder. Sorry for offending you. Although Yin Shun said so, his eyes were filled with contempt. However, his eyes were emitting waves of ridicule. Clearly, he did not put Su Yin in his eyes at all. Su Yin glanced at him, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. First stage, spiritual sea realm. Then Su Yin turned around and walked toward his palace. He didn't put Yin Shun in his eyes at all. When Yin Shun saw that Su Yin ignored him, he immediately became furious and shouted, Su Yin, you brat, stop right there. However, Su Yin didn't pay attention to him at all. Su Yin, you dare to be unreasonable in front of me? Yin Shun angrily shouted and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan's shoulder. His speed was extremely fast, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to touch Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body moved slightly to the side, and he still dodged his attack. Yin Shen's hand failed to grab anything. He was enraged and shouted, Su Yin, I want to challenge you. Challenge. Su Yin frowned and looked at Yin Shen meaningfully. When Yin Shen saw that Su Yin had stopped in his tracks, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned around and said to a disciple beside him, This elder Su has just arrived at my heavenly cloud sect today. He definitely does not know about the matters of my heavenly cloud sect. You explained to him about the challenge. Yes. The disciple nodded and began to explain the matter of the challenge to Su Yin. In fact, every sect had its own rules. The Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Naturally, it was no exception. In the Heaven and Earth organization, disciples were not allowed to fight with each other. Of course, these fights were only on the surface. No one knew what was going on behind the scenes. It was precisely because of this rule that the Heaven and Earth organization also had challenges. If a person didn't like a disciple, they could challenge that person. As long as the other party accepted the challenge, the elders of the sect would appraise them, and they could compete on the battle stage. Su Yin listened to the disciple's explanation and nodded slightly. However, he wasn't in a hurry to accept Yun Chen's challenge. When Yun Shan saw Su Yan's expression, he sneered and said, Elder Su Yin, why don't you dare to accept my challenge? Yun Shan deliberately raised Su Yan's status in order to make Su Yin accept his challenge. As long as Su Yin accepted his challenge, Yin Shan had already planned it out. Yin Shan had already decided to let Su Yin use the fire Qilin as a wager. When he saw the fire Qilin in Su Yan's arms, Yin Shan knew that the fire Qilin was definitely related to Su Yin in some way. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Su Yan's good luck. When Yin Shan finished speaking, a few of Yin Shan's followers, who were standing at the side, shouted at Su Yin at the same time, Elder Su Yin, why don't you dare accept senior brother Yin Shan's challenge? That's right. You are an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Why don't you dare accept a disciple's challenge? How could Su Yin not know that they were using reverse psychology to force him to accept their challenge? Looking at the arrogant expressions of Yin Shan and the others, Su Yin sneered and said, Yin Shan, do you think you are qualified to challenge me? What? Yin Shan was startled. He didn't understand the meaning of Su Yan's words. Su Yin didn't pay attention to Yun Chen's expression. He smiled slightly and said, Yin Shan, as far as I know, in the Heaven and Earth organization, if a disciple wants to challenge an elder, he must have the qualifications to become an elder. Do you, Yin Shan, have the qualifications to become an elder? You know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Yin Shan looked at Su Yin in surprise. He originally thought that since Su Yin had just joined the Heaven and Earth organization, he definitely wouldn't know about the Heaven and Earth Organization. As an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, how can I not know the rules of the Heaven and Earth Organization? Su Yin said coldly. In fact, when Su Yin had just been appointed as an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Great Elder Yin Wang had already explained some simple rules of the Heaven and Earth Organization to Su Yin. In particular, Yin Wang had said the most about the matter of challenges. Yin Wang was probably afraid that Su Yin's strength was relatively weak and that too many people would challenge Su Yin, which would make Su Yin lose face. He wanted Su Yin to know the rules so that no one could challenge Su Yin. After all, in the Heaven and Earth Organization, no one had the qualifications to become an elder. In other words, no one in the Heaven and Earth Organization who wanted to challenge Su Yin had appeared. Yin Shin didn't expect that Su Yin would actually know the rules of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Just now, he wanted to use Su Yin's ignorance of the Heaven and Earth Organization's rules to challenge Su Yin. Now that he heard Su Yin's words, he was speechless for a moment, especially when those disciples thought that he had explained so much to Su Yin. They couldn't help but look at Su Yin with some grievance and said, "Elder Su Yin, you clearly knew the rules just now. Why do you still want me to explain it to you?" "Because I'm an elder." As Su Yin spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved, and a majestic spiritual power flowed out, directly suppressing the few of them. Su Yin's strength was not as strong as Yin Shen's. However, on his cold face, there was a trace of red light in his eyes. It was not angry, but it made people's hearts tremble. Even Yin Shen couldn't help but take a step back. Yin Shen looked at Su Yan's aura, and a burst of anger surged on his face again. He shouted, "Su Yin, I think you don't dare to accept my challenge. You're using your status as an elder to suppress me. Presumptuous!" Su Yin suddenly shouted. His figure flashed, and he directly slapped Yin Shen's face. His speed was as fast as lightning. Yin Shen didn't even have time to react. He felt his face heat up as Su Yin slapped him. "Yin Shen, as a disciple, you actually dare to be disrespectful to an elder. Today, I'll give you a little punishment. If you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being impolite," Su Yin said coldly. You. Yin Shen touched his face and looked at Su Yin with anger. He shouted, "Su Yin, you're just relying on your status as an elder. What's so great about you? If you have the ability, fight with me." Yin Shen roared angrily. However, even so, he was still quite afraid of Su Yan's status as an elder. After all, the hierarchy in the Heaven and Earth Organization could be said to be very strict. If someone offended an elder, the punishment would be very serious. Su Yin smiled coldly. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to Yin Shen. However, the fire qilin in his arms was constantly restless. It seemed to want Su Yin to accept Yin Shen's challenge. Looking at the cute appearance of the fire qilin, Su Yin couldn't help but smile and said, "Little guy, you want me to accept his challenge?" The fire qilin nodded spiritually. Su Yin laughed and said, "Haha, good little guy. Since you said so, I'll accept his challenge." When Yin Shen heard Su Yan's words, a burst of excitement suddenly surged on his face. At the same time, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Just now, he didn't dare to do anything because of Su Yan's status as an elder. However, if Su Yan accepted his challenge, then it would be a different story. As long as Su Yin accepted his challenge, Yin Shen could find a reason to kill Su Yin. After all, Yin Shen was at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, and Su Yin was only at the 9th star of the Spirit Sea realm. He didn't believe that Su Yin would be his opponent. However, Yin Shen had forgotten who had destroyed the Guyu sect, and how Su Yin had slapped him just now. He was immersed in his own excitement. When Su Yin saw him like this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Yin Shen, if you want me to accept your challenge, I can. However, since it's a competition, there needs to be a prize." "A prize?" Yin Shen was startled when he heard this. Then, he laughed happily and said, "Elder Su Yin, as an elder, you can decide the prize." "I can decide?" Su Yin smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. He looked at the storage bag on Yin Shen's waist and said, "Yin Shen, my request is very simple. As long as I win, you will give me everything in your storage bag. Originally, Suyin only wanted to ask for spirit stones. However, he thought that it would be a waste not to take something that belonged to someone like Yinshan. Okay, Yinshan never thought that he would lose, so he didn't even think about it and agreed. His eyes flashed, and he looked at the fire Qilin in Su Yan's arms and said, Elder Su Yan, since you asked for a prize, as an elder, you naturally have to give something. Of course. Su Yan smiled. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. If I win, you will give me the fire Qilin. Yin Chun said, and looked at the fire Qilin with greed in his eyes. Of course. Su Yan smiled and stroked the fire Qilin in his arms. Yin Chun was really afraid that Su Yan wouldn't agree. When he heard Su Yan agree so readily, he immediately sneered and waved his hand. Elder Su Yan, if that's the case, then you and I will go to the martial arts field together. Okay. Chapter 328. A sect disciple challenging a sect elder was definitely a big deal. The news that Su Yan had just accepted Yun Chen's challenge had already spread throughout the Heaven and Earth organization. Before Su Yan and Yun Chen arrived at the martial arts field, the entire field was already filled with people. Among them were several great elders of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as many disciples. The martial arts field, which was usually relatively quiet, was now bustling with noise and excitement. When the great elder, the Cloud King, heard about this, he was very shocked. He rushed to the martial arts field and happened to meet Su Yan. He stepped forward and scolded, Su Yan, why did you accept Yun Chen's challenge? Didn't I already tell you that disciples in the sect are not qualified to challenge you? As the Cloud King spoke, an unconcealable anger appeared on his face. After all, in his eyes, there was no need for Su Yan to accept Yun Chen's challenge. If Su Yan won, he wouldn't get any benefits. If he lost, he would lose face. Su Yan looked at the Cloud King's angry face and felt grateful. He smiled slightly and said, Great Elder, don't worry. Although Yun Chen is only at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, I am confident that I can defeat him. Nonsense. Before Su Yan could finish his words, the Cloud King shouted angrily, Su Yan, do you think Yun Chen is only at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm? He is the Moon Minister, the Emperor of Sky Minister. He controls the power of 7 realms. Before the Cloud Monarch could finish speaking, the bell signaling the start of the competition started ringing on the martial practice platform. As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, the Cloud King was very clear about the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that Su Yan had accepted Yun Chen's challenge, the bell rang. Even if he was an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't stop it. Alas! The Cloud King looked at Su Yan and shook his head helplessly. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, Since it has come to this, I have nothing more to say. You have to be careful. Remember, if you can't win, you have to surrender. Don't try to be brave, okay? Yes. Su Yan nodded and did not say much. He knew that the Cloud King was doing this for his own good. Ha! Is this the new elder of our Heaven and Earth organization? How laughable. He's only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, yet he's actually able to become an elder of our sect. That's right. How dare he challenge senior brother Yun Chen? He really doesn't know what the word death means. Just as Su Yan stepped onto the training platform, countless disdainful voices came from below. Although Su Yan was an elder, he was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, so no one was afraid of him. Moreover, the law did not punish the majority. With so many people standing together, they did not have the slightest fear of Su Yan. The mocking voices continued to ring out. Of course, among these mocking voices, it was inevitable that the other disciples would flatter Yun Chen. Elder Su Yan, if you admit defeat now, do you still have a chance? Yun Chen enjoyed these flattering voices. He looked at Su Yan with a trace of disdain in his eyes. To him, Su Yan was just lucky to be favored by the great elder. That was why he was able to sit on the elder's seat. Otherwise, Su Yan would be nothing. After all, which elder of the Heaven and Earth organization had not reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. The Great Elder had even stepped into the legendary Square realm. Su Yan's 9-star celestial phenomenon realm strength was not enough to reach the apex. Su Yan did not pay attention to Yun Chen's words. Instead, he carefully looked at him and carefully thought about the moon phase that the Cloud King had mentioned. The celestial phenomenon realm was divided into the sun, the moon, and the stars. The sun phase was a legendary existence. No one had seen it for thousands of years. The moon phase was the highest existence. It was also extremely difficult to find. Among tens of thousands of people, there might not be one person who could successfully condense the moon phase. A celestial phenomenon realm martialist who had condensed the moon phase was much stronger than an ordinary celestial phenomenon realm martialist. This was especially true when they had condensed the Spirit Sea realm. The power of heaven and earth contained within the body lock was much stronger than other martialists of the same level. Su Yan thought about it and truly understood the meaning of the Cloud King's words, as well as the meaning of his anger. Moon phase. When Su Yan looked at Yun Chen, his eyes became a little more serious. Before this, Su Yan had not taken Yun Chen seriously at all. After all, after the battle with Gu Yuezong and Gu He, Su Yan could be said to be full of confidence. Now that he knew that Yun Chen was actually at the moon phase realm, he could not help but be more careful. At that moment, the competition bell on the training platform beside them rang again. When the bell rang, it meant that the competition was about to begin. Elder Su Yan, are you really not willing to surrender? Yun Chen asked sarcastically again. He was at the Spirit Sea realm, condensed from the moon phase realm. In the same level, Spirit Sea realm martialists were no match for him. Moreover, Su Yan was merely at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that he did not take him seriously at all. Cut the crap. Su Yan was originally uninterested in Yun Chen's challenge. The reason why he had agreed to Yun Chen's challenge was because he had agreed to the fire Qilin. In addition, Su Yan had taken a fancy to the storage bag on Yun Chen's waist. Of course, with Su Yan's current status, he naturally did not take a fancy to Yun Chen's storage bag. Instead, he took a fancy to the things inside the storage bag. Spirit stones. Su Yan had always been chasing after spirit stones. Unfortunately, every time he obtained a huge amount of wealth, he would be beaten into a pauper once again. Now that Su Yan knew the importance of spirit stones, he had become a money grubber. He would not let go of any opportunity to obtain spirit stones. Clearly, the challenge with Yun Chen this time was a very good opportunity to earn spirit stones. But now, when Su Yan found out that Yun Chen was at the spiritual sea realm through the condensation of the moon phase, his thoughts changed at this moment. He looked at Yun Chen with a feverish gaze. When Yun Chen saw Su Yan's fearless expression, anger surged on his face as he shouted, "Elder Su Yan, since you are not surrendering, I have no choice but to offend you." As he spoke, Yun Chen's body suddenly leaped. His body was like a flying swallow as he flew over. At the same time, he quickly sent a palm strike toward Su Yan. That palm strike burst out and slid through the air, causing a loud explosion. Its speed was extremely fast, causing waves of whistling sounds. When the palm strike was sent out, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. As expected of senior brother Yun Chen, just this palm strike alone is not something that can be compared to those of the same level. Yeah, this Su Yan is only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. I want to see how he can block it. That's right. What elder? I think he can't even withstand a single palm strike from senior brother Yun Chen. It wasn't just the disciples. When the great elder Yun Wang saw Yun Chen's palm strike, his expression also sank. He snorted coldly and said, "This Yun Chen is really ruthless. He used a killing move right from the start. Does he want to defeat Su Yan in one move?" At the same time, Yun Wang saw that Su Yan was still not moving. He couldn't help but worry. At the same time, the cultivation technique in his body was slowly circulating, waiting to save Su Yan at any time. Everyone saw that Su Yan was still not moving. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had already arrived in front of him, and the corners of their mouths involuntarily curled into a sneer. Has this brat been scared silly? Still not moving? Are you waiting for death? When Yunshun saw that Su Yin was not moving, disdainful smile appeared on his face. He snorted in his heart, Su Yin, your fire qilin is mine. Whoosh, before he could finish his thought, he saw a flash of white light, and his palms suddenly missed. What's going on? When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. They looked at Su Yin, who had already leaped into the air, with astonishment. They couldn't believe that this scene was real. They rubbed their eyes with all their might. At this moment, whoosh, another crisp sound rang out, and at the same time, a black light flashed past. Su Yin held the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped down. He directly slashed at Yun Chen's head. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Even the great elder Yun Wang was surprised. What a fast speed. This speed is probably faster than a stage 2 spiritual sea realm expert. How is this possible? He's only a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert. Yinshin looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was stunned, the black sword shadow still fell. Yinshin was startled as he shouted, "Break!" At the same time, a long sword appeared in Yinshin's hand. Obviously, Yinshin was also a sword user. He was indeed in the spiritual sea realm. The moment the sword appeared, he swung it. Clang! The two swords collided and a loud sound exploded. A huge wave of energy surged in the air. Because Yun Chun had hastily blocked the attack, his body involuntarily retreated a few steps when they came into contact. This caused everyone present to be even more shocked. A 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert actually forced a stage 1 spiritual sea realm expert to retreat, and it was a blue spirit sea realm expert. This was because the spirit sea realm was formed by various celestial phenomena. The spirit sea realm, formed by the sun phase realm, was the purple spirit sea realm. The moon phase realm was the blue spirit sea realm, and the astral phase realm was the red spirit sea realm. Now, Su Yin, who was in the celestial phase realm, actually forced a blue spirit sea realm expert to retreat. How could this not be shocking? They were not the only ones. Even Yun Chun was astonished. He didn't expect Su Yin to actually force him to retreat. Looking at Su Yin, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Elder Su Yin, to be able to gain the great elder's appreciation, you really have some skills. Seeing this, the great elder Cloud King was also excited. He smiled and said, "To be able to gain the great elder's attention, you really can't be that bad." The more the Cloud King looked at Su Yin, the more satisfied he was. At the same time, he saw Yun Chen's spirit energy constantly surging on the training ground. He frowned, and the cultivation method in his body slowly circulated. When Su Yin saw the spirit energy surging on Yun Chen's body, he also frowned. "Elder Su Yin, you really do have some skills. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak, so," Yin Chen said with a cold smile. His body suddenly jumped up, and the long sword in his hand was also quickly pushed out at the same time. As the sword swept out, it suddenly burst out with countless energy lights. Like a huge wave, it surged out and rushed towards Su Yin. "Blue Spirit Sea Realm, you really do have some skills." When Su Yin saw this, he secretly said in his heart. At the same time, his body suddenly surged as he shouted, "Break!" His entire body flew up like a top, and the ghost howl sword in his hand also jumped up. Bang! Chapter 329. When the sword collided, countless energies suddenly erupted. These energies were no longer the spiritual energy in his body, but the energy of heaven and earth. Similarly, what Yun Chun released was not the spiritual energy in his body, but the energy of heaven and earth condensed in his body by the spirit sea realm. With a sweep of the sword, the advantage of the blue spirit sea realm was suddenly displayed. The entire ground seemed to tremble. Not only that, even the air seemed to be burning, exploding with countless sounds. Although this move seemed simple, the truth was that it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. As the huge wave of energy surged, countless amounts of the energy of heaven and earth erupted at the same time. Su Yin raised his sword and immediately felt a wave of pressure, causing his face to darken. When the crowd saw this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This was because when they saw Su Yin forcefully receive the attack, they were really worried that Su Yin would really receive this move. If that was the case, they really couldn't describe how abnormal Su Yin was. When the great Elder Cloud King saw this, his brows furrowed even tighter. He was ready to save Su Yin at any time. However, just as they were about to do so, with a loud bang, a loud explosion rang out. A wave of energy surged. The power of heaven and earth. It's the power of heaven and earth. The entire underground audience was in an uproar as they looked at Su Yin in astonishment. I didn't expect this brat to be so lucky. He actually controls the energy of the air within the power of heaven and earth, and can borrow the power to block it. When Yun Shun saw the sudden burst of energy from Su Yan's sword hilt, he was stunned for a moment before laughing. Haha, so you can control the energy of the air, but do you think it's enough? As he spoke, Yun Shun waved his hand, and the wave that surged out once again burst out, soaring into the sky as light spread out in all directions. Senior brother Yun Shun has unleashed all of his power of heaven and earth. Let's see how this brat will block it now. When the people below saw this scene, smiles appeared on their faces. To them, they hoped that Su Yin would lose. After all, Su Yin was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, but he held the position of an elder. Break! Bang! But before they could rejoice, a voice rang out from behind them. Then a loud explosion could be heard. Su Yin brandished the ghost howl sword in his hand, constantly erupting with boundless energy. Streams of the power of the heavens and earth flowed out. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions froze as they stared at Su Yin, dumbfounded. This brat is actually also at the moon phase heavenly phase realm. How is this possible? Although the moon phase celestial phase realm was not comparable to the sun phase realm, it was still a once-in-a-century opportunity. How could they have thought that Su Yin would also be in the moon phase celestial phase realm? This made them very surprised. The Cloud King was stunned when he saw this. He stroked his beard and said, Su Yin, you have given me too many surprises. Yun Shun was even more stunned when he saw this scene, and his face was filled with astonishment as he said, how is this possible? How is this possible? Just as he was astonished. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yin immediately took a step forward. His sword pierced through the air and arrived in front of Yun Shun. Yun Shun was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand directly pierced through Yun Shun's shoulder. Ah! Yun Shun cried out in pain, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Looking at the blood gushing out of his shoulder, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Looking at Su Yin, there was a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Very good, very good. Su Yin, a mere 9 stars realm, can actually hurt me. Very good, very good. Yin Shin laughed ferociously. Suddenly, the cultivation method in his body was quickly activated and boundless energy erupted. The purity of the energy was much stronger than the spiritual energy surging in Su Yan's body. This was because this was the true power of the heavens and earth. This power was enough to overturn mountains and seas. Moreover, there was not only one type of energy surging in Yun Shen's body, but 7 types of energy representing 7 different powers of the heavens and earth. Cloudy Mist Technique. Yun Shen's energy surged, but he was not in a hurry to attack Su Yin. Instead, he used the Cloudy Mist Technique to heal his own wound. The moment he activated the Cloudy Mist Technique, a curtain of light suddenly fell, and his wound quickly healed. Looking at this miraculous effect, Su Yin could not help but be tongue-tied. He thought to himself, this Cloudy Mist Technique is indeed extraordinary. The desire in his heart for the Cloudy Mist Technique deepened. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. That was because Su Yin saw it clearly. The moment Yun Chen's wound healed, a powerful oppressive feeling suddenly attacked him. Su Yin could not help but frown. This Yun Shun is at the spiritual sea realm, and his body has already condensed a Dan Sea. All kinds of power of the heavens and earth have condensed in his body, and he can erupt at any time. However, I am only at the celestial realm. Although I can use the power of the heavens and earth, I can't use it at will. It seems like I can only fight. As Su Yin spoke, a ray of red light suddenly surged out from his eyes. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a frosty light immediately surged from his body. Cloudy Mist Technique, Cloud World. At this moment, Yunshin suddenly shouted, and the energy that had condensed in his body suddenly exploded like countless waves, directly attacking Su Yin. Wherever the energy passed, the air suddenly boiled, and the entire ground trembled. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Everyone was also stunned. I didn't expect Senior Brother Yunshin to have mastered the Cloudy Mist Technique, Cloud World. Senior Brother Yunshin is indeed worthy of being the genius of our Heaven and Earth organization, who is only inferior to Senior Brother Yunmu. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment, and there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes when they looked at Su Yin. Just now, Su Yin had already brought them too many miracles. They did not believe that Su Yin could bring them any more miracles. Great Elder Yun Wang saw this scene and was about to take action, but when he looked at Su Yin, he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, which made him hesitate for a moment, because he saw a firm belief in that pair of eyes. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, and just as he was hesitating, Yunshin erupted with a huge amount of energy, directly exploding on Su Yan's body. Countless energy rioted, and the entire battle stage was instantly destroyed. Countless smoke and flying stones were flipped over. The energy still did not stop, and like a tornado, it continued to roll down from the sky, revealing a white energy light. Everyone was stunned, including Great Elder Yunwang. The tornado lasted for a few breaths of time before it finally stopped. Slowly, it revealed the huge crater that was created by the destruction. Yunshin looked at the huge crater, and a sneer appeared on his face. Then his body went soft, and he fell to the ground. He bitterly smiled and said, "With my current strength, it seems a little far-fetched to use Cloud World, but to be able to defeat this Su Yin." Asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk cough, asterisk. Before he could finish his words, he heard a coughing sound coming from the crater. What? Everyone was startled, especially Yunshin. His eyes suddenly opened wide as he looked at the figure that flew out from the crater. He kept shaking his head and said, How is this possible?" When Yun Wang saw the figure that appeared, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. Although there were many disciples watching, he still didn't dare to laugh. "Ha ha, Su Yin, you stinking brat. I really didn't misjudge you. I really didn't misjudge you." Hearing Yun Wang's laughter, Yunshin's expression became more and more unsightly. He looked at Su Yin with a face as red as a pig's liver and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yin, how can you block my Cloud World? Cloud World is really powerful." Su Yin did not pay attention to Yunshin's words. Instead, he looked at the new wounds on his body and thought to himself. At the same time, Su Yin admired Yunshin a little more, because when Su Yin used Cloud World, he knew that it was at least a profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Yunshin was only in the first stage of the spiritual sea realm, but he could use the profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill to such a powerful extent. Su Yin had to admit that Yunshin had some strength. Of course, even so, Su Yin didn't want to let him go. Yunshin was the one who challenged him. As Su Yin thought about it, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Yunshin was surprised when he saw Su Yin running towards him. Anger surged on his face as he shouted, Good, good. Su Yin, although you didn't die under my Cloud World, you must be seriously injured. Let's see how you're going to be my opponent now." "Is that so?" The corner of Su Yin's mouth raised slightly. He had to admit that blocking Cloud World and using the profound Ice Divine Shield exhausted his spiritual energy. However, Su Yin still had a way to defeat Yunshin. Everyone saw that the battle had started again and recovered from their shock. This time, they no longer looked at Su Yin with ridicule in their eyes. They asked themselves if they were to block Cloud World, Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, Su Yin was still able to fight. How could they still dare to ridicule Su Yin like this? Su Yin, do you really think you could defeat me? Although Yin Shan was extremely weak just now, he erupted and swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy. He once again became berserk, and his sword was extremely sharp. Su Yin wasn't weak either. Using his blood dragon pupil and his amazing speed, he wasn't at a disadvantage against Yin Shan. However, both of them had exhausted their spiritual energy. Neither of them could use their sword arts or 10,000 elephant divine skills. Now, they were competing with their sword arts and speed. Yin Shan's sword was extremely fast, but Su Yin wasn't slow either. The two of them were in a stalemate. They fought for several hours. Suddenly, Su Yin slowed down. Yin Shan sneered. Su Yin, let's see how you're going to survive this. Is that so? Chapter 330. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were also filled with shock. Because if Yin Shan's sword moved forward, Su Yan's neck would be cut off. Everyone held their breaths, as if the entire scene was frozen. Everyone only saw that the sword in Yin Shan's hand was about to slide past Su Yan's neck. When Great Elder Yun Wang saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he was about to save Yin Shan. Suddenly, a white light flashed. The Great Elder couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Good boy, you actually still have a trick up your sleeve. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Everyone thought that Su Yin was about to be killed by Yin Shan. With a crisp sound, the long sword in Yin Shan's hand was struck down by a flying sword. At the same time, there were a few flying swords in front of Yin Shan. They revolved around him, causing him to be unable to move. The entire situation was reversed. The speed of the reversal was so fast that no one was able to react in time. You've lost. Su Yin looked at the astonished Yin Shan as a faint smile surfaced on his cold face. I actually lost. Yin Shan still couldn't accept this fact. However, looking at the flying sword on his body, he couldn't help but believe it. He kept muttering to himself, I lost. How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yin didn't care about his expression. He went forward and pulled the storage bag from Yin Shan's waist. Yin Shan didn't care at all. He was still immersed in the pain of defeat. His eyes were dim, and it was obvious that he still couldn't accept the fact that he had lost. Not only him, even all the disciples present couldn't accept this fact. Su Yin, a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, actually defeated a rank 1 blue spirit sea realm. How is this possible? One had to know that the blue spirit sea realm not only cultivated faster than the red spirit sea realm, but the heaven and earth energy contained in the body was also much stronger than the same level. Yin Shan was a rank 1 blue spirit sea realm cultivator. However, with his strength, even if he was to fight against a rank 2 spirit sea realm cultivator, he might not lose. However, such a person was defeated. He was still defeated by a martial artist who was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could this not be surprising? Dong Qinghao, Macaryu Ice, Ratley, and Buttface had rushed over when Su Yin and Yin Shan were fighting. Everyone was surprised by Su Yan's victory. Only the 4 of them looked at Su Yin with the joy of victory surging in their eyes. Su Yin, you're really something. Dong Qinghao saw Su Yin coming down and went forward to pat Su Yin. The other 3 also came up to congratulate Su Yin. Su Yin wasn't too happy about this victory. Right now, he was more concerned about how many spirit stones were in Yin Shan's storage bag. He weighed the storage bag and threw it to Macaryu Ice. Senior Brother Mu, this Yin Shan is a rank 1 spirit sea realm cultivator. With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to erase the seal on him. I'll have to let you do it for me. Macaryu Ice nodded and didn't say anything else. He took the storage bag, and the 5 of them planned to return to the palace where Su Yin was at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Great Elder Yun Wang originally wanted to say something to Su Yin, but when he saw that Su Yin and Macaryu Ice were about to leave, he smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Yin Shan, who was still unconscious on the training platform. He sighed helplessly. What a pity, what a pity. A blue spirit sea realm genius is wasted just like that. Yin Wang sighed, but he didn't say anything else and also prepared to leave. However, before he could leave, an angry shout came from the horizon. Su Yan, stop for me. When Yin Wang heard this, he couldn't help but be startled and also stopped. Su Yin and the others also stopped and turned around to look. When they saw an extremely ugly face, Su Yin couldn't help but frown. In the entire heaven and earth organization, who else could have such an ugly face apart from Yinmu? Yinmu blocked Su Yan's path and revealed a treacherous smile. You, Su Yin, and the rest of you betrayed the Monster Palace and now want to hide in our heaven and earth organization? Betrayed the Monster Palace. When Su Yin heard Yinmu's words, the others looked at each other. Clearly, they couldn't understand the meaning of Yinmu's words. At that moment, Yin Wang also walked over and looked at Yinmu. Little nephew Yinmu, what do you mean by betraying the Monster Palace? What exactly is going on? Great Elder. When Yinmu saw Yin Wang, he respectfully greeted him and began to explain. Great Elder, these people are disciples of the Monster Palace, but because they betrayed the Monster Palace, they are being hunted down by the Monster Palace. I think that they joined our heaven and earth organization to avoid being hunted down by the Monster Palace. So there is such a thing. Betraying the sect was a great crime in the entire dry territory. When Yin Wang heard Yinmu's words, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at Su Yin and asked, Little nephew Su Yin, what exactly is going on? Su Yin actually didn't know much about this matter. But when he heard Yinmu's words, he understood that this was definitely Murong Fu's scheme. He wanted to accuse them of betraying the sect and use people from all sides to hunt them down. This Murong Fu really has good methods. Su Yin sneered in his heart. He looked at Yin Wang's gloomy expression and asked, Great Elder, do you trust me? Yin Wang was startled by Su Yan's sudden question and didn't know how to reply for a while. Yin Wang didn't know much about Su Yin and only admired him. Not to mention that he was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization. So Yin Wang was naturally more protective of Su Yin. But after all, this matter was of great importance, and Yin Wang didn't know much about Su Yin, so he didn't trust him. Su Yin, don't talk nonsense here. I have already investigated this matter clearly, so what else do you have to quibble about? Yin Mu saw that Yin Wang didn't say anything and hurriedly shouted. He was afraid that Yin Wang would show some compassion and protect Su Yin. When Su Yin heard Yin Mu's words, he couldn't help but smile. Then his complexion sank, and he shouted at Yin Mu, Impudent, Yin Mu, no matter what, I am an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. You surprisingly dare to be disrespectful to me. Su Yan's eyes went wide, and an imposing aura spread out from between his brows. Yin Mu was startled by Yin Mu's shout. Then, anger appeared on his face, and he shouted, Su Yin, all right, don't quarrel. Yin Wang stopped the two of them and looked at Su Yin. Su Yin, you asked me whether I believed you or not. I can tell you that I believe you, but you have to at least prove yourself, right? When Yin Mu heard Yin Wang's words, he smiled in disdain. What else is there to prove? This matter has spread like wildfire in the entire 5 counties. This is the decree of the Monster Palace's palace master, so how could it be false? After saying that, Yin Mu looked at Yin Wang and said, Great Elder, you have to think thrice. Offending the Monster Palace for these people isn't worth it. That Monster Palace's Princess of Chu isn't someone to be trifled with. Only a few people in the entire Monster Palace knew about the death of the Princess of Chu. It was even more impossible for them, who were outsiders, to know that the Princess of Chu had actually died long ago. The reason why these people didn't care about the Monster Palace was because of the presence of the Princess of Chu. After all, an expert of the perimeter layer wasn't someone to be trifled with. When Yin Wang heard Yin Mu's words, his brows creased again. If it had been any other matter, it would have been fine, but betraying the sect was a major crime. Even if he was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't cover it up. However, when he thought about how Su Yin was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as Su Yan's display of strength, Yin Wang felt awkward. Su Yin looked at Yun Wang's awkward expression and Yun Mu's complacent expression, and a hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took off the elder attire of the Heaven and Earth Organization and handed it to Yun Wang. Su Yin. Yun Wang was still thinking about how to deal with this matter when he suddenly saw Su Yan's actions. He couldn't help but be startled, not understanding the meaning behind Su Yan's actions. Su Yin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Great Elder, if you believe me, then give me 1 year's time. Within 1 year, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Su Yin, you traitor, what qualifications do you have to talk about conditions with our Heaven and Earth Organization? Yin Mu shouted before Yun Wang could reply. Su Yin didn't pay any attention to Yun Mu. Instead, he looked at Yun Wang and calmly waited for his decision. Su Yin was gambling that Yun Wang would believe him. If Yun Wang didn't believe him, then everything pointed to disaster. Su Yin was secretly circulating the cultivation method in his body to recover his spirit energy while guarding against Yun Mu. Dong Chenghao, Makaryu, Ice, Buttface, and Ratley hadn't said a word since the beginning, but they could see the seriousness of the matter. They knew that whether they lived or died today depended on a single thought from Yun Wang. The four of them nervously looked at Yun Wang. Not only them, but even Yun Mu was nervously looking at Yun Wang. He was very clear that if Yun Wang chose to believe Su Yin, then it would be impossible for him to get rid of Su Yin. Yesterday, Su Yin had joined the Heaven and Earth Organization. Yun Mu hated Su Yin, and he had been thinking about how to get rid of Su Yin the entire night. Originally, he had been bitterly searching for a way to get rid of Su Yin, but today he had heard that Su Yin had betrayed the sect. It gave him a reason and an excuse, but he had never expected that Yun Wang would surprisingly protect Su Yin. This made Yun Mu's hatred toward Su Yin become even more intense. While waiting for Yun Wang's decision, Yun Mu fanned the flames from the side. "Great Elder, you have to think clearly about the crime of betraying the sect. It is a serious crime, so you have to think about whether you can bear it." Chapter 331. The reason why Yun Mu dared to speak to Cloud King like that wasn't without reason. He was the son-in-law of the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect master. In other words, he was Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Not only that, but although Yun Mu was a little ugly, he was also the #1 disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. His strength had already reached the 9th rank of Spirit Ocean Realm, and he was also at the Blue Spirit Ocean Realm. Therefore, Yun Mu had quite a lot of face in the sect. Even the Cloud King had to give Yun Mu some face. Of course, face was just face. Before Yun Mu officially married Yun Wanqing, his status was only that of a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When Cloud King heard Yun Mu speaking to him in such a tone, his expression sank. He, who was originally hesitating, coldly snorted. "Su Yin, I choose to believe you. I will give you 1 year's time." What? When Yun Mu heard Cloud King's words, he couldn't help but be startled. "Great Elder, are you crazy? These people have committed the crime of betraying the sect. Are you going to protect them?" "I am crazy." Cloud King looked at Yun Mu's disrespectful attitude and coldly snorted. "Yun Mu, I said that I believe you, so I believe you. Don't forget that I am still the Great Elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even if the sect master comes out, he still has to give me some face." Yun Mu didn't expect that his original plan to provoke Cloud King so that he wouldn't agree to Su Yan's request would actually work. But how could he have expected that his provocation would make Cloud King agree to Su Yan's request? As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. Although Yun Mu was somewhat unconvinced, it was just as Cloud King had said. Cloud King was the Great Elder of Heavenly Cloud Sect. Even if Yun Mu was more formidable, he wouldn't dare to rashly challenge Cloud King's dignity. When he saw the smile on Su Yan's face, Yun Mu flew into a rage, and his hatred for Su Yin became even more intense. If he wasn't afraid of Cloud King standing in front of him, he would have killed Su Yin already. Su Yin, just you wait for me, just you wait," Yun Mu said indignantly, then left. Su Yin didn't pay attention to Yun Mu. He turned around and cupped his hands toward Cloud King. Many thanks for great elders' understanding. The Cloud King smiled bitterly and shook his head. Su Yin, you are the disciple of the elder ancestor. Speaking of seniority, you are above me. This is what I should do. However, I'm afraid that before you understand the situation, staying in the Heaven and Earth organization is... The Cloud King didn't say anything. However, Su Yin could understand the meaning behind his words. Moreover, when Su Yin had taken off the elder robe of the Heaven and Earth organization, he hadn't planned to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization. When he saw the awkward expression on the Cloud King's face, he said with a faint smile, "Great elder, don't worry. After a year, I will definitely give you a pleasant surprise." The Cloud King nodded and no longer hesitated. He patted Su Yin's shoulder and said, "Su Yin, when you leave the Heaven and Earth organization this time, you must be careful. Do you understand?" Su Yin nodded heavily, then led Makaryu, Ice, and the others down the mountain without any hesitation. I didn't expect that we would leave the Heaven and Earth organization so soon. After leaving the Heaven and Earth organization's gate, Makaryu, Ice said with melancholy. Regarding yesterday's incident, they also said that they didn't know what Murong Fu's plot was, and they could use the Heaven and Earth organization to take refuge. Who would have thought that because of Murong Fu's plot, they would be forced to leave the Heaven and Earth organization today? Su Yin looked at the Heaven and Earth organization and smiled bitterly. Although Su Yin didn't have any feelings for the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yin wanted the Heaven and Earth organization's fog technique very much. Now that he had left the Heaven and Earth organization, it was obvious that it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the fog technique again. Su Yin thought, and his eyes turned, and his hatred for Murong Fu became even stronger. He really didn't expect that Murong Fu would be so ruthless as to label him as a sinner who betrayed the sect. "Senior, where should we go now?" Buttface suddenly asked in the midst of their melancholy. "Where should we go?" This question stunned everyone. After all, no matter what, Murong Fu currently held the Supreme Monster Palace's Palace Lord seal. Before they took back the Supreme Monster Palace's authority, they had to take back the Palace Lord seal. They would have to bear the crime of betraying the sect. The crime of betraying the sect was a serious crime, and everyone had the right to punish it. If they were to appear, they would definitely be hunted down by many people. Moreover, with Murong Fu's means, he would definitely spread the news and let everyone in the 5 counties know that they had committed the crime of betraying the sect. Then, all the powerful people in the 5 counties would hunt them down. Murong Fu, this move is really ruthless. Su Yin thought and gritted his teeth hatefully. Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, and Rat Li's faces also showed a burst of anger. Only Buttface was a little better. After all, Buttface didn't understand Murong Fu and the Monster Palace. However, he already knew that betraying the sect was a crime. This was a serious crime. Of course, he still chose to believe that Su Yin and the others wouldn't betray the sect. Looking at the surging hatred on their faces, Buttface suggested in a low voice, "Senior, why don't we go to the place where I used to cultivate?" "The place where you used to cultivate?" Su Yin frowned and looked at Buttface. Because the two of them had met in a hurry, Su Yin didn't ask Buttface what had happened during this period of time. Buttface nodded and began to speak. "Senior, since you were forced off the cliff by those people from the Guyu sect, I swore that I would avenge you. It was also after that I started to cultivate like crazy. At that time, I was afraid that the people from the Guyu sect would find trouble with me. So, I found a place to hide. Although it was desolate and uninhabited, the spiritual chi was really rich. It was a good place to take refuge. Desolate and uninhabited. When Su Yin heard Buttface's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Now that they had been accused of betraying the sect by Murong Fu, there would be a lot of people looking for them. The more desolate the place was, the better. This way, they wouldn't be hunted down. Although the few of them were walking together, and their strength was very strong, the continent of the 5 counties was so big. Who knew how many powerhouses there were? Su Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. Without thinking, he said directly, "Buttface, you lead the way." "Okay." Buttface nodded his head and didn't hesitate. He walked ahead of the rest of the group. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind Su Yin and Butt Face. Because the five of them had been accused of betraying the sect, the five of them didn't choose to use the teleportation device to avoid some trouble. Along the way, they relied on their physical strength to fly. After flying for a few days and nights, they arrived at the place that Butt Face had mentioned. When Su Yin saw this place, he couldn't help but be stunned. This place was actually the boundary of Tianshuang City. Not only was it the boundary of Tianshuang City, but it was also the mountain where Su Yin had entered the Hidden Sword Tomb for the test. Indeed, after the Hidden Sword Tomb arranged the test, very few people came here. In addition, this place was on the outskirts of Tianshuang City, and there were no treasures to speak of. Therefore, this place could indeed be considered desolate and uninhabited. Senior, this is the place. What do you think? Buttface turned around and said to Su Yin. When he saw that Su Yin seemed to be more familiar with this place than he was, he couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, Senior, why do you seem to be more familiar with this place than I am? Dong Qinghao and the others didn't notice the change in Su Yin's expression just now. When they heard Buttface's words, they came back to their senses and looked at Su Yin with a puzzled expression. Su Yin smiled slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he pointed ahead and said, Buttface is Tianshuang City, dozens of miles from here. Yes. When Buttface heard Su Yin's words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yin in surprise. Senior, how do you know? Because I'm from Tianshuang City, Su Yin said with a smile. At this time, everyone was suddenly enlightened from their doubts, especially Buttface, who touched his head honestly and said, Ha. So this is Senior's hometown. I was leading the way for you just now. I'm really ashamed. Su Yin smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he led Buttface and the others into the depths of the mountain. Previously, Su Yin didn't know where Buttface was referring to. Naturally, he didn't understand. Now that he had come to this mountain, Su Yin was naturally familiar with it. It could be said that this mountain was where Su Yin really opened his cultivation path. After all, it was here that Su Yin won first place in the competition of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Then, he entered the Hidden Sword Tomb and really started Su Yin's cultivation path. Things changed with the passage of time, but the mountain was still that mountain. However, everything had changed. Now, Su Yin was no longer the little spirit-channeling martial artist. He was at the 9 stars celestial phase, a king of a generation. If Su Yin returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, it wouldn't be too much to ask him to be an elder. Of course, Su Yin didn't intend to choose to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yin now understood that he wasn't expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was now considered a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, he didn't want to bear the crime of betraying the sect. If he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Moreover, he might implicate the Hidden Sword Tomb for no reason. If that was the case, Su Yin would have committed a great crime. As they slowly walked in, they could feel that the spiritual qi here was getting denser and denser. Su Yin's brows furrowed even tighter. Su Yin couldn't be more familiar with this mountain. He knew very well that when he was here, the spiritual qi wasn't so dense. Buttface, how long have you been cultivating here? Su Yin suddenly asked Buttface. Buttface was stunned by Su Yin's sudden question. He thought for a while and said, Since the day you fell off the cliff, I've been cultivating here. I only occasionally go to the Hidden Demons area in Heavenshuang City to buy some things. Usually I'm here. When you came here, was the spiritual qi here so dense? Su Yin asked again, but Face was stunned again. He thought carefully and said, It doesn't seem so. When I first came here, the spiritual qi here wasn't abundant. However, as time passed, the spiritual qi became denser and denser. Dong Qinghao and the others didn't know why Su Yin suddenly asked these questions. Now that they heard Buttface's words and looked at Su Yin's surprised expression, they seemed to understand. Chapter 332. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from the top of the mountain. Su Yin's pupils suddenly shrank. The cultivation method in his body quickly revolved, and he quickly rushed forward. He was sure that this was not a simple place. The speed of the other 4 people was not slow either. They followed closely behind Su Yin and swept forward. However, when they arrived at the mountain, everything was calm. There was not even the slightest movement. That's strange. What's going on? Su Yin looked at the mountain in front of him, which was completely still. He could not help but frown. This mountain had nothing special to begin with. It was not tall, and the trees were not big. There were only some shrubs, and there were no strange stones. There was really nothing special about it. However, this place was filled with rich spiritual qi. If this spiritual qi existed in the first place, it could be attributed to the environment of the mountain. However, this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. In just a few short months, it actually produced such rich spiritual qi. If Su Yin did not know about the existence of this mountain, it would be fine. However, Su Yin knew this mountain like the back of his hand. He knew very well that this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. If there was anything special about it, it could only be said that this was once a training ground for the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although Buttface and the others heard what Su Yin said, they also felt that it was strange. However, the few of them did not know the mountain as well as Su Yin, so they did not feel that anything was wrong. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a crisp sound could be heard. At the same time, a white figure flashed in front of them. All of them were stunned at the same time. Could it be? At this moment, Sword Sage's shocked voice could be heard in their minds. Hearing Sword Sage's voice, Su Yan's body trembled. He asked in his mind, "Master, did you discover something? I'm not sure if it is true or not." Sword Sage shook his head and pondered for a moment. At this moment, whoosh, with another flash, the fire Qilin, who had been sleeping in Su Yan's arms, suddenly jumped out of Su Yan's arms. He directly rushed forward. Su Yin and the others were still in a daze. Sword Sage shouted, "Brat, quick, follow the fire Kirin." "Yes." When Su Yin heard Sword Sage's words, he nodded. His pupils shrank, and he quickly followed the fire Kirin. Dong Qinghao and the others couldn't hear what Sword Sage was saying to Su Yin. However, they also saw the fire Qilin running out. At the same time, he circulated his qi and dashed towards the fire Qilin. Although the fire Qilin looked petite, its running speed was not slow at all. Using its nimble body, it constantly moved forward in the mountain forest. Fortunately, the strength of Su Yin and the others was not weak. They used all their strength to follow behind the fire Qilin so that they would not lose track of it. In this way, they followed the fire Qilin for about half an hour. The fire Qilin still had no intention of stopping. Instead, it ran faster and faster. After a while, they lost track of the fire Qilin. They stopped at the same time and looked in front of them, but there was no trace of the fire Qilin. What's going on? They looked at each other, puzzled by what happened in front of them. Because they clearly saw the fire Qilin in front of them, but in just a flash, the fire Qilin disappeared. Bang! At this time, there was a sudden explosion, and a flame rushed straight to the sky. A powerful force burst out, and the power fluctuated. The 5 people were shocked and did not dare to have the slightest neglect and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, even if the 5 of them used all their strength to retreat, it was still a little too late. Bang! All of a sudden, they were hit by this huge energy, and the 5 of them were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Poochie, at the same time, the 5 of them couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. The 5 of them coughed a few times and slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at the scene in front of them, their faces were filled with horror. Looking at the scene in front of them, they even forgot about their injuries. At the place where the flames had surged into the sky, there was a huge palace. Yes, it was a palace. As soon as the palace appeared, it gave off a majestic aura. 8 huge pillars stood tall in the sky, and there was a faint trace of energy swirling around them, making people feel respectful. Shura Shrine. It's actually the Shura Shrine. At this time, Sword Sage's shocked voice burst out from Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine. Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, not understanding the meaning behind it. But before he could ask, he heard Sword Sage's nervous voice, quickly retreat. If the Shura Shrine appeared here, Then, the people from the Shura Shrine must not be far from here. You guys quickly hide. Master, what the hell is going on? Su Yin asked in surprise, because he had never seen Sword Sage so nervous before. Don't ask so much. Hide first. Sword Sage said anxiously, obviously worried about something. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yin no longer hesitated and hurriedly shouted to Dong, Chenghao, and the others, "Quickly go." The few of them still hadn't recovered from the shock in front of them. Hearing Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned, but seeing Su Yan's serious expression, they seemed to have understood something and didn't ask anymore, and followed Su Yan and retreated. The few of them retreated a few hundred meters away until they hid in a cave, and their expressions relaxed slightly. Junior brother Su, what the hell is going on? As soon as they landed, Makaryu Ice asked Su Yin. The other three also looked at Su Yin in surprise. Su Yin didn't immediately answer their questions. Because he didn't know what was going on, he asked Sword Sage in his mind, "Master, what the hell is going on?" Sword Sage still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the shrine just now. Carefully looking around, he replied, "Su Yin, there are too many things mixed in here, and it's related to the 9 continents. With your current strength, it's useless to know too much." 9 continents. Su Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously not satisfied with Sword Sage's answer. Sword Sage naturally knew that Su Yin wasn't satisfied, so he chuckled and continued. "Su Yin, you shouldn't be dissatisfied. I can tell you, this matter is beyond your imagination, and it will only be bad for you to know this now." Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yin couldn't help but be startled and immediately realized that he was being disrespectful, so he apologized to Sword Sage. "Master, I'm sorry." Sword Sage didn't wait for Su Yin to finish his words and waved his hand. "Su Yin, don't say these words. I can understand your feelings." Su Yin wasn't a pretentious person, so after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't waste any more words, and instead looked at the place where the flames were soaring to the sky and asked, "Master, the fire Qilin is probably still there. What should I do?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Sword Sage frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Su Yin, don't be anxious. The appearance of the Shura Shrine will definitely attract the attention of various forces. When the time comes, this place will definitely become a battlefield. What you need to do now is wait. Wait for those forces to appear." While speaking, Sword Sage's eyes suddenly turned, and a sharp light surged in them. "Su Yin, if possible, this Shura Shrine may be an opportunity for you." Opportunity? Su Yin was puzzled. He clearly felt Sword Sage's panic just now. How could it be an opportunity now? Sword Sage smiled. "Su Yin, you're in the Sun Realm. You need to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm. But to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians is actually that simple. If you cultivate normally, it will take you 100 years to condense it, but the appearance of the cultivation shrine may be an opportunity." "Master, what is going on?" Su Yin still didn't understand Sword Sage's words. After all, he really couldn't connect the Shura Shrine with his condensing of the Spirit Sea Realm. Sword Sage looked at Su Yan's anxious expression and smiled. "Su Yin, don't be anxious. Observe for a while, and when the time comes, I will naturally explain to you." Although Su Yin was confused, after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't ask anymore, because he knew that Sword Sage wouldn't harm him. "Junior brother Su, what is going on?" Dong Chenghao saw that Su Yin didn't answer for a long time, so he asked again. Hearing Dong Chenghao's words, Su Yin recovered from his conversation with Sword Sage, narrowed his eyes, and said with a serious face, "I'm afraid that this place will become the battleground of the 5 counties." "What?" When they heard Su Yan's sudden words, they couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at Su Yin with astonishment. They were all people of the 5 counties, and they were also the genius disciples of the Monster Palace. Although they didn't know everything about the 5 counties, they still knew a thing or two. It was like a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. This hadn't happened for thousands of years, which meant that the 5 counties had been peaceful for thousands of years. They couldn't believe that just the appearance of a single palace would cause a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. Speaking of which, Suyin actually didn't believe it either. However, he believed in Sword Sage's knowledge, and he wouldn't be wrong. A great battle was going to happen here. Shura Shrine, it really is the Shura Shrine. Chapter 333. This aura. Although they could feel that the voice was quite far away, it was still so. His voice was filled with vigorous energy and vigorous aura, causing the bodies of Su Yin and the others to involuntarily tremble. Even though it was so far away, they could still feel the power of this person. I didn't expect the Shrine of Shura to appear here. It seems that this time, the 5 counties will not be peaceful. The voices of several people talking could be heard again. Moreover, it was getting closer and closer. Su Yin and the others couldn't help but hold their breaths. At this time, Dong Qinghao and the others also believed what Su Yin said. Su Yin said that there would be a war in the 5 counties. Although they believed in Su Yin, the 5 counties had been peaceful for too long. They couldn't accept it, now that they felt this powerful force approaching them. From the bottom of their hearts, they could faintly feel that something was wrong. As the voice walked away, Dong Qinghao tried to lower his voice and asked Su Yin, "Junior brother Su, what should we do now?" When Su Yin heard Dong Qinghao's words, he recalled Sword Sage's words. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a bright light surged in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said, "Since this Shura Shrine can attract the attention of so many experts, it means that there must be treasures here. If we didn't come here, it would be fine. But since we are here, we naturally can't miss it." As Su Yin spoke, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. His eyes emitted a determined gaze, and a faint aura of a king faintly emitted from between his brows. Everyone was stunned. Everyone felt that powerful force just now. When they thought of that terrifying aura, they only felt a little worried. At most, they just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Who would have thought that they would want to get a share of this shrine? Everyone was stunned when they saw the gleam in Su Yan's eyes. The blood in their bodies began to boil slowly. Dong Qinghao took the lead and said, "That's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to leave." As Dong Qinghao spoke, a frivolous smile hung on his face. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. Then, Makariu Ice and Ratley followed suit. There was no need to mention Buttface. It could be said that he was the only one who didn't obey Su Yan. Su Yan's decision was equivalent to his decision. Just now, Su Yan was really worried that his brothers would be afraid. After all, just the aura of their words had caused their bodies to twitch. It was enough to imagine how powerful those people were. It was normal to be afraid. Now, Su Yan didn't think that these people would be as fearless as him. This made Su Yan feel moved in his heart. Of course, being moved was one thing. The friendship between men didn't need to be expressed in words. Su Yan didn't say anything pretentious. He looked outside and then turned to the others and said, "Let's go. Let's leave here first. After all, it's not suitable for us to hide here and observe the situation in the Shura Divine Hall." Okay. They nodded at the same time and followed Su Yin to walk toward the Shura Divine Hall again. Just now, they were focused on escaping and didn't observe much. Now that they looked back, they realized how far they had run just now. They approached the Shura Divine Hall cautiously. The closer they got, the more they felt a terrifying aura surging toward them. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Su Yin also lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, be careful. The appearance of a Shura Divine Hall can set off a war in the 5 continents. Today, the powerful people who came here must be beyond our imagination. We have to be careful." Okay. They nodded at the same time. They put away their calm expressions and became serious. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly burst out. A powerful force surged from the Shura Divine Hall. This force fluctuated and spread out. They were more than 1,000 meters away, but they could still feel the terror of this force. Perimeter State, it's definitely an expert of the Perimeter State. Makariu Ice was shocked and whispered. At this moment, Su Yinyu's eyebrows suddenly shrunk together. Radius state. It could be said that this was the strongest existence in the 5 continents. He didn't expect these people to come here at this moment. At this moment, Su Yin finally understood how powerful the Azura Divine Palace was. It was actually able to attract so many experts. It must be known that the higher a warrior's realm, the more precious their time was. This was because the higher the realm, the harder it was for them to break through. Some people would cultivate in seclusion for decades. If there wasn't something that could move them, they wouldn't appear at all. From the aura, just now, Su Yin could tell that there was more than one expert of the perimeter state here. This made Su Yin look forward to the Shura Divine Hall even more. This feeling of anticipation appeared when Su Yin approached the Shura Divine Hall. This inexplicable feeling wasn't the same as when Sword Sage said that Su Yin could use this to break through his realm. It was the kind of trembling that came from the heart, from the blood vessels. It was just like how Su Yin was moved by the sword well of the hidden sword tomb, the monster palace, and the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. This strange feeling made Su Yin's pupils suddenly shrink. However, Su Yin didn't rush to the Shura Divine Hall. For the terrifying aura, just now, Su Yin knew that there was more than one expert of the perimeter state gathered here. The perimeter state. Even 100 Su Yin wouldn't be a match for them, not to mention that he didn't know what the other party's goal was. Of course, Su Yin wouldn't be stupid enough to court death at this time. This was also what Su Yin was most worried about at this moment. Because these people were so strong, Su Yin felt an unprecedented pressure. Dong Qinghao looked at the terrifying aura surging and asked, "Junior Su, what should we do now?" Su Yin frowned, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yin's mind. "Kid, don't worry. This is just the beginning. There will be more experts gathered here later. With your strength, you won't be able to enter the Shura Divine Hall." "Master, what should I do?" Su Yin asked. "Return to the hidden sword tomb," Sword Sage said simply, but Su Yin was stunned. What? Return to the hidden sword tomb? Although Su Yin knew that he was still a member of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yin still needed the help of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yin didn't want to go back to the hidden sword tomb. Sword Sage smiled and said, "Su Yin, I don't want you to go back to the hidden sword tomb to ask for help from the disciples. Don't think that the hidden sword tomb is too strong. The hidden sword tomb is still too weak to participate in the Shura Divine Hall." "Too weak?" Su Yin frowned and asked, "Master, why should I go back to the hidden sword tomb? You should know that I'm still carrying the crime of betraying the sect in a monster palace. If I go back, it doesn't matter." Sword Sage waved his hand and said, "If you can really open the Shura Divine Hall this time, not to mention the crime of betraying the sect, the entire 5 counties will worship you as a saint." Saint? Su Yin didn't understand the meaning of Sword Sage's words. At the same time, he was looking forward to the mysteries of the Shura Divine Hall. Not only that, but Su Yin also understood that Sword Sage deliberately kept a lot of secrets from him. Of course, Su Yin had absolute trust in Sword Sage. He knew that Sword Sage must have his reasons for not telling him this. Looking at the terrifying energy in front of them, Su Yin was clear that with the strength of the few of them, they would definitely be in trouble if they went forward. He turned his eyes and didn't hesitate. He looked back at Dong Qinghao and the others who were waiting for him to make a decision and said, "Come, follow me to the hidden sword tomb." To the hidden sword tomb. When they heard Su Yin's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't understand why Su Yin suddenly wanted to go to the hidden sword tomb. In their eyes, the hidden sword tomb was just a small sect. This was indeed the case. Compared to the Supreme Demon Palace, the hidden sword tomb was indeed a small sect. Su Yin looked at their puzzled expressions and didn't keep them in suspense. He smiled and said, "To be honest, my real identity is actually a disciple of the hidden sword tomb." A disciple of the hidden sword tomb. This made everyone even more stunned. Looking at their stunned expressions, Su Yin didn't explain much. After all, their feelings for each other didn't need to be explained. As for their feelings for the Monster Palace, they didn't need to be explained. "Senior brothers, no matter what, let's go to the hidden sword tomb first." Su Yin didn't explain too much. Instead, he said directly, "Okay, The trust they had for Su Yin was like that of a friend who had gone through life and death together. They didn't ask too much about the things that Su Yin was hiding because they knew that everyone had their own secrets. What's more, they trusted Su Yin from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they had to make a decision, they really didn't know what to do. At least in their hearts, they believed that following Su Yin was absolutely the right thing to do. They decided and no longer hesitated. They were ready to go to the hidden sword tomb. However, when Su Yin decided to leave, he thought that the fire Qilin was still in the Shura shrine. He couldn't help but worry. Boy, you don't have to worry about the fire Qilin at all. With his wit, he'll be fine. Sword Sage comforted Su Yin in his mind. Okay. Su Yin nodded. Looking at the Shura shrine, his eyes surged with a bright light. He clenched his fist and said secretly, "Little guy, wait for me to come back." After that, Su Yin no longer hesitated and flew directly to the hidden sword tomb. The closer he got to the hidden sword tomb, the more excited Su Yin was. Chapter 334. PS2. I've finally stopped recently. I don't think I'll take any more leave this month. PS3. There will be a big climax in the plot recently. PS4. Those who have been reading can join the group and chat with everyone. 455-21-2786. I'm in it too. Everyone can chat together. Chapter 335. Was she okay? The sword burial mound was the place where Su Yin left the most memories. His feelings for the sword burial mound even surpassed those of the Su family. Because he had been the Su family for so long, Su Yin did not feel the taste of home. However, in the sword burial mound, this was not only the place where Su Yin opened his path of cultivation, but also gave him a lot of warmth. In his heart, Su Yin had long regarded the sword burial mound as his home. When he was expelled from the sword burial mound, Su Yin was sad for a long time. If it were not for Su Yin's strong mind, he would not have been able to reach where he was today. Soon, under the lead of Su Yin, they had already arrived in front of the mountain gate of the sword burial mound. Stop! As soon as they approached, the guards of the hidden sword tomb immediately stepped forward to stop them. Su Yin originally wanted to go directly to the sword burial mound, but when he saw the guards who stopped him, he could not help but be stunned. At the same time, looking at the unfamiliar guards in front of him, Su Yin remembered that he was no longer a disciple of the sword burial mound. His heart was sour, and he suddenly had mixed feelings. Of course, this feeling was just a flash. After all, no matter what, he was expelled from the sword burial mound that day because Sword Sage made a mistake. It was just that Sword Sage wanted him to go down the mountain to experience it. As for the guards of the sword burial mound stopping him, he was not angry. Su Yin regarded the sword burial mound as his home, so these people were his family. Why would Su Yin be angry with them? He withdrew the surging spiritual power in his body and floated down from the air. He was about to go forward and salute. When the guards saw Su Yin, a ray of light suddenly surged in their eyes. They looked at Su Yin in shock and asked uncertainly, You are Senior Su Yin? Su Yin was stunned when he heard their words. A smile appeared on his face as he said, You know me. You really are Senior Brother Su Yin. You really are Senior Brother Su Yin. When those people saw Su Yin admit his identity, they all looked at each other with excitement blooming on their faces. It was as if they had seen the person they had always admired in their hearts. Su Yin didn't expect that there would still be people who remembered him after he left the hidden sword tomb for so long. He felt very gratified. At the same time, he politely cupped his hands to the excited guards and said, Junior brothers, Su has returned to the hidden sword tomb because of an urgent matter. I hope you can pass on the message. Report. The leader of the guard was stunned when he heard Su Yin's words. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Su Yin, you're a member of the hidden sword tomb. There's no need to report. Please come in, come in. Yes. Su Yin nodded. Although he didn't show anything on his face, he felt very warm in his heart. After all, at that time, Su Yin was expelled from the hidden sword tomb. Everyone heard and saw it. He didn't expect the hidden sword tomb to treat him with such courtesy. The hidden sword tomb couldn't be compared to the super sects like the Monster Palace, Black Ghost Cave, and Heaven and Earth organization in the 5 counties continent. However, The Hidden Sword Tomb was still the #1 sect in Tianchuang City that everyone respected. Moreover, the Hidden Sword Tomb's sect master, Sky Sword Sage, had already stepped into the circle state. Therefore, the Hidden Sword Tomb's strength had increased a lot. Of course, the outside world didn't know about this. After all, every sect had its own secrets. If Su Yin wasn't a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb and had witnessed Sky Sword Sage's breakthrough, he wouldn't know about the Hidden Sword Tomb's power. Therefore, in terms of power, the Hidden Sword Tomb was definitely one of the top sects in the 5 counties continent. After all, the Monster Palace only had one person in the circle state. The strength that could make the Monster Palace enter the top 3 in the 5 counties continent. The circle state represented the pinnacle of the 5 counties continent. As long as one stepped into the circle state, no matter who it was, they would have to look up to it. As the saying goes, 1 year of spirit guidance, 3 years of life soul, 10 years of holy bloodline, 100 years of celestial phenomenon, and 1,000 years of spirit sea. From this, one could see how difficult it was to step into the circle state. 1,000 years. How many thousand years did one have in life? The lifespan of every warrior in the Dry Realm was only a few hundred years. Every time one advanced a level, their lifespan would increase. Of course, all of this was according to the cultivation speed of a normal warrior. Su Yan's monstrous cultivation speed was another matter. After being treated like a family member, Su Yin felt gratified. Because he was worried about the Shura Temple, he didn't chat much with the guards. He directly stepped onto the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although he was anxious, Su Yin didn't panic along the way. Su Yin didn't know why Sword Sage wanted him to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. He hadn't returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb for such a long time. Now that he was at the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yin naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery of the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, he didn't see a single person along the way. In the past, he would meet disciples everywhere he went. This caused Su Yin to frown involuntarily. Strange, why is it so quiet today? Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise on the training field of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately stepped forward and quickly walked towards the training field. He arrived at the training field. There was a sea of people here. Countless disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb had gathered. Slowly, Su Yan also saw many familiar voices. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Of course, the one Su Yan wanted to see the most when he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb was Lin Huatu. Unfortunately, after searching the crowd, he didn't see Lin Huatu. He didn't even see Lu Fei or Fatty Lu. Bang! At this moment, in the center of the crowd, there was a loud noise. A red-clothed figure was hit by a burst of energy, and his entire body was suddenly sent flying backwards. Huatu! Su Yan looked at the red figure. His eyes suddenly turned. He stepped forward and caught her. Lin Huatu was suddenly hugged by the broad shoulders. She instinctively struggled. However, when she saw Su Yan's figure, her eyes suddenly flashed. A trace of charm flashed across her face, and then she fainted. No one had noticed this moment. A man in white stood on the training field. He laughed arrogantly. Ha! It seems that the #1 disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb is only SOSO? In such a big Hidden Sword Tomb, no one can beat you. You still dare to call yourself the #1 sect in Sky Twin City? When Su Yan heard this, his eyebrows suddenly shrank. There was a surge of anger in his eyes. However, Su Yan now knew that he was still a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan would never allow these people to slander the Hidden Sword Tomb. Bang! However, before Su Yan could step forward, there was a loud noise on the stage. A huge body appeared on the training field. This person's body was 3 times the size of Su Yan. His fat arms were even bigger than his thighs. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, who else could have such a body other than Lu Fei and Fatty Lu? You dare to bully my Hidden Sword Tomb? You're courting death. Lu Fei was still hot-tempered. As soon as he got on the stage, he roared and directly swung his arms at the opponent. Needless to say, when Lu Fei punched out, that huge arm could be said to be majestic. When the person fighting saw Lu Fei's punch, he was also shocked. His figure quickly moved back to avoid it. Lu Fei pressed forward, not giving the opponent the slightest chance to fight back. Soon, the two of them were in a stalemate. At the same time, the strength of the two people also burst out. Lu Fei was at the peak of the Sky Realm, the same as Su Yin, and the person fighting him was at the first stage of the Spirit Sea Realm. Lin Hualu was also at the first stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, but he was no match for him. It was obvious that this Spirit Sea Realm had some tricks up its sleeves. Su Yin watched for a while. Although Lu Fei's attacks were fierce, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His eyebrows suddenly shrank. Coincidentally, he saw an elder watching from the side, the departing Sword Elder. In the past, in the hidden Sword Tomb, he was an elder who doted on Su Yin. Su Yin let Dong Chenghao support Lin Hualu and strode towards him. Departing Sword Elder. At this moment, the departing Sword Elder was paying attention to the competition on the training platform. When he heard someone suddenly call out to him, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. However, when he saw Su Yin, his entire body stiffened on the spot. His slightly weathered face was trembling slightly due to excitement. Su Yin, the departing Sword Elder, was so excited that he didn't care about his status. He directly hugged Su Yin and said excitedly, "Su Yin, when did you come back?" Su Yin smiled faintly and briefly told him about some of the things that happened after he came back. When the departing Sword Elder heard the purpose of Su Yin's return, he frowned. At the same time, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. He muttered to himself, "Shura Shrine, I didn't expect the Shura Shrine to appear in the Five Counties continent." When Su Yin heard the departing Sword Elder's words, it was obvious that he was familiar with the Shura Shrine. Looking at his expression, Su Yin seemed to have guessed the purpose of Sword Sage's return. When the departing Sword Elder heard Su Yin's words, he immediately stood up and said, "Su Yin, I'll go look for Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader now." Su Yin didn't expect the departing Sword Elder to be more anxious than him. He didn't even care about the competition here. Su Yin glanced at the training platform. Seeing that Lu Fei was about to lose, he shook his head and said, "Departing Sword Elder, there's no need to rush. Let's settle this matter first." Settle this matter first. The departing Sword Elder glanced at the competition platform and seemed to understand something. However, when he thought about Su Yin's identity, he suddenly frowned. Su Yin could see the worry in the departing Sword Elder's heart. He smiled and said, "Departing Sword Elder, don't worry. I, Su Yin, have always been a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. I have always been." Su Yin's words were sonorous and forceful. At the same time, it also represented his perseverance and conviction. When the departing Sword Elder heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. He nodded his head heavily. Bang! At this moment, Lu Fei's huge body was sent flying. Su Yin frowned when he saw this. He wanted to save Lu Fei, but when he thought about Lu Fei's huge body, he decisively gave up on that thought. Chapter 336. Who else? The young man on the stage, Deng Yu, had defeated several disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. This made him extremely confident. He looked down at the crowd with an arrogant expression. The arrogance on his face made the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb angry. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, the other party's strength was right there. Even the two strongest disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb had been defeated by him. If the other disciples went up, they would only be asking for humiliation. This competition was a friendly competition between the Hidden Sword Tomb and the Heavenly Xian sect, who was friendly, but was full of gunpowder. After all, this was related to the sect's reputation. When a Buddha receives a whiff of incense, people fight for a breath of air. Not to mention that the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Sky Twin City. If they couldn't win back this, it would greatly affect the future development of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Who else? Is there no one else in the Hidden Sword Tomb? Deng Yu once again shouted arrogantly. The disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb were filled with anger, but there was nothing they could do. The several elders of the Heavenly Profound sect who came to visit this time looked at the elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb with unconcealable excitement on their faces. When they heard Deng Yu's clamor, their faces were filled with disdain. The elders of the hidden sword tomb wanted to go up the stage themselves. Unfortunately, this was a duel between disciples. If the elders went up the stage, they would inevitably lose face for the sect. Deng Yu stood on the high stage and looked at the disciples of the hidden sword tomb with contempt. After waiting for a long time and seeing that no one came up to challenge him, he shouted again, "What? Is there no one else? Is this the #1 sect of our Sky Twin City?" In the face of Deng Yu's clamor, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb finally couldn't help but shout, "Deng Yu, why are you so arrogant? If our senior brother Su Yin was here, you wouldn't have the qualifications to speak." Su Yin, although Deng Yu was from the heavenly profound sect, he was not unfamiliar with the name Su Yin. After all, Su Yan's deeds in the entire Sky Twin City were enough to shock the entire city. His heavenly profound sect was also a power in Celestial Twin City, so he naturally knew a little about Su Yan. Deng Yu couldn't help but frown when he saw Su Yan's abilities. However, when he thought about his recent adventures, he sneered, "Ha! Su Yan, this kid is no longer a disciple of your hidden sword tomb. Even if he is, do you think he can beat me?" Who said that senior brother Su Yin isn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb? The disciples of the hidden sword tomb looked at Deng Yu's arrogant appearance and roared in anger. In their minds, Su Yin would definitely defeat Deng Yu. In their minds, Su Yin had created too many miracles. This also subconsciously established in their hearts that as long as Su Yin was there, no matter what, he would be able to defeat Deng Yu. When Deng Yu heard the roars of the hidden sword tomb's disciples, he sneered, "What a joke. Fine. Today I will consider that Su Yin is one of your disciples. But where is he? Where is he?" When the disciples heard Deng Yu's words, they suddenly became silent. After all, everyone knew that Su Yin had left the hidden sword tomb long ago. No one knew where he was now. Deng Yu saw that the disciples of the hidden sword tomb were silent. The smile on his face became wider and wider. He waved his hand and shouted, I thought that the hidden sword tomb was very powerful. It turns out that this is all there is to it." The disciples of the hidden sword tomb's face turned red. They looked at Deng Yu on the high platform and gritted their teeth. However, there was nothing they could do. They were now hoping that Su Yin would appear on the high platform. Unfortunately, Su Yan's departure was a fact, and this made them suppress the expectations in their hearts. When Deng Yu saw this, he sneered and was about to step down. Of course, he didn't forget to attack the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. "Is there no one else? If there is no one else, then I will leave. Don't blame me for not giving the hidden sword tomb a chance. If there are any disciples who want to come out now, I will accompany you. Then let me accompany you in battle." Just when Deng Yu was about to leave, a white shadow flashed in the air. Hearing this deep voice, everyone's faces froze. Especially the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. They all looked at the white robe. When they saw his face, their faces were filled with excitement. "Su Yin, it's senior brother Su Yin. Am I dreaming? Why is senior brother Su Yin here? Dream, I must be dreaming. Senior brother Su Yin can't be here. He has already left." All the disciples were excited, but most of them couldn't believe it. They didn't expect Su Yin to appear here. In the excitement of the crowd, Su Yan's body slowly floated down. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably handsome. "Deng Yu of the heavenly Xian sect, let me, Su, experience your skills." Su Yin looked at Deng Yu and said indifferently. When he said this, there was finally an uproar below. Both men and women were screaming. "Ah, we're not dreaming. We're not dreaming. It's really senior brother Su Yin. He's back. Su Yin, Su Yin." Soon, the crowd was shouting Su Yan's name. Deng Yu was just casually speaking. How could he have thought that Su Yin would really appear? Looking at the dignified aura emitted from Su Yan's forehead, the arrogance on Deng Yu's face was immediately restrained by a lot. You're Su Yin." Thinking of Su Yan's miraculous performance in the Twin Heaven City, Deng Yu's voice even trembled a little. This made the originally listless disciples of the hidden sword tomb recover their momentum. Seeing this scene, the departing sword elder couldn't help but stroke his beard and secretly smiled. Su Yin is indeed worthy of being the most valued person by the sect master. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Yin looked at Deng Yu and nodded slightly. That's right, I'm Su Yin, a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. When Su Yin said this, he especially emphasized the word disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Those sonorous words once again caused the crowd to boil. Countless people cheered for Su Yin. Deng Yu looked at Su Yan's calm smile and didn't know why he was a little nervous. He looked at the elders of the heavenly, profound sect. Seeing the elders nodding, his mind calmed down a little. He pointed at Su Yin and shouted, "Okay, Su Yin, I'll treat you as a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I accept your challenge." Su Yin nodded and touched his nose slightly. Deng Yu, you've already fought for a few rounds. For the sake of fairness, I'll let you have 3 moves first. As he spoke, the cultivation method in Su Yan's body slowly surged. The strength of a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage was suddenly exposed. 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. When Deng Yu saw Su Yan's strength, he was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. "Haha, Su Yan, I thought you had some kind of 3 heads and 6 arms. So it's only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage." 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. When the disciples of the hidden sword tomb saw Su Yan's strength, they couldn't help but frown. Although Su Yan had created miracles time and time again in the hidden sword tomb. However, in their hearts, the celestial phenomenon stage was definitely not a match for the Spirit Sea stage. This was the world of martial artists. It was a deep-rooted idea that could not be changed. Senior brother Su Yin, why is he only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage? That's right. Then this time, some of the disciples of the hidden sword tomb immediately doubted Su Yan's strength. Of course, there were people who doubted it, and there were also people who believed in Su Yan's words. The first to bear the brunt of it was Lu Fei, who had just been thrown off the stage by Deng Yu. Needless to say, although Lu Fei had lost because of his body of fat, he didn't suffer any injuries. When he stood up and saw Su Yin, he was first overjoyed, but when he heard everyone's suspicions towards Su Yin, he immediately shouted, "Since we have chosen to believe in Su Yin, then we will believe in him to the end. Have you all forgotten the miracle that senior brother Su Yin has created for me?" Hearing Lu Fei's words, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb were startled, and then they all nodded. "Yes, we have to believe in senior brother Su Yin. Believe in senior brother Su Yin." Everyone immediately began to shout, their auras like rainbows and their voices like thunder. The passion of all the disciples in the hidden sword tomb was once again ignited. Previously, when Deng Yu thought of Su Yan's miraculous performances, he was a little worried. However, when he saw that Su Yin was only a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, he immediately regained his composure. Hearing the shouts from below, a disdainful smile immediately appeared on Xiao Chen's face. "Su Yin, if I were to defeat you, would it be very embarrassing for you? I advise you to obediently get off the stage. Don't embarrass yourself. Is that so?" The corner of Su Yan's mouth slightly raised, and a trace of a cold smile. "Deng Yu, I said that I would let you make 3 moves. Make your move." "Let me make 3 moves." When Deng Yu heard Su Yan's words just now, he didn't feel anything, but now that he knew that Su Yin was only a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, Deng Yu couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. The Spirit Sea realm was far stronger than the celestial phenomenon stage. It was fine if he didn't let Su Yin win. But now, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually said that he wanted to let him reach the Spirit Sea realm. Thinking about it, Deng Yu's face surged with anger, and he shouted, "Su Yin, you are courting death." Su Yin ignored him, narrowed his eyes, and stood in place. Good. Su Yin, since you want to die, then don't blame me for being impolite." The more Deng Yu looked at Su Yin, the calmer he became, and the angrier he became. He was in the Spirit Sea realm, and Su Yin was not afraid of him. How could Deng Yu not be angry that he dared to treat him like this? "Su Yin, you're courting death," Deng Yu shouted angrily. Suddenly, the spirit energy in his body surged, and the strength of the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm suddenly exploded out. The disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb, who were shouting, immediately stopped shouting. The anger in the entire training grounds also became serious. Chapter 337. Because of Su Yin, Deng Yu wanted to let him have 3 moves, which made him extremely angry. As soon as he made his move, he used his full strength. He was also a swordsman, and his sword could be said to be majestic. As the sword tore through the air, it created waves of explosive sounds, and the sword shadows flashed like countless sharp blades. The moment the countless sharp blades swept out, they also expanded explosively, like the raging waves of the Eastern Sea. When everyone saw this powerful move, they all broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yin. However, Su Yin was still standing at the same spot, and his body moved slightly. Die! When Deng Yu saw that Su Yin was so confident, he was originally a little worried, but now that he saw that Su Yin did not dodge or give way, his eyes immediately lit up. With a roar, his sword directly slashed towards Su Yan's head. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly sounded out, and Deng Yu's eyes immediately revealed a look of excitement. However, the moment he saw what was in front of him clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. In front of him, there was not even the slightest bit of Su Yan's figure. One move. At this moment, Su Yan's slightly lazy voice slowly came from behind him. What? Deng Yu was startled. He turned around and saw Su Yin standing behind him safe and sound. His scalp immediately went numb. This? How is this possible? How'd he dodge it just now? The many disciples watching the battle below also looked at Su Yin in shock. Only the elders stood up when they saw this scene, their faces filled with shock. This brat is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could he have such a fast speed? Senior brother Su Yin. Senior brother Su Yin. Of course, the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb immediately woke up from their stupor and looked at Su Yin as they continuously shouted. Just now, when they saw that Su Yin was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, they were more or less worried. However, seeing Su Yan's current performance, all the disciples had already chosen to completely trust Su Yin. Hearing the shouts of the people below, Deng Yu became even more angry out of humiliation. With a backhand slash, the sword chi was like a rainbow, directly sweeping towards Su Yan's waist like lightning. The sword cry shook the air, and a powerful chi burst out. Unfortunately, Su Yan's body still flashed. Deng Yu's attack missed. However, Deng Yu did not hesitate. Instead, he turned around and attacked again. Deng Yu had used this move extremely quickly. Even Su Yin hadn't been able to react in time. His blood dragon pupil suddenly shrunk, and his body rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding this attack. At this moment, Deng Yu's eyes were already red, and he didn't back down at all. Seeing that Su Yin had dodged, he swung his sword again, aiming for Su Yan's throat. It had to be said that Deng Yu's strength was definitely strong enough. He continuously attacked with his sword without any pause. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to do so. Su Yan's speed was fast. However, under such a dense attack, it was inevitable that he would be in a difficult situation. Seeing this, Deng Yu was overjoyed. His attacks became more frequent, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. Su Yin slightly frowned. It was too late for him to dodge. Seeing this, Deng Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He sneered and said, Su Yin, let's see how you dodge this. Is that so? Su Yin sneered. Clang with a loud sound. A wisp of black fog suddenly surged and blocked the long sword in Deng Yu's hand. Deng Yu couldn't help but be stunned. 3 moves have passed, Su Yin said coldly. Then he grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His body suddenly surged and slashed towards Deng Yu. Although his strength was weaker than Deng Yu's just now, in terms of speed, it was many times faster than Deng Yu's. Seeing this, Deng Yu was slightly stunned. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Bang! Suddenly, the 2 swords collided with a loud sound. At the same time, a powerful force swept out. Deng Yu and Su Yin couldn't help but take a step back. The crowd below held their breaths as they watched this scene. They knew that the real battle had only just begun. Humph! Deng Yu's several moves had been dodged by Su Yin, so he was already filled with anger. As the two retreated, Deng Yu suddenly snorted and waved the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, countless amounts of energy condensed around it. As the energy condensed, the surrounding air seemed to tremble. Su Yin, let's see how you block this. As the power fluctuated, Deng Yu suddenly roared and leaped into the air, swinging his sword horizontally. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound bloomed in the air. Under this sound, the whistling air directly condensed and turned into countless wind blades that constantly pressed toward Su Yin. Like a storm, the entire martial arts field was covered. When the crowd below saw this scene, they were all astonished. They knew very well that this was Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. However, they didn't expect that Deng Yu could control the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such an exquisite extent. The countless wind blades swept out. It could be said that Su Yin couldn't dodge at all. Deng Yu couldn't help but smile. This is the 10,000 elephant divine skill, the infinite wind blade. In addition, I control the power of heaven and earth, which is the power of wind. Let's see how you dodge this. Dodge. Su Yin looked at the smile on Deng Yu's face and sneered. I never thought of dodging. What? Hearing Su Yan's words, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. Standing on a martial arts field, they could still feel the power of the infinite wind blade. However, Su Yin said that he never thought of dodging. Was he going to take it head-on? Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they thought about it. They couldn't believe that a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse dared to take the 10,000 elephant divine skill head-on. All the elders also stood up. They also wanted to see how Su Yin could take Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill, especially the elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect. As the elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect, they naturally knew the power of Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. The 10,000 elephant divine skill was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow. However, below these 4 ranks, each 10,000 elephant divine skill was different. As the cultivation of each 10,000 elephant divine skill increased, the power it could release would also be different. It could be divided into ranks 1 to 9. Each rank was not only related to a cultivator's strength, but also related to the cultivator's cultivation of the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Just like that day, when Su Yin cultivated the torrential pear blossoms of Dong Chenghao's Dongxing clan. Sword Sage said that Su Yin couldn't master the torrential pear blossoms. However, Su Yin grasped the essence of the torrential pear blossoms in just a moment. The elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect also knew that Deng Yu had cultivated the everlasting wind blade to the 3rd rank. Moreover, this everlasting wind blade was a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Now that it had been cultivated to the 3rd rank, the power it contained was not something a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse could withstand. They simply didn't believe that Su Yin could block this everlasting wind blade. Even these elders felt that Su Yin was just being arrogant. Bang! Just when they thought that Su Yin was being arrogant, a frosty light suddenly surged from Su Yan's body. That's right, this was the profound ice-cold cover. Everyone saw Su Yan's profound ice-cold cover, and a look of surprise flashed across their faces. But soon, a Heavenly Profound Sect elder laughed and said, "It's just a defensive skill, and you want to block the everlasting wind blade? That's just wishful thinking." Deng Yu was frightened by Su Yan's speed just now. He was really worried that Su Yin could block his everlasting wind blade. Seeing that Su Yin only wanted to use this defensive skill to block his everlasting wind blade, Deng Yu's face couldn't help but reveal a sneer. "Su Yin, do you really think that my everlasting wind blade is just a decoration? Is that so?" Su Yin smiled faintly and didn't comment on Deng Yu's words. He naturally knew that it was impossible to block the everlasting wind blade with just the profound ice-cold cover. Just now, when Su Yin saw Deng Yu burst out with the everlasting wind blade, He knew that this everlasting wind blade was a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Moreover, it was at least the third rank. Therefore, Suyin already knew that the profound ice-cold cover wouldn't be able to block the everlasting wind blade that was cultivated to the third rank. But don't forget that the profound ice-cold cover still has a second layer. Suyin looked at the everlasting wind blade that was constantly approaching him, and his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. Profound ice-cold cover's second layer, profound ice divine shield. Suyin shouted angrily. Bang! Suddenly, the surging frost light on his body suddenly exploded, forming a huge frost shield that surrounded his body. Bang! Bang! The countless wind blades exploded and were blocked, disappearing into the air. What? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and stood there dumbfounded, unable to accept what they saw in front of them. Especially Deng Yu. His whole person was stunned. This everlasting wind blade could be said to be his strongest attack, and he didn't expect it to be blocked by Suyin like this. Impossible! How is this possible? Deng Yu kept shaking his head, and only when the frost light on Suyin's body slowly dimmed did Deng Yu come back to his senses and looked at Suyin with a bit of caution. Deng Yu, do you have any other moves? Suyin looked at Deng Yu and asked coldly. With Suyin's current strength, although the profound ice divine shield would consume a lot of spiritual energy, it wouldn't deplete it. At most, it would consume a little more. However, Suyin believed that with the spiritual energy in his body now, it was enough to defeat Deng Yu, because he could see that after Deng Yu burst out with the everlasting wind blade, the spiritual energy in his body wouldn't be enough to burst out with another 10,000 elephant divine skill. Seeing that Deng Yu didn't answer for a long time, Suyin sneered slightly. Since you don't have any more moves, then let me. Chapter 338. Suyin's body leaped up, and the surrounding air immediately trembled, erupting with countless rays of light. Those rays of light whistled along with the ghost howl sword in Suyin's hand. At the same time, countless sword blades condensed. That's right, it was a sword blade. The moment the sword blade condensed, it was as if a majestic force was swirling. It made people tremble in fear. Deng Yu was the closest to Suyin, and when he felt the power condensed on Suyin's body, he couldn't help but be startled. This power, why does it seem to be stronger than mine? Is he really only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage? How is this possible? Deng Yu looked at Suyin with a face full of astonishment. When the crowd below saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, because even though they were standing far away, they could still feel the power of this power. At the same time, they could feel how powerful Suyin's next attack would be. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. At the same time, Suyin suddenly shouted coldly. Profound rank Wanxiang divine skill, torrential storm of rose flowers. With this cold shout, the light condensed on the ghost howl sword became even more resplendent. In an instant, the countless sword blades formed like a torrential rain, directly exploding in Deng Yu's direction. The speed was as fast as lightning flashing across the horizon. The light was so bright that many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Deng Yu had long been prepared for this. Suyin was going to explode with a powerful attack. However, seeing the torrential rain of rose flowers, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly operated his cultivation technique and retreated, waving the sword in his hand to block Suyin's attack. Unfortunately, the torrential rain of rose flowers came too quickly. In addition, the torrential rain of rose flowers was like a sword dragon, constantly attacking. Deng Yu couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Suddenly, his entire body was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. The torrential storm of pear blossoms landed in front of Deng Yu. Fortunately, Deng Yu still had some strength. His retreating speed was not slow, and he narrowly avoided this attack. However, his posture of rolling and crawling was not comparable to his arrogant attitude just now. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. What a powerful 10,000 elephants divine skill. The same thought was running through each of their minds. However, they did not know that the torrential storm of rose flowers was a 10,000 elephant divine skill. They didn't know, but that didn't mean that no one else knew. One must know that Su Yan's 10,000 elephants divine skill was given to him by Dong Qinghao. As a stage 1 spirit sea realm cultivator, Dong Qinghao naturally cultivated the Wanxiang divine skill, which was unique to the Dongqing clan. But now that he saw Su Yan use this 10,000 elephants divine skill, he admitted that he was inferior. While he was astonished, a slight smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, you are indeed a genius. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you could cultivate the torrential storm of pear blossoms to the 4th stage. Of course, Dong Qinghao didn't know that Su Yan only used one night to cultivate the torrential storm of pear blossoms. If he knew, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Deng Yu looked at the countless scars in front of him from the explosion and still felt a lingering fear. You lost. At this moment, Su Yan was already standing in front of him with the ghost howl sword in his hand. Deng Yu was stunned. Looking at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand and Su Yan's cold face, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only mutter to himself, I lost. How could I lose? Impossible. Only then did the crowd below come to their senses. Deng Yu lost. Deng Yu, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, lost just like that. Moreover, he lost in the hands of a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. A 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator defeated a stage 1 spirit sea realm cultivator without any injuries. This made everyone unable to believe and accept everything in front of them. Ha! Su Yan, you are indeed worthy of being our Hidden Sword Tomb's #1. However, just as everyone was in a state of shock, a voice that sounded like a duck's voice rang out. Who else could it be other than Lu Fei? That fatty Lu. Under his voice, the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb woke up and shouted Su Yan's name. Su Yan didn't care about other people's gazes, but the Hidden Sword Tomb was his home. Hearing so many of his family members being proud of him, Su Yan felt gratified and proud. I lost. Did I lose? The more Deng Yu thought about it, the more unconvinced he was. Especially when he heard the shouts of the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb, he became even angrier. Seeing that Su Yan wasn't looking at him, he suddenly jumped up and swept his sword from Su Yan's back, slashing towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan didn't see this scene because he was carrying Deng Yu. However, all the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb saw this scene. Looking at Deng Yu's sudden attack, all the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb's faces sank and shouted, Senior Brother Su Yan, be careful. Su Yan frowned and suddenly turned around. Seeing Deng Yu's attack, his eyes suddenly shrank and a trace of killing intent gushed out. Following that, his body quickly swept forward and dodged Deng Yu's attack. Not only that, Su Yan dodged and slashed back. Bang! His sword directly collided with Deng Yu's long sword, making a loud noise. Deng Yu couldn't help but step back a little. Then Su Yan jumped up and placed his sword on Deng Yu's throat. Deng Yu didn't expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fast. He was stunned. A sneaky attack. Su Yan sneered, and then a burst of spiritual power surged in his body. With just a little bit of strength, it was enough to cut Deng Yu's throat. Deng Yu was really scared now. His legs went soft, and he directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Mercy, Su Yan, mercy. Mercy? Su Yan looked at Deng Yu's cowardly appearance and suddenly lost the desire to kill him. Instead, he said coldly, Deng Yu, I can spare your life today, but in the future, don't belittle yourself. My Hidden Sword Tomb is not something you can afford to provoke. As Su Yan spoke, the situation took a turn. He glanced at the elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect and shouted, Heavenly Profound Sect, how dare a small sect like you offend my Hidden Sword Tomb? When Su Yan said this, his white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted a brilliant light that carried waves of majestic aura. Although those elders were stronger than Su Yan, they were speechless when they heard Su Yan's words. Ha! Tianxian sect, the #1 disciple of Tianxian sect? You're nothing. When the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb heard Su Yan's words, they thought of the scene where they were forced by Deng Yu. They looked at the people of Tian Xin's sect and kept cursing in their hearts. Even the ordinary disciples were unscrupulously mocking the elders of Tian Xin's sect at this moment. Tian Xin's sect, you want to challenge my Hidden Sword Tomb's prestige? Aren't you courting death? Hearing the ridicule of countless disciples, the elders of Tian Xin's sect were angry, but they couldn't do anything. The Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Tianchuang City. This was an indisputable fact. The reason why they were here today. They wanted Deng Yu to suppress the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb and humiliate them. But how could they have thought that Su Yan would suddenly appear in the middle of this? One by one, they shouted angrily and then went down the mountain without caring about Deng Yu. Deng Yu saw that his sect's people were leaving, and his heart suddenly trembled. He shouted, "Wait for me, wait for me." Deng Yu ran too fast because he was afraid. With a bang, he fell on his face. He was extremely embarrassed, which immediately caused the crowd to burst into laughter. As the people of Tian Xin's sect left, all the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb surrounded Su Yan, complimenting him and expressing their feelings in their hearts. Su Yan was once again standing in the heart of the storm among the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Looking at the enthusiasm of the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan greeted them one by one, including Lu Fei and Fatty Lu. But from beginning to end, Su Yan didn't see the figure in red. This made Su Yan even more depressed. Su Yan knew that Lin Hualu must have woken up just now, but now he didn't see his figure, which made Su Yan very depressed. But depression was depression. Su Yan knew that there was still business to do today. After greeting the disciples, Su Yan took Dong Chenghao, Makariu Ice, Butt Face, Rat Li, and Lu Fei to follow the departing Sword Elder into the inner hall of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The departing Sword Elder was obviously after the death of the Elder in the Hidden Sword Tomb. His status in the Hidden Sword Tomb had been greatly improved, and now he was the first Elder of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan also felt a burst of joy for this. After all, the departing Sword Elder had helped him a lot in the Hidden Sword Tomb and had some friendship with him. Today, when he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, it would be easier to find him to do things. Unfortunately, after the departing Sword Elder led Su Yan and the others into the inner hall, other than asking Su Yan about his experience along the way, he didn't say a word about the Shura Shrine that Su Yan had just mentioned. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Before the competition with Deng Yu, Su Yan clearly felt that the departing Sword Elder cared about this matter. But why didn't he mention it now? In the end, Su Yan couldn't help but say, "Departing Sword Elder, there are no outsiders here. Let's talk about the Shura Shrine first." The Shura Shrine. Upon hearing this name, the departing Sword Elder's hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly before he said, "Su Yan, to be honest, this matter is very important. I don't dare to make a decision on my own. It's better to wait for the sect leader to appear before making a decision." Okay. Su Yan heard the departing Sword Elder's words and nodded slightly. He was not anxious. Just now he already knew that the sect leader was in seclusion, and now someone had already informed him. Presumably he would come out soon, so Su Yan was not anxious. Chapter 339. Just as his voice rang out, Sage Heavensword's figure had already entered the inner hall. His face was radiant and vigorous, and he looked much younger than before Su Yan had left. When Su Yan saw Sage Heavensword's appearance, his eyes lit up as he felt happy for this sect master from the bottom of his heart. Sage Heavensword. It could be said that he had helped Su Yan way too much in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Way too much. Even though Su Yan did not have a master and disciple relationship with Sage Heavensword, they had already been master and disciple for a long time. Now that he saw Sage Heavensword looking younger and younger, Su Yan was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. That was because he could sense that Sage Heavensword had become even stronger than before he had left. Sect Master. Su Yan stepped forward and cupped his hands respectfully. "Brat, you're finally willing to come back and take a look." Sage Heavensword strode up to Su Yan and gave Su Yan a round of kisses without any mercy. Su Yan was really not used to Sage Heavensword's enthusiasm. After all, Sage Heavensword was the head of the sect. Suyin did not know how to reply to his words, especially when he thought about how he had returned this time around to ask for help from the Hidden Sword Tomb. He felt even more embarrassed. Sect Master, I've actually been thinking about the Hidden Sword Tomb. It's just that I've been busy with my cultivation, so... Suyin smiled embarrassedly. Sage Heavensword nodded his head slightly and did not linger on this issue. Instead, he turned around and looked at Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, Buttface, and Ratley. However, he only took a glance at them. He did not mention a single word about their identities. Suyin could not help but feel touched. After all, Dong Qinghao and the others were outsiders. A sect could accept outsiders. However, if the outsiders were not on good terms with the sect, there would always be some animosity. The sudden arrival of so many outsiders was definitely a huge taboo for the sect. On the other hand, Sage Heavenly Sword did not suspect the identity of Dong Qinghao's group. In fact, he did not even ask about it. Clearly, he fully displayed his trust in Su Yin. Thus, how could Su Yin not make a move? After all, on the surface, Su Yin was no longer a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Sect leader, Su Yin was touched and wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, the Heavenly Sword Sage waved his hand and said, Su Yin, don't mention anything. In my heart, you have always been a disciple of the Sword Collection Mound. Hearing this, Su Yin dared to move even more. Taoist Heavenly Sword faintly smiled. Then he turned to Elder Departing Sword and said, Departing Sword, go and take out Shura's essence. Shura's essence. Su Yin was originally moved by Taoist Heaven Sword words. But now, after hearing Taoist Heaven Sword words, his expression suddenly changed. He became abnormally solemn and serious. He wanted to ask something. Reverend Heaven Sword's expression abruptly changed. If one were to say that Taoist Heavenly Sword was as kind as a teacher, right now, Taoist Heavenly Sword was as strict as a teacher. His pair of sharp eyes looked at Su Yin as he cautiously said, Su Yin, don't ask too much about the Shura Shrine. If you don't tell me, I won't know, and I don't have the qualifications to know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You just have to remember this. The appearance of the Shura Shrine, if not handled properly, I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be destroyed. Reverend Heaven Sword had a solemn expression as he spoke. An imposing aura was faintly emitted from between his brows. His serious words made Su Yin and the others realize how powerful and important the Shura Shrine was. Reverend Heaven Sword didn't stop. He paused for a moment before solemnly saying, Su Yin, there are many things in the 5 counties that you don't know. Since the Shura Shrine has appeared here today, there are some things that you must know. Su Yin was confused by Reverend Heaven Sword's words. He wasn't the only one confused. The others were also confused. Just now, Reverend Heaven Sword had said that there were some things that they couldn't know. Now, he was saying that there were some things that he must know. However, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't pay attention to their confusion. He continued, Su Yin, do you know the origin of the 5 counties? Once these words left his mouth, the others looked at each other. They recalled the origin of the 5 counties. They were all born in the 5 counties. It could be said that the 5 counties was their home. When Reverend Heaven Sword asked them where their home came from, how could they not be surprised? Of course, what was more surprising was that no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't tell the origin of the 5 counties. Perhaps they had once thought about this question. However, the 5 counties had existed for too long. It was so long that they had forgotten its origin. In their vague memories, they only thought that the 5 counties existed together with the heavens. Reverend Heaven Sword seemed to know that they couldn't answer his question. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, Actually, I can't blame you. After all, many people don't know about this matter. If I wasn't the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, I definitely wouldn't know about this matter. As Reverend Heaven Sword spoke, he looked at the astonished people. He knew that they must be very interested in the origin of the 5 counties. He didn't keep them in suspense. He nodded and said, Actually, your usual understanding isn't wrong. The 5 counties has existed since ancient times. It's a part of the Qianjin continent. However, the 5 counties has another identity. When Reverend Heaven Sword said this, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. His face became even more solemn. There was actually a faint trace of fear in his eyes. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. What was Reverend Heaven Sword's identity? He was the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although the Hidden Sword Tomb wasn't considered a big sect in the 5 counties. However, Reverend Heaven Sword was an almighty of the circumference realm. Such a mighty figure could cause the entire 5 counties to tremble with a stomp of his feet. Now, there was actually fear in his eyes. What exactly was it that could make an almighty of the circumference realm feel fear? They looked at Reverend Heaven Sword with puzzlement in their eyes. Their interest in the other identity of the 5 counties became even stronger. Fortunately, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't make them wait for long. He only paused for a moment before he continued. The other identity of the 5 counties is the battlefield of Shura. The battlefield of Shura. When they heard this name, they couldn't help but be startled. Obviously, they couldn't understand the meaning behind it. Reverend Heaven Sword already knew that they wouldn't know about it. He continued slowly. The battlefield of Shura. That's right, it's the battlefield of Shura. If we count it, it should be thousands of years ago. No, it might even be tens of thousands of years ago. The 5 counties is the battlefield of Shura. At that time, the 5 counties didn't exist at all. There were no sects, no buildings. There were only endless wars. Bloody incidents would happen here every day. At that time, every river here was dyed with blood. Every blade of grass was emitting the smell of blood. Reverend Heaven Sword tried his best to speak in a calm tone. However, everyone could still feel the murderous aura and the bloody scene from his casual narration. This made everyone even more puzzled. At the same time, Su Yin finally understood why Sword Sage had asked him to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Along the way, he hadn't told him about this reason. Obviously, Sword Sage already knew about the Shrine of Shura after they arrived at the Hidden Sword Tomb. Reverend Heaven Sword would definitely tell him about this matter. This made Su Yin faintly feel the importance of this matter. Of course, what he wanted to know now was the origin of the battlefield of Shura. Reverend Heaven Sword didn't let them wait for long. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. The reason why the 5 counties became the battlefield of Shura is mainly because of the Shrine of Shura. Because of the Shrine of Shura. When they heard about the battlefield of Shura, they tried to imagine that the battlefield of Shura might be related to the Shrine of Shura. However, when they thought about it, they felt that it was a little unrealistic. After all, the Shrine of Shura was at most a sect. The 5 counties were a continent. How could a sect turn the entire continent into a battlefield? Now that they heard Reverend Heaven Sword's words, all of them were shocked and surprised. At the same time, they faintly felt an ominous feeling towards the Shrine of Shura. However, they didn't ask Reverend Heaven Sword any questions. They were all smart people. Since Reverend Heaven Sword had said these things, he would definitely tell them the reason behind it. Sure enough, after Reverend Heaven Sword saw the changes in their expressions, he continued, "You all should be clear that the Shrine of Shura is a sect, right? That's right. The Shrine of Shura is a sect. The reason why the 5 counties became the battlefield of Shura is also because of the Shrine of Shura. As for how powerful the Shrine of Shura is, I can only tell you that it's very, very powerful. As for why the Shrine of Shura is able to turn the 5 counties into the battlefield of Shura." At this point, Reverend Heaven Sword suddenly stopped. The astonishment of the few people reached the extreme. When they heard Reverend Heaven Sword's words, they couldn't help but prick up their ears. However, when they heard Reverend Heaven Sword's answer, they were all disappointed. I don't know why the Shrine of Shura is able to turn the 5 counties into the battlefield of Shura. Su Yin and the others were not the only ones who were disappointed. Even Reverend Heaven Sword had a look of disappointment in his eyes. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw everyone's disappointed expressions, he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be disappointed. This is a riddle in the hearts of the Almighties in the 5 counties. If you must find the answer, I'm afraid you can only explore the Shrine of Shura. The appearance of a Shrine of Shura is clearly an opportunity. So, the appearance of the Shrine of Shura will definitely attract the attention of the Almighties. These words were not said by Reverend Heavensword, but by Su Yin. Chapter 340. Danger. When Su Yin heard Taoist Heavenly Sword's words, his pupils suddenly shrank. When he saw the Shura Shrine, he already knew that the Shura Shrine wouldn't be so simple. At the same time, he also knew how dangerous it would be if he wanted to set foot in the Shura Shrine. After all, a single shrine had attracted so many origin boundary powerhouses. It was easy to imagine how dangerous this trip would be. Therefore, Su Yin didn't care about the danger at all. Su Yin was more concerned about how to enter the Shura Shrine and how to break through his spiritual sea realm in the Shura Shrine. Sect Master, how exactly are we going to enter the Shura Shrine? Su Yin asked Taoist Heavenly Sword. His eyes were shining brightly. Clearly, he didn't put the danger in his eyes. Actually, this didn't mean that Su Yin wasn't afraid of the danger. Instead, Su Yin knew that no matter what, he had to enter the Shura Shrine. It wasn't that Su Yin had to condense his spiritual sea realm in the Shura Shrine. More importantly, it was impossible for Su Yin to give up on the little fellow, the Fire Qilin. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the Fire Qilin was only a sacred beast that they wanted to keep as a pet. However, in Su Ya's eyes, this little Fire Qilin was his friend, his savior. Therefore, Su Yin definitely wouldn't give up on the little fellow. It was also because of this that Su Yin had to enter the Shura Shrine, no matter how big the risk was. Since going to the Shura Divine Palace was a fact that couldn't be changed, what could he do if he was afraid? This was also the reason why Su Yin wasn't afraid of the risk. The reason why Taoist Heavenly Sword brought up the risk of entering the Shura Shrine was to test their minds. Seeing that they weren't afraid, he nodded his head in praise. Then, he said, "We can't be too hasty about entering the Shura Shrine. We have to wait." Wait? Su Yin was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning behind Taoist Heavenly Sword words. Yes, Sage Heavenly Sword nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Elder Departing Sword walked in from outside. Just now, Elderly Jian had left empty-handed, but now he was holding something in his hand. This item was in Elder Departing Jian's hand. The moment Elder Departing Jian entered, the entire inner hall seemed to have turned cold. Furthermore, the object in his hand was constantly emitting a brilliant light. Everyone looked at this ball-like thing and couldn't help but be surprised. The Departing Sword Elder didn't care about the gazes of Su Yin and the others. Instead, he directly walked towards Taoist Heavenly Sword and said, "Head Senior Brother." Yes. Taoist Heavenly Sword glanced at the item and nodded slightly. Then, he took the item from the Departing Sword Elder and walked towards Su Yin. "Su Yin, this is Shura's soul essence." Shura's essence. When they heard the name of this thing, they all looked at it with astonishment. It was obvious that they did not know what this thing was. Yes, Taoist Heavenly Sword didn't keep them in suspense. He nodded and began to introduce the origin of this Shura's soul essence. Shura's soul essence, as the name suggests, it came from the Shura Shrine. That's right, this Shura's soul essence is a special soul power contained in the Shura Shrine. It is also a necessary item to open the Shura Shrine. A necessary item to open the Shura Shrine? Su Yin asked in astonishment. Yes. Taoist Heavenly Sword nodded and continued. This Shura Shrine is rumored to contain all the power of the Shura Shrine. Of course, whether this is true or not is unknown. However, it is a necessary item to open the Shura Shrine. Standing to the side, Dong Chunghao, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but ask, "You mean to say that if we want to enter the Shura Shrine, we must rely on this thing?" However, Taoist Heavenly Sword shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Although this thing is a necessary item to open the Shura Shrine, due to the fact that the Shura Shrine is incomparably enormous, one must not rely on this thing to enter the Shura Shrine that you all are seeing right now. This Shura's soul essence can only be said to be a necessary item to open the real Shura Shrine." The real Shura Shrine? Hearing Taoist Heavenly Sword's words, the crowd became even more astonished. Su Yin also frowned. "Headmaster, could it be that there are several Shura Shrines, and some of them are real and some are fake?" "You can say that, but you can also say otherwise. Taoist Heavenly Sword narrowed his eyes and continued. After all, such a long time has passed. No one knows exactly where the real Shura Shrine is. However, I can tell you this clearly. Su Yin, if you were to go to the Shura Shrine this time, you must bring this Shura's soul essence with you. It can save your life during a crucial moment, Taoist Heavenly Sword said, and handed the Shura's soul essence to Su Yin. Su Yin was startled. Then, he realized that Taoist Heavenly Sword wanted to hand the Shura's soul essence to him. Although Taoist Heavenly Sword did not describe in detail what use the Shura's soul essence had. However, Su Yin knew very well that the Shura's soul essence was definitely a precious treasure. Now that Taoist Heavenly Sword suddenly handed it over to him, Su Yin felt overwhelmed by the favor. Taoist Heavenly Sword smiled faintly and said, Su Yin, you said that you have always been a member of my hidden sword tomb. This time, I can see your determination to enter the Shura Shrine. Since that's the case, what's wrong with giving the Shura's soul essence to you? Su Yin looked at the Shura's soul essence. He could faintly feel a strange power coming from it. This power was familiar to Su Yin. It was also somewhat unfamiliar. This made Su Yin even more certain that the Shura's soul essence was definitely not an ordinary item. As the saying went, one should not receive a reward without any effort. Su Yin instinctively did not want to accept it. However, when he thought of the fire Qilint's safety, he did not hesitate. Su Yin cupped his hands towards Taoist Heavenly Sword and accepted the Shura's soul essence. When Su Yin received the Shura's soul essence, Su Yin immediately felt a strange power coming from it. This power entered Su Yan's body in an instant, giving Su Yin an unprecedented sense of comfort. What's going on? Su Yin could not help but be stunned. He wanted to ask Taoist Heavenly Sword what was going on. However, before he could say anything, Taoist Heavenly Sword said, Su Yin, the truth of Ashura's soul essence and the truth of the Shura Shrine still require you to find out for yourself. Now, you should set off for the Shura Shrine. Okay. When Su Yin heard Taoist Heavenly Sword's words, he did not continue asking. Instead, he nodded heavily. However, when he recalled the various auras of the perimeter realm experts in the Shura Shrine, he could not help but frown. Once again, Su Yin could not help but frown slightly. Although Su Yin did not say anything, Taoist Heavenly Sword could tell what Su Yin was thinking. He smiled and said, Su Yin, don't worry. You have always been a disciple of the Sword Vault. The Sword Vault will always be with you. When Su Yin heard these words, he could not help but feel touched. After all, no matter what, Su Yin was expelled from the Sword Vault by the Sword Vault's old ancestor. Su Yin knew this in his heart. However, Taoist Heavenly Sword did not. Now that he could say these words, how could Su Yin not dare to make a move? Of course, Su Yin did not know that when Sword Sage entered Su Yan's body, he had already left a message for Taoist Heavenly Sword. Therefore, Taoist Heavenly Sword had always thought that Su Yin was a disciple of the Sword Vault. It was also because of this that Taoist Heavenly Sword said those words when Su Yin returned. The only one who did not know was Su Yin himself. However, Su Yin did not care about these things. He simply packed up and carefully put the Shura's soul essence into his storage pouch. He then looked back at Dong Chenghao and the others and said, Senior brothers, let's go. Okay. When Dong Chenghao and the others heard Su Yan's words, they nodded and followed Su Yin. When they were about to leave, Taoist Heavenly Sword suddenly called out to Su Yin and said, By the way, Su Yin, I forgot to tell you that those above the spiritual sea realm cannot enter the Shura Shrine. So, you guys have to be extra careful inside. Those below the spiritual sea realm cannot enter. When Su Yin heard this, he could not help but sneer. After all, this was good news for Su Yin and the others. If some spiritual sea realm powerhouses appeared in the Shura Shrine, they would not be able to escape. With their strength, they would not be able to resist. Okay, Taoist Heavenly Sword saw through Su Yan's thoughts and nodded slightly. Su Yin, don't worry. When you reach the Shura Shrine, I will naturally have a way to send you in. Okay. Although Su Yin did not know what method Taoist Heavenly Sword had used to send him into the Shura Shrine, he did not ask too much. He was thinking about the fire Qilin's safety in the Shura Shrine. They did not stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Taoist Heavenly Sword and Elder Departing Sword, they walked towards the foot of the sword burial mound. As the saying went, come and go in a hurry. This was exactly what they were feeling at the moment. Others might not have felt anything, but Su Yin looked at the hidden sword tomb at his home. He had only stayed here for a few hours before he had to leave again. And this time, he did not know what dangers lay ahead. This made Su Yin somewhat emotional. On the contrary, Fatty Lu Fei's face bloomed with joy as soon as he left the sword burial mound. Ha ha! I have long wanted to leave the sword burial mound to find you. Unfortunately, Elder Departing Sword did not agree. This time, I can finally come out, Lu Fei said very conscientiously, as if he had no feelings for the sword burial mound at all. Of course, this was only what others thought. Su Yin knew Lu Fei very well. He was a person who valued friendship. Therefore, Su Yin did not feel anything when Lu Fei said this. Instead, he looked at Lu Fei's bloated and fat body and frowned. Fatty, when can you lose weight? Lose weight. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and said, I am afraid I will have to wait for my next life. This body is my capital. After saying that, Lu Fei patted his broad chest, making Su Yin speechless. However, when he thought of Lu Fei's fight with Deng Yu today, he did gain a lot of advantages because of his strong body. Therefore, he did not care about Lu Fei's fat problem anymore. Chapter 341. When they were in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yin had seen how powerful Lu Fei's mouth was. However, he did not expect that Lu Fei's mouth had not lagged behind after so many days. It had become even more powerful than before. Moreover, Lu Fei was a natural socializer. It did not take long for him to become brothers with Dong, Chenghao, and Macaryu Ice. Even Macaryu Ice, who had always been taciturn, was fooled by Lu Fei's mouth. Only Su Yin understood Lu Fei. As long as Lu Fei came to bother him, he would roll his eyes and ask Lu Fei to look for trouble. This guy would automatically find someone to chat with. However, along the way, with Lu Fei's company, it was a little more fun. Originally, this trip to the Shura Shrine was a dangerous one. However, because Lu Fei kept chattering along the way, it reduced a lot of pressure. However, just when they were chatting happily, Su Yin, who was flying, suddenly frowned. Macaryu Ice and the others soon noticed something and asked Su Yin, Junior brother Su, someone is following us. Is there? When Su Yin heard his words, he smiled slightly and said, You must be suspicious. Let's go quickly. Am I being paranoid? Macaryu Ice and Dong Qinghao were stronger than Su Yin. Their perception was naturally much stronger than Su Yan's. They clearly felt that someone was following them. Moreover, Su Yin suddenly stopped just now, which meant that someone was following them. But now, why did Su Yin say that there was no one? No, I have to check it out. Macaryu Ice still felt that something was wrong. He said to Su Yin and was about to go back to check. Seeing this, Su Yin hurriedly grabbed him and said, Senior brother Mu, there is no one following us. Let's hurry up. Hurry up. With that, Su Yin pulled everyone up and walked forward. Although they had doubts in their hearts, when they heard Su Yan's words, they only frowned and hurried forward. Su Yin also followed, but when he looked behind him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Why don't you dare to come with me? Could it be that he was still holding grudges over the past? Sigh. He sighed helplessly and felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. However, Su Yin didn't point it out. He continued to follow Macaryu Ice and the others to the Shura lookout. The hidden sword tomb was a bit far from the Shura shrine. However, with the strength of the few of them, they arrived in less than an hour. After entering the mountain, the smiles on their faces disappeared and were replaced by cautious looks. The closer they got to the Shura lookout, the more they could feel the powerful aura swirling in the air. Junior brother Su, what should we do now? Macaryu Ice whispered to Su Yin. Although they left the hidden sword tomb, this time with Lu Fei, Su Yin was still the leader among them. Let's get closer and take a look. Su Yin felt the strong aura emitted from the Shura lookout and said cautiously. Then he slowly sneaked in the direction of a Shura lookout. The closer they got, the stronger the aura of a king from the Shura lookout. When they came to the edge, the scene outside the Shura lookout was also in sight. Everyone looked at this scene with a look of horror on their faces. This place was completely different from when they had just left. At this moment, the Shura lookout was full of people, and each one of them was not weak. Soon, the few of them also recognized the people here. The Heaven and Earth Organization, Black Ghost Cave, and many hidden powerful people in the 5 counties continents had all appeared here. Only the Monster Palace did not have anyone. Obviously, the fall of the Princess Chu still had a huge impact on the Monster Palace. Now the Monster Palace was guarded by Murong Fu. He was only in the level 9 Spirit Sea realm. He was not stupid enough to come here and fight with so many powerful people. Moreover, the few of them looked around and found that the place next to them was slowed down. Not only that, there were many deep pits everywhere. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here while they were away. Yin Tian, does the Heaven and Earth Organization still want to monopolize the Shura lookout? At this moment, an old man in a black robe who was floating in the void shouted at a person opposite him. The person opposite him was the Heaven and Earth Organization's great elder, Yin Tian, who had protected Su Yin and the others from the Heaven and Earth Organization this time. The person who spoke to him just opened his mouth, and a powerful aura suddenly filled the air. This aura drifted out, and Su Yin and the others who were hiding could not help but tremble in their hearts. Facing this person, Yin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He coldly smiled and said, "Black Demon, don't try to provoke us here. Since the Azura Divine Palace has appeared here, I believe everyone here knows what will happen. The Heaven and Earth Organization will not talk about monopolizing it." That's right. Just as Yin Tian finished speaking, an old man beside him also slowly said, "Since the Shura lookout has appeared, it's hard to guarantee that the people from the Shura lookout won't appear. Today, all the major forces must unite as one." Looking at this person, Su Yin and the others trembled again because everyone could feel that this person was another area realm powerhouse. As they looked, everyone was even more shocked. This was because everyone here was at the area realm. The area realm could be said to be the pinnacle of the 5 counties. In the 5 counties, the strongest person was at the area realm. These people stood at the peak of the pyramid. If they were not in the sect, it would be difficult to see an area realm powerhouse. However, today, there were more than a dozen area realm powerhouses standing here. How could this not surprise and make people tremble in fear? Looking at this scene, Su Yin was very suspicious of Spiritual Master Heavensword's claim that he had a way to let him enter the Shura lookout. Of course, at the same time, Su Yin was even more confused about what these area realm powerhouses were arguing about. From Spiritual Master Heavensword, he knew that only Spiritual Sea realm powerhouses could enter the Shura lookout. If that was the case, then what was the point of gathering all these Radius realm powerhouses here? Bang! Just as the area realm powerhouses were arguing, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. A flame shot up into the sky. More than a dozen area realm powerhouses' faces darkened at the same time as they looked at the flame that shot up into the sky. A few of them leaped up at the same time and directly charged towards the center of the flame. However, because everyone was in the middle of a fight, as they leaped up, the area realm powerhouses were instantly entangled in a fight. When Su Yin and the others saw this scene, they were very confused. This was because they did not understand what these people were arguing about at all. At this moment, a voice came from behind Su Yin. "Su Yin, you guys get ready. When the flame surges again, I will send you in." Su Yin and the others were watching seriously. They were all startled by this sudden voice. When they turned around and saw that it was Spiritual Master Heavensword, they were relieved. Su Yin could not help but pat his chest and ask, "Sect Master, what is that flame?" "Shura's soul essence," Spiritual Master Heavensword said simply. "What?" Su Yin was stunned and turned around to look at the flame. He did not expect that the flame was actually Shura's soul essence. Yes. When Spiritual Master Heavensword saw Su Yin and the others, he nodded and said, It is indeed Shura's soul essence. These people want to snatch these Shura soul essences so that their disciples can enter the Shura lookout. Oh, Su Yin nodded. After thinking for a while, he was puzzled and asked, Sect Master, then my Shura soul essence is, this time, Spiritual Master Heavensword did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, Su Yin, when you enter the Shura lookout, you will naturally understand what this Shura's soul essence is. When Su Yin heard Spiritual Master Heavensword's answer, he could not help but frown. At this moment, Sword Sage, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted in Su Yan's mind, Kid, get ready. The next flame is about to appear. You must enter the Shura lookout as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will be discovered. When he heard Sword Sage's words, Su Yin could not help but be stunned. Bang! However, before Su Yin could react, he heard another loud explosion from the center of the Shura lookout. At this moment, Spiritual Master Heavensword suddenly leaped up as a bright light burst out from his body. At the same time, a powerful energy surged out. When this energy surged out, the numerous Radius Realm Almighties that were gathered at the Azura Shrine all looked over at the same time. Looking at the spiritual chi that was circulating around Reverend Heavensword's body, the faces of the Radius Realm Almighties sank. The black demon that Yin Tian called Black Demon a moment ago roared, Humph! To think that a small hidden sword tomb would want a share of the loot. Courting death. As he spoke, Black Demon suddenly waved his hand and a powerful energy surged out. Su Yin. When Yin Tian saw the figures of Su Yin and the others, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he seemed to have understood something. Seeing that Black Demon was about to attack Spiritual Master Heavensword, he quickly took action and blocked Black Demon's attack. Yin Tian, why do you have to go against me? Black Demon saw that Yin Tian had pulled him down and let out an angry roar. However, Yin Tian smiled and said, Black Demon, why are you afraid when you see someone enter the Shura lookout? Are you afraid that your sect won't be able to get any benefits? I'm afraid. When Black Demon heard Yin Tian's words, he sized up Su Yin and the others. Suddenly he laughed and said, Just these few Sky State brats want to compete with my sect? Aren't you courting death? Chapter 342. The Black Demon's tone was extremely arrogant. Even though he was of the Radius State, Su Yin and the others couldn't help but feel disgusted. Of course, disgust aside, Su Yin was most concerned about Sage Heavensword's safety. Although Sage Heavensword was a powerful expert of the 5 counties, he was at the Radius State. However, with so many Radius State experts gathered here today, it was hard to guarantee that Sage Heavensword wouldn't be able to withstand them. When Sage Heavensword saw the worry in the eyes of Su Yin and the others, he smiled and said, Don't worry and go in. Once you're in, it won't be that easy to hurt me anymore. Su Yin and the others didn't understand what Sage Heavensword meant. Originally, they had wanted to ask something. However, before they could do so, they heard a resounding boom, following which all of them simultaneously felt their vision darken. Suddenly, they felt as though their bodies had lost their gravitational pull. They fell into a boundless dark tunnel. The endless darkness surged forward, bringing with it a sense of awe-inspiring awe. The flowing air shuttled through, and they could even feel a sense of fear. Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. Su Yin, this is the Hei Luo passage. Remember, you must stay calm. Otherwise, you might lose your lives here before reaching the Shura Shrine. Hei Luo passage. Su Yin was stunned, not understanding the meaning behind it. Bang! At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in front of Su Yin's eyes. The darkness from before suddenly became as bright as day. Su Yin couldn't help but squint his eyes at the sudden light in the darkness. When he opened his eyes, Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. He was deeply mesmerized by everything before him. Where was the darkness and fear in this place? Flowers bloomed all over the ground, and all kinds of flowers formed a sea of flowers. Su Yin was right in the middle of it. With a single glance, he was already intoxicated. Su Yin couldn't help but take a deep breath. As he breathed, Su Yin looked into the distance. His eyes suddenly flashed as a red-robed figure slowly walked towards him. Senior sister. When Su Yin saw that the figure in red was Lin Huatu, who had been haunting his dreams, he couldn't help but cry out. Su Yin could not help but fall into a daze as he looked at the fluttering red robes, the enchanting figure, and the intoxicated expression on her face. She looked even more charming in this sea of flowers. At the same time, a burst of excitement welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but run towards her. Senior sister, you're finally willing to see me. Lin Hualu didn't answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he looked at Su Yin furiously and shouted, Su Yin, how dare you come back? How dare you? Hearing Lin Hualu's words, Su Yan's heart trembled. For a moment, he was actually speechless. The two of them stood quietly in the sea of flowers. For pairs of eyes stared at each other. A trace of anger and embarrassment could be felt. Su Yin, you've already left the hidden sword tomb. Why did you come back? In the end, it was Lin Hualu who broke the silence first and questioned Su Yin. Facing Lin Hualu, Su Yin simply didn't know how to answer. Lin Hualu didn't wait for Su Yan's reply and continued. Su Yin, do you know how much I missed you? After Lin Hualu said this, tears flowed down from her eyes uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Yin was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Looking at the tears flowing down Lin Hualu's face, his heart couldn't help but ache. He bit his hand and went forward to hug Lin Hualu's body. Lin Hualu cried out and wanted to avoid Su Yan's hug. Unfortunately, it was still too late. She was pulled into Su Yan's embrace. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Su Yin hugged Lin Hualu and apologized continuously. Amidst his apologies, Lin Hualu slowly gave up struggling. Su Yin was elated. Then, he looked at Lin Hualu's beautiful face and his heart was moved. Especially when he looked at those alluring red lips and Lin Hualu's coquettish look as she snuggled in his arms. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but be moved as he slowly kissed Lin Hualu. Although it wasn't Su Yan's first time experiencing sex, it wasn't his first time kissing either. However, he didn't know why, but at this moment, as he hugged Lin Hualu, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He could even feel his body gradually loosening up. Su Yin, wake up, wake up. Just as Su Yin was about to kiss Lin Hualu, Sword Sage's roar resounded in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. Roar! At this moment, Lin Hualu's figure was no longer in front of Su Yin. Instead, it was a huge ghost head. Su Yin couldn't help but be shocked. He activated his cultivation technique and slammed his palm down on the ghost head. The ghost head smiled eerily and dodged Su Yan's attack before disappearing. In front of Su Yin, there was no sea of flowers. It was complete darkness. Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. Kid, you're under an illusion. Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Illusion. Su Yin was stunned once again. This wasn't the first time he was under an illusion. However, Su Yin really didn't expect such a realistic illusion. There wasn't even a sign that he was under an illusion. Thinking about it, Su Yin felt a little scared. Sword Sage smiled and said, Su Yin, this illusion is just an ordinary one. The more powerful ones are in the Shura Shrine. Is there anything more powerful? Su Yin was a little angry when he thought about how these illusions kept attacking his weakness. In fact, the reason why Su Yin fell for the illusion so easily was because he knew that Lin Hualu would come today. That was why he believed it so easily. Sword Sage didn't answer Su Yan's question. Su Yin suddenly woke up. If he was under an illusion, then what about the others? Su Yin was startled and hurriedly looked around. However, he didn't see anyone. Dong Qinghao, Makariu Ice, Buttface, Ratley, and Lu Fei were all gone. Senior brother Dong, Chung, senior brother Mu, Fatty Lu, senior brother Shu, Buttface. Su Yin called out a few times but still didn't get any response. Su Yin was suddenly at a loss. There was a faint ominous feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, we haven't reached the Shura Shrine yet. Don't tell me we've already lost a few brothers? Be careful. Don't worry. There are hundreds of Luo passages. Hundreds of passages. Each one is different, and the risk is different. Just as Su Yin was feeling anxious, Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Su Yin was puzzled. Master, what do you mean? It's very simple. At this moment, the few of you have already separated. Sword Sage said. What? Separated? Su Yin was suddenly stunned. At the same time, a burst of worry surged in his heart. Although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest among the few of them, no matter what, they felt safer when they were together. Yes. Sword Sage nodded slightly and continued. Su Yin, this Shura shrine is far from being as simple as you think. It's even beyond your imagination and beyond my imagination. So if you want to walk out of this Shura shrine, you have to be extra careful. If you want to find your brothers, you have to walk out of this Shura shrine. Su Yin heard this, and his whole body shook. He looked at the darkness in front of him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He clenched his fists, and all the distracting thoughts in his mind were eliminated. He nodded to Sword Sage and said, Master, I understand. What should I do next? Bang! Just when Su Yin got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind, there was a loud explosion in front of Su Yin. The darkness was instantly dispelled by a ray of light. The moment the light came, Su Yan's first thought was that it was another illusion. Su Yan's pupils shrank and his mind fluctuated. He wanted to see if this was an illusion or not. After all, Su Yin himself can be said to be an illusionist. It's just that he has been busy with various important matters and neglected to practice illusions. However, because Su Yan's soul force is amazing, even if he can't control illusions, he can still break them. Under Su Yan's operation, Su Yin understood that everything in front of him was not an illusion, but a real existence. This made Su Yin feel relieved. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at everything around him. In front of him was a palace. This palace could not be said to be luxurious, let alone extravagant. It was a very ordinary palace made of stone. However, this ordinary palace gave people a gloomy feeling when looking at it. Master, what is going on? Because he was completely unfamiliar with this place, Su Yin could not help but ask Sword Sage. Unfortunately, Sword Sage did not reply. Su Yin asked again, but still did not hear Sword Sage's reply. It seems like Master wants me to explore this place myself. Su Yin smiled bitterly. He did not ask Sword Sage anything and walked into the palace. The Shura Shrine is definitely a mystery in the upper 5 prefectures. It existed in ancient times and had unlimited possibilities here. Su Yin walked in it and had to be careful. Just as he stepped into the Shura Shrine, Su Yin felt a burst of dense aura coming from the surroundings. This aura made people tremble. Su Yin felt this aura and could not help but frown. He carefully looked around, but did not see anything. This was what made Su Yin the most puzzled. He hurriedly took out the Ghost Howl sword and carefully looked around before continuing forward. The cultivation method in his body was also constantly revolving. At the same time, Su Yin also took out the mysterious ice-cold cover. The cold light on his body gave Su Yin a sense of security. He walked for more than half an hour, but there was nothing in the Shura Shrine. This made Su Yin somewhat puzzled. Bang! Chapter 343. The sudden loud noise made Su Yan's body tremble, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. When he saw the mirror image in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but frown. What is this? Su Yin looked at the situation in front of him in surprise. Along the way, the Shura Shrine was just a palace. Except for the gloomy aura that constantly surged, there was nothing here. However, at this moment, a huge stone tablet appeared in front of Su Yin. Although it was called a stone tablet, it was more accurate to call it a stone slab, because this stone tablet was always bigger than an ordinary stone tablet. It was dozens of meters high, and the same was true for its width. The Shura Shrine was a mystery to many powerful people in the 5 counties, not to mention Su Yin. Looking at the stone slab that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Yin became more cautious in addition to being surprised, because there was no way to know what would happen in the next second. This feeling made Su Yin feel disgusted, but there was nothing he could do. After all, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait for the Shura Shrine's strange phenomenon to happen, or to be able to find something useful in the Shura Shrine. Uproar, Just as Su Yin was preparing for battle, another loud explosion rang out. All of a sudden, a burst of bright light surged from the huge stone slab. This time, Su Yin was already prepared, so he wasn't scared. However, he didn't know what was going on, so he immediately jumped back a few steps. His blood dragon pupil shrank and looked at the stone slab. The cultivation method in his body was also slowly circulating, ready to deal with what was going to happen next. Ha! At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the stone slab. Ha ha! Someone finally came, someone finally came. He only heard the voice, but didn't see the person. When Su Yin heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. He shouted sternly, "Who is it? Come out!" Ha ha! The deep voice rang out once more as it spoke to Su Yin. "Brat, I'm right in front of you. In front of me." Su Yin frowned again. When he looked at the stone slab in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of surprise. The surging light on the stone slab in front of him slowly condensed together, forming a human figure that appeared on the stone slab. Such a strange phenomenon. This surprised Su Yin. Of course, despite his surprise, Su Yin was more cautious. This was because the moment the figure condensed, Su Yin could feel a powerful force surging from it. This power was extremely strange. It didn't seem as strong as a Radius Realm expert's, but it also seemed to be stronger than a Radius Realm expert's. "Who are you?" A cold light surged in Su Yin's eyes as he asked the stone slab in front of him. When the person on the stone slab heard Su Yin's words, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Who am I? I don't know who I am either. Since you don't know who you are, then don't blame me for being impolite." Su Yin shouted coldly. His body suddenly surged as he grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and instantly slashed towards the stone slab. Everything here was just too strange. It was so strange that it exceeded anyone's imagination. Hence, when Su Yin saw the person on the stone slab and heard him say that, he immediately made the decision to break him. Only by destroying everything, only by returning everything to normal would Su Yin not be worried. Therefore, Su Yin used his full strength in this attack. As he chopped down with his sword, a large amount of black gas suddenly burst out. The black gas rose up and formed countless sharp blades that collided with the stone slab. The ghost howl sword attacked with a majestic aura. It was like the eastern sea dragon that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! It hit the stone slab, and suddenly a loud explosion sounded. When the ghost howl sword came into contact with the stone slab, Su Yan's face suddenly surged with a look of shock, because he saw that the stone slab didn't move at all. It had to be known that although Su Yin hadn't reached the spiritual sea realm and could not truly use the power of heaven and earth, he could still control the power of heaven and earth. Although this sword strike couldn't overturn mountains and seas, it still had the power of tens of thousands of kilograms. A normal stone slab would definitely shatter under Su Yan's attack. However, at this moment, the stone slab in front of him didn't move at all. Not only that, but when Su Yin was about to put away the ghost howl sword, Su Yin suddenly felt a strange power surge towards him. Bang! A strong rebounding force attacked him. Su Yin was shocked and quickly moved back. Unfortunately, he was still one step too slow and was directly hit by the rebounding force. His body suddenly shook and flew a few meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Although Su Yin had the protection of the dark ice-cold shield, he wasn't injured. However, this fall was also very disorientated and in a very sorry state. What a strange stone. Su Yin looked at the stone slab and rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger from his chest. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and was about to continue attacking. Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind. "Kid, it's useless. This is a black heavy stone. With your current strength, you definitely can't break it." Black heavy stone. When Su Yin heard Sword Sage's words, his body suddenly froze. Although he didn't know that this stone was a black heavy stone. However, that didn't mean that Su Yin had never heard of it. When he was in the Spirit Palace of the Monster Palace, Su Yin had read about it. This black heavy stone was a stone left behind from ancient times. It was said that it was the crystallization of heaven and earth and could be said to be indestructible. Not to mention that Su Yan's current strength wasn't enough to break it. Even if Su Yan was strong, the stone slab wouldn't be able to break it. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Su Yan. What surprised Su Yan the most was why the black heavy stone appeared here. According to the records he saw in the Supreme Demon Palace, Su Yan clearly knew that the black mysterious heavy stone had already disappeared during ancient times. When Su Yan saw the records of the black heavy stone, he just read about it. He never thought that he would see the real black heavy stone one day. One should know that the black heavy stone was not only indestructible. More importantly, the black heavy stone was the best material for forging weapons. If he could get a piece of it, the sword that he forged would definitely surpass any sword that Su Yan could have. Of course, apart from the Sky Destroyer's sword and the Scorching Sun Holy Sword. After all, no matter how good the material was, it still needed a good master to forge it continuously. With Su Yan's current level of forging weapons, he couldn't even forge the Scorching Sun Holy Sword, let alone use the black heavy stone to forge the Holy Sword. Even so, but when Su Yan looked at the black heavy stone, there was still a flash of greed in his eyes. Looking at such a huge black heavy stone, he couldn't help but lick his lips. If I can bring such a huge stone out, I won't lack a material for forging swords in the future. Ever since Su Yan followed Chobo on the path of forging weapons in the Hungduan Mountain Range, other than in the Hungduan Mountain Range, Su Yan had always been forging his first sword. It was a pity that the materials left behind by Chobo were wasted. Su Yan wasted them all. Su Yan couldn't forge a sword that he was satisfied with. In addition, Su Yan had obtained many good swords from the sword well in the Hidden Sword Tomb. In addition, Su Yan had the Pagoda Sword and the Ghost Howl Sword, so he didn't lack weapons. In addition, after entering the Monster Palace, all sorts of things had happened. This caused Su Yan's forging to be delayed. Now that he saw the black heavy stone, the passion in Su Yan's heart was ignited again. Unfortunately, just as his passion surged, it was extinguished by Sword Sage. Kid, with your current strength, don't even think about taking away the black heavy stone. Sword Sage bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on Su Yan's head. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he thought about how his attack just now didn't move the black heavy stone at all. Instead, it rebounded. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, he also gave up on the idea of continuing to attack the black heavy stone and put away the Ghost Howl Sword. Just as Su Yan put away the Ghost Howl Sword, the figure inside the black heavy stone immediately shouted, "Hey kid, continue attacking. Why are you standing there like a fool?" When Su Yan heard this voice, he remembered that there was another person inside the black heavy stone. He couldn't help but frown and ask Sword Sage, "Master, what's going on?" Unfortunately, Hidden Sword Sage had disappeared once again. As for Su Yan's question, he didn't even bother to answer. Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed helplessly and said, "Looks like I can only find out myself." Su Yan shook his head and looked at the black arcane heavy rock. He saw the figure on top of the rock. Although it was continuously attacking, it was still unable to break out of the black arcane heavy rock. Instead, it seemed to be trapped by the black arcane heavy rock. Su Yan didn't know why this person was trapped inside the black heavy stone. However, Su Yan knew that this person was definitely not a threat to him. If he wasn't a threat, why should he care about him? Su Yan thought and couldn't help but smile. He decisively chose to ignore him and prepare to leave. However, when he saw such a huge black heavy stone, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful that he didn't take it away. However, Su Yan was clear that the most important thing now was to find the little guy Fire Qilin, as well as Dongsheng Hao and the others. "Hey kid, why aren't you attacking? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" That person saw that Su Yan was about to leave and hurriedly shouted. When Su Yan heard his shout, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Kill me. Come out of the black heavy stone first." What? When that person heard Su Yan's words, he was furious and roared. "A mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm kid dares to challenge your Shura demon, Lord Grandpa's dignity. You're courting death." Chapter 344. Brat, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Brat, do you believe that if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill you? Brat, The self-proclaimed Shura overlord kept roaring. Unfortunately, Suyin didn't even pay attention to him and continued walking forward. He saw that Suyin didn't even turn his head. The arrogance on the Azura demon venerable's face finally dissipated. He shouted, all right, Brad, I admit defeat. You are actually not afraid of me, the Azura demon venerable. Come back. I will tell you a secret. Secret? When Suyin heard Shura demon lord's words, he frowned and asked, what secret? Come here first. When Shura overlord saw that Suyin finally stopped, his arrogant and domineering expression returned to his face. When Suyin saw his arrogance, he sneered and turned around to walk away. When the demon eminence Shura saw this, he could no longer hold it in. He hurriedly shouted, wait, I'll tell you. Speak. Suyin turned around and said coldly. When the overlord Shura saw Suyin turn around, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Suyin with disdain and said, humph. Kid, do you know that if it was in the past, you would definitely be dead? Suyin saw the look of disdain in his eyes. He smiled coldly, turned around, and continued to walk away. Shura Demon Eminence was really convinced this time. He hurriedly shouted, all right, I'll tell you. Only then did Suyin stop. Shura Overlord finally lost his arrogance and asked Suyin, boy, did you come to Shura Shrine to find Shura's devil essence? Shura Mojo. When Suyin heard Shura Overlord's words, his body stiffened. Today, aside from wanting to break through to the spiritual ocean realm, the main reason he came here was because that little guy, the Fire Qilin, had run into this place, and Suyin had to take him out. Suyin didn't even think about the Shura devil essence. Suyin originally wanted to ask Sword Sage what was going on. However, when he recalled that Sword Sage had not answered him twice, he decided not to ask again. Instead, he looked at the complacent demon sage Shura and nodded. That's right. I'm here to look for Shura's demon essence. Good, very good. When the Azura demon venerable saw Suyin nod his head, his face regained its previous arrogance. He looked at Suyin with a mocking expression and said, Brat, if you want to find the Azura demon essence, you have to listen to me obediently. I'll listen to you. When Suyin heard this, he sneered. He didn't give him any face and turned around to leave. When the Shura Overlord saw this, he immediately shouted, Hey kid, how can you not give me any face? No matter what, I'm still the dignified Shura Shrine, Shura Overlord. How can you not give me any face? Kid, stop right there. I'm so angry. In the end, the Shura Overlord gave in and said in a low voice, Okay, let's talk things over, okay? Hearing Shura Overlord's words, Suyin stopped and looked at him. Tell me, what's the deal with Shura's demon essence? What? You don't know about the Shura's demon essence? When the Shura Overlord heard Suyin's words, he was stunned. Suyin didn't answer him. When the Shura Overlord saw Suyin's expression, he guessed that Suyin definitely didn't know about the Shura's demon essence. He immediately laughed. Haha, kid, I didn't expect you to not know about the Shura's demon essence. Do you want to know? Seeing the Shura Overlord like this, Suyin didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. When the Shura Overlord saw this, he was immediately frightened. He hurriedly called out to Suyin and said, Hey, don't go. Didn't we agree to talk things over? When Suyin heard the Shura Overlord's words, he stopped in his tracks. When the Shura Overlord saw Suyin like this, he suppressed a wave of anger in his heart. Amidst his anger, there was also a hint of helplessness. I didn't expect that I, the dignified Shura Overlord, would actually be in such a miserable state. If it was in the past, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak in front of me. The Shura Overlord looked at Suyin and sighed helplessly in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud right now, because he was afraid that Suyin would leave. After all, Suyin's appearance today could be said to be his greatest hope in deciding whether or not he could leave this place. The Shura Overlord looked at Suyin. This time, he didn't waste any more words. Instead, he began to explain the uses of the Shura's demon essence to Suyin. Kid, this Shura's demon essence is the essence of our Shura Shrine. It contains the life's essence blood of our Shura shrines, Shura Emperor. As long as you obtain the Shura's demon essence, you can achieve a miraculous effect of being reborn or even resurrected from the dead. If an ordinary warrior consumes the Shura's demon essence, their cultivation speed will increase by hundreds of times in the future. Moreover, there won't be any bottlenecks. When Su Yin heard the explanation of the Shura overlord, his eyes finally lit up. The miraculous effect of being reborn, resurrected from the dead, and cultivation speed, Su Yin wasn't very interested in it. Su Yin's body had been tempered by the dragon's blood. His muscles and bones were incomparable to those of ordinary people. Needless to say, his cultivation speed was even faster. Under the heavens, who else had a cultivation speed as monstrous as Su Yan's? As for resurrecting from the dead, it was even more out of the question. After all, Su Yin didn't want to resurrect anyone now. Moreover, if he were to really fall into death's door one day, he probably wouldn't be able to use the Shura's demon essence to save himself. Therefore, resurrecting from the dead wasn't of much use to Su Yin. What Su Yin really cared about was the bottleneck. No matter how monstrous his cultivation speed was, he still had this bottleneck. This was something that every martial warriors had. Just like the current Su Yin, he was at the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. However, if he wanted to break through the spirit sea realm, he had to break through this bottleneck. Only then would he be able to condense the power of heaven and earth, condense the spirit sea, and step into the spirit sea realm. Therefore, breaking through the bottleneck really moved Su Yin. But even so, Su Yin still didn't spoil the Shura overlord at all. He glanced at him and said coldly, "How do I obtain the Shura's demon essence?" Although Su Yin knew that the Shura overlord might have been very powerful in the past, in his eyes, the Shura overlord was just an image trapped in the black, profound heavy stone. Seeing that Su Yin was moved, the Shura overlord's face immediately revealed a complacent smile. "Hee, be careful. I knew you would be moved." The Shura overlord laughed in his heart and returned to his arrogant attitude. He looked at Su Yin arrogantly and said, "Kid, if you want to..." But before he could finish his words, Su Yin turned around and left. The Shura overlord was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk about it properly. Tell me how to get the Shura's demon essence." Su Yin still maintained his cold and arrogant attitude and said, looking at Su Yan's appearance, the Shura overlord's heart surged with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. "I never thought that the great Shura overlord would be bullied to this extent by a mere 9-star celestial realm kid." The Shura overlord didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he couldn't get out of the black, profound, heavy stone now. Looking at Su Yan's cold expression, the Shura overlord tried to curry favor. "I say, kid, I'm an overlord. Can't you give me some face?" "Face?" Su Yin sneered and didn't give him any face. He looked at him and said coldly, "Tell me, how can I get the Shura's demon essence?" Sigh. Seeing Su Yan's attitude, the Shura overlord sighed helplessly and said, "To be honest, I don't know how to get the Shura's demon essence." Hey, don't go. I'm telling the truth. I really don't know how to get it." Don't go. "Okay. Although I don't know how to get it, I have a way to guide you to him." After the Shura overlord said this, Su Yin came back. The Shura overlord was relieved, but he didn't dare to play any tricks with Su Yin. Seeing Su Yin come back, he continued, "The Shura's demon essence has always been in the Shura shrine. But after so many years, I really don't know how to get it." "Get to the point." Su Yan's cold expression didn't change. "Okay." The Shura overlord was really afraid that Su Yin would leave, so he nodded and continued, "Although I don't know how to get the Shura's demon essence, I can guide you to him. The Shura's demon essence is the essence of the Shura king. As long as you can find the Shura shrine's main shrine, you can get the information from there to find the Shura's demon essence." "Main shrine?" Su Yin frowned and asked, "Where is the main shrine?" "Boy, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly, okay? The Shura shrine is not as simple as you think," the Shura overlord said carefully. He was really afraid that Su Yin would leave again. This time, Su Yin didn't leave, because he could see that the Shura overlord was telling the truth. Moreover, Su Yin also wanted to learn more about the Azura Divine Palace through the Azura Demon Ancestor. This way, it would be easier for him to find Dong Changhao and the others, as well as that little fellow, the Fire Qilin. The Shura overlord saw that Su Yin didn't leave, so he was relieved. He narrowed his eyes and continued. The Shura Shrine is where the essence of thousands of Shura disciples are gathered. There are mechanisms everywhere, especially the main shrine. If you go rashly, I dare say that you won't be able to reach the main shrine. Su Yin didn't think that the Shura overlord was exaggerating, but his expression was still cold as he said, "Tell me, how can I reach the main shrine? If you want to go to the main divine palace, you have to gather all the demon crystals that are scattered in the Azura's outer divine palace." The Azura demon ancestor did not beat around the bush and directly told Su Yin. Demon crystals. However, Su Yin was stunned because Su Yin had never heard of these demon crystals. Chapter 345. Where are these monster crystals? Su Yin asked with a solemn expression, not giving any face to Shura. He did not ask what these monster crystals were. This was because Su Yin did not want to waste his breath on Shura. After all, he did not know if Shura was a good or evil person, friend or foe. These monster crystals are scattered all over Shura's shrine. I don't know their exact location. After all, it has been so long. Shura said helplessly. Scattered all over Shura's shrine? Su Yin narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. This time, no matter how Shura called out to him, Su Yin did not turn back. After Su Yin walked far away, the Azura demon ancestor stopped calling out. The corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile. "Brat, ignore me. When you really gather all these demon crystals, it will be your death." Su Yin naturally did not know what Shura was thinking. Of course, Su Yin was not stupid enough to believe Shura's words. After all, this Shura shrine was too strange. Monster crystals, Shura's demon essence. Su Yin walked forward while thinking about Shura's words. At the same time, he was trying to guess what these monster crystals were. Kid, don't hesitate. Listen to Shura's words. Finding the monster crystals will benefit you. Just as Su Yin was pondering, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind again. Master! Although Su Yin did not trust the Azura demon venerable, he trusted the hidden Sword Sage completely. When he heard what the hidden Sword Sage said, he smiled and asked, Master, what is this demon crystal? How can I find it? You can use the Azura essence in your hands to find the existence of these monster crystals. As for what these monster crystals are, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After Hidden Sword Sage finished speaking, he disappeared again. No matter how Su Yin shouted, he still did not pay attention to him. Master is acting strange today. Su Yin could not help but frown. However, he did not suspect anything. After all, Su Yin believed that Sword Sage would not harm him. Forget it. Since Master said so, I'll find the monster crystals first. Su Yin thought about it and stopped thinking about Sword Sage's strange behavior today. He took out Shura's soul essence from his storage pouch. The moment the Azura soul essence was taken out, a resplendent light burst out from it. As the light continued to flicker, there was a faint warm current flowing through Su Yan's hand. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly circulated his qi to resist. Just as Su Yan circulated his qi, Shura's soul essence once again emitted a strong light. Xiao! A clear sound was heard. Shura's soul essence suddenly emitted a ray of light. It exploded from Shura's soul essence and directly attacked forward. This is Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thinking of Sword Sage's words, he clenched the Shura's soul essence in his hand and followed the ray of light. The speed of the ray of light was strange. Fortunately, Su Yin had the blood dragon pupil, so he was not left behind by the ray of light. Soon, under the guidance of the ray of light, Su Yin arrived at another palace in the Shura Shrine. The scenery here had completely changed. It was much brighter than when Su Yin came in. Moreover, it was no longer empty. There were many chairs in the palace. In the center, there was a king's chair. Not only that, there were many statues sitting on each of the chairs. The gloomy aura outside had also lessened a lot. This made Su Yin lower his guard a little. Seeing the beam of light disappear here, Su Yin frowned. Could it be that the demon crystal is inside this palace? Su Yin narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. He looked at the statues around him. They were very lifelike. Su Yin could see that each of the statues here was made of extremely precious materials. Su Yin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Azura Temple is indeed worthy of being a sect that can start a war across the entire continent. I'm afraid that no other sect in the 5 counties can match up to them. Su Yin looked carefully. There were a total of 108 statues here. Each of them was very lifelike, and there was a faint aura surging from them. This made Su Yin even more amazed. He was in awe of this completely unfamiliar Shura shrine. However, in this palace, other than these statues, there was no trace of demon crystals at all. This made Su Yin frown. Could it be that there are no monster crystals here? While speaking, Su Yin could not help but open his hand and look at the Shura's soul essence in his hand. At this moment, the Shura's soul essence had lost its previous light. It had even become dim, like an ordinary stone. If Su Yin had not been holding it in his hand, Su Yin would have thought that this was Shura's soul essence. What the hell is going on? Su Yin looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand that had lost its light. He was secretly angry. After all, Su Yin had completely lost the initiative here. He did not even know where to go next. This kind of grievance in his heart made Su Yin feel uncomfortable. Damn it! Su Yin was angry. He could not help but clench his fist and knock on a statue next to him. It was just a knock. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise burst out. The statue that was originally motionless unexpectedly came to life. Seeing this scene, Su Yin could not help but be shocked. Who dares to break into my Shura shrine? The statue came to life, suddenly roared, holding the weapon in his hand, and without saying a word, directly slashed at Su Yin. This statue was wearing armor and holding a halberd. It was already lifelike, and now that it came to life, it was even more like a real person. Moreover, this statue itself was a little bigger than an ordinary person. It was more than 2 meters tall. When it slashed, it suddenly emitted a powerful force, like a gust of wind sweeping over. Su Yin was shocked. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly operated and hurriedly rushed back. He avoided the statue's attack. Bang! The statue's attack suddenly smashed into the ground, and at the same time, the smooth ground was smashed into a huge, deep hole. Seeing this scene, Su Yin could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It has such a powerful attack. If this hit me, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a bright light surged in his eyes. After the statue missed its target, it once again launched an attack towards Su Yan. This time, its attack was even sharper than the previous one. The ancient halberd in its hand directly pierced towards Su Yan's body, resembling a long dragon as it pierced through his body. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly operated his cultivation method to retreat. Just as he took a step back, the statue suddenly changed from a stab to a chop and directly slashed down at an extremely fast speed. Su Yin was shocked. His eyes suddenly shrank, and his body rolled back, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, because he rolled, his body was covered in a lot of dust, and he looked a little miserable. This caused Su Yin to feel a wave of anger in his heart. I originally revered you as a statue in the Shura shrine, but now it seems that if I don't get rid of you, you won't let me off. Go to hell. As Su Yin said this, he suddenly shouted and leaped up, holding the ghost howl sword in his hand. Under the attacks, just now, Su Yin knew that these statues were definitely not weak, at least above the 8-star celestial phenomenon realm. Therefore, Su Yin did not dare to be careless. Although he did not use his full strength, he did not hold back and directly used Su Yan's normal attack, the strongest attack that he could unleash. Although the statue looked like a human, no matter what, it was not a real human. No matter how strong he was, because he was a statue, his speed was still somewhat slow. Under Su Yan's fast attack, the statue could not resist at all. Bang! Su Yan directly hit the statue's chest, and with a loud bang, the whole statue suddenly exploded, bursting with a powerful light. Su Yan frowned and took a few steps back. When the light fell, he saw that at the place where the statue exploded, there was a bright crystal left. Could this be the demon crystal? Su Yan frowned, walked forward, and reached out to grab the bright crystal. As soon as the crystal was in his hand, Su Yan felt a warm current flowing through his body, and a mature smell spread to all parts of his body. Spiritual power. This is spiritual power. Su Yan was overjoyed. He could feel that this power was stronger than the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. However, Su Yan soon felt that this spiritual energy seemed to be different from the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. What the hell is this? Su Yan frowned and suddenly thought of something. Demonic beast, beast core. Yes, the power contained in this was similar to the power contained in the beast core of a demonic beast. However, compared to the demonic beast cores that Su Yan had obtained in the past, the energy contained within was much denser. Not only that, but even the shape and color were far different from the demonic beast cores that Su Yan had obtained in the past. Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. Suddenly, a memory appeared in his mind. Once, Su Yan had seen records about demonic beasts. When the demonic beast cultivation reached a certain level, the beast core of the demonic beast would change, and the power contained in it would greatly increase. And the demonic beast that had this kind of beast core was at least above the sacred beast level. Could it be that this demon crystal is the beast core of a sacred beast? As Su Yan thought about it, his body suddenly froze. Looking at the countless statues in the palace, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. So many statues. Could it be that they all have demon crystals? 108 statues, 108 demon crystals. Doesn't that mean 108 sacred beasts? Su Yan could not believe the power of the Shura Shrine at this moment. Monstrous, terrifying. Chapter 346. A sacred beast. If it was an adult sacred beast, its strength would be comparable to the strength of Fanyuan realm, or even stronger. And the Shura Shrine was able to obtain so many sacred beast cores. Then Su Yan stared at the 108 statues in the palace, dumbstruck. At the same time, Su Yan finally understood why Sword Sage did not tell him what the demon crystals were, because it was too shocking for Su Yan. Not only that, Su Yan also understood. Why did the little guy, Fire Qilin, when the Shura Shrine appeared, couldn't wait to rush in? It must have felt the existence of these demon crystals. Although Su Yan didn't know much about the little guy, Fire Qilin, but Su Yan knew about the little guy's love and greed for spirit stones. And these demon crystals were definitely a fatal temptation for the Fire Qilin. But thinking of this, Su Yan had some doubts in his heart. If the Fire Qilin was attracted by these demon crystals, then why wasn't the little guy here? Could it be that there was something more attractive in the Shura Shrine than these demon crystals? Thinking of this, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. He really couldn't believe what the Shura Shrine contained. For a while, Su Yan's view of the Shura Shrine changed. At first, he was confused about the Shura Shrine and felt a sense of fear from the dense atmosphere. But now it became excitement. Because for Su Yan at this moment, the Shura Shrine was simply a treasure trove. Such a large number of demon crystals was fatal to any martial artist. This was like discovering a spirit mine. No, these demon crystals were more attractive than a spirit mine, because the power contained in each demon crystal was more than any spirit mine. To put it simply, a demon crystal was comparable to millions of spirit stones, or even more. And there were so many demon crystals here. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the statues with a burning gaze. When Su Yan woke up these statues for the first time, Su Yan was wondering if he should carefully avoid these statues. Although the power released by these statues was not enough to threaten Su Yan's life, it was still not enough. However, it was still a problem. Su Yan had always been a person who was afraid of trouble. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. However, when these sculptures contained a huge treasure like the demon crystal, then everything else was different. All the troubles were no longer troubles. As Su Yin thought about it, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a blood-red light gushed out. He jumped up and grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Immediately, he activated the cultivation method in his body and slashed horizontally at a statue in front of him. When Su Yin unleashed this sword strike, the statue did not explode. Instead, it trembled and came back to life. It roared, "Who dares to break into my Shura shrine?" With this angry roar, it immediately raised the weapon in its hand and slashed at Su Yin. With the experience just now, Su Yin was not afraid. He knew that although these statues were extremely powerful, their speed was slightly clumsy. Speed had always been something Su Yin was proud of. Now that these statues were slow, it was destined to become a ghost under Su Yan's sword. Of course, these statues were originally dead. Thinking about the demon crystal in these statues, Su Yin did not have the slightest mercy and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, the statue exploded instantly, emitting a bright light. The glowing demon crystal floated in midair. Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He reached out and grabbed the demon crystal in his hand and put it into his storage bag. Then, Su Yin attacked another statue. Although these statues did not pose a threat to Su Yin, after continuously smashing more than a dozen statues, Su Yin consumed a lot of strength. Moreover, his progress was somewhat slow. Although Su Yin now thought that this Shura shrine was a treasure trove, but Su Yin was still clear that this Shura shrine was definitely not a good place. Su Yin had never forgotten this point from the beginning to the end. Here, wasting more time was equal to increasing the danger. Thinking about this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and a burst of bright light surged. A trace of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the ghost howl sword in his hand and suddenly swept it away. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of sounds burst out at the same time. The remaining statues around all woke up at this moment. Hundreds of statues roared at the same time. "Who dares to break into my Shura shrine?" These hundreds of statues roared at the same time. That sound was like a thunderclap, deafening. At the same time, hundreds of statues surrounded Su Yin. Their aura was majestic, and they attacked at the same time. It was as if they had rolled up a huge shock. The power of their attacks had always exceeded one's imagination. If an ordinary celestial phenomenon stage expert were to enter, they would definitely not be able to come out. However, facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a devilish smile. Facing such a powerful attack, Su Yin was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited. He liked this feeling. That's right. Only this aura that was strong enough to make people feel danger was enough to make Su Yan's blood boil. Only then could Su Yan's blood boil. Su Yin looked at the statues that were constantly attacking him. Without the slightest bit of fear, feeling this powerful attack, the blood in his body slowly boiled, and his entire person became excited. Now's the time. Just as these statues were about to hit Su Yin, he suddenly shouted coldly. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body was activated to the extreme. His body suddenly leaped up, and his whole body suddenly floated in mid-air. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved. The majestic spiritual energy in his body constantly surged from his arm to the ghost howl sword. At this moment, the ghost howl sword burst out a burst of bright light, and the light condensed, forming countless sharp blades. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Su Yin roared, clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, and suddenly, the countless blades fell down on the statues like a torrential storm. This was the real torrential storm of rose blossoms. Bang, bang, bang. Those statues were hit by the torrential storm pair flower's blade light, constantly letting out loud sounds and bursting open. Amidst the light, countless demon crystals floated in mid-air, emitting a powerful force. Looking at these demon crystals, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body fell from mid-air at the same time. His whole body went limp on the ground, and with the help of the ghost howl sword, he barely managed to stand up. Just now, Su Yin had used all his strength in order to erupt with the strongest torrential storm pear flower. This torrential storm pear flower was much stronger than when facing Dengyu, because this was not the third-order torrential storm pear flower, but the fourth order. At this moment, if there was anyone present, they would definitely be shocked. 9-star Celestial Phase Realm. That's right, a mere 9-star Celestial Phase Realm could actually erupt with the 4th-order 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. This was a 4th-order 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill that even a Spiritual Sea Realm cultivator could not easily erupt with. But Su Yin had done it with just the strength of a 9-star Celestial Phase Realm. Su Yin looked at the demon crystals floating in midair, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. I still did it. Saying that, Su Yin took out a recovery pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it, circulating his qi to digest it. He recovered some strength, stood up, and directly put all the demon crystals floating in midair into his storage pouch. The smile on his face became wider and wider, and it was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. Demon crystals, these were all treasures. With these demon crystals, Su Yin was confident that as long as he broke through the Spiritual Sea Realm, then the day of the Perimeter Realm would be just around the corner. Perimeter Realm? Su Yin couldn't help but lick his lips as he thought about it. That was a godlike existence. Once he reached the Perimeter Realm, he could take back the Monster Palace. At that time, let's see who would dare to compete with him. Thinking about it, Su Yin felt a burst of excitement. Of course, Su Yin didn't forget his current situation and the Shura magic essence. Su Yin had never forgotten the benefits of breaking through the bottleneck. Right now, Su Yin was at the peak of the Sky Realm. If he wanted to break through the Spiritual Sea Realm, this was a bottleneck. Not to mention that Su Yin was at the Sky Realm, his bottleneck was even bigger and tighter than other warriors. Then this Shura magic essence was definitely a huge treasure for Su Yin. Su Yin was also determined to obtain the Shura magic essence. Of course, Su Yin didn't forget that he wasn't the only one who came today. While he was thirsting for these powers, Su Yin didn't forget about Dong Chunghao and the others. Right now, I should find him first. The Shura magic essence is in the main shrine, and the Shura shrine is definitely not a good place. It will definitely not be easy to obtain the Shura magic essence. Finding them and going to the main shrine together will also be of some help. Su Yin thought in his heart. He looked at the throne in the center, but didn't think too much about it. After all, in the palace, there was a statue on every chair except for the throne. Su Yin was now worried about the safety of Dong Chunghao and the others, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around and continued to walk forward. At this moment, the battle outside the Azura temple slowly came to a stop. The flames that soared into the sky also stopped. But even so, the few people of the Earth realm sat on one side, looking at each other with swords drawn and lips bent, as if a great battle could break out at any time. The Heaven and Earth organization was the strongest sect in the 5 counties. As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yin Tian was the leader of the Earth realm experts. Looking at the other Earth realm experts who were arguing, Yin Tian said coldly, "What's the use of arguing? Now that the disciples of the various sects have entered the Shura Shrine, we have to work together to suppress the Shura Shrine." Work together? Who wants to work together with you? Hearing Yin Tian's words, the black demon monster from the Black Demon Cave scolded coldly. Chapter 347. Although the Black Demon was arrogant, he looked down on all of the area sphere realm experts here. After all, in terms of sect strength, his Black Demon Cave was ranked 3rd in the entire 5 counties. No one would dare to claim to be second. And because of this, the Black Demon truly knew how powerful Shura Shrine was. When Yin Tian saw the Black Demon suffer a setback, he revealed a cold smile and said, "Black Demon, since you can't fight against the Azura Divine Palace by yourself, then don't talk nonsense here." After saying that, Yin Tian ignored the Black Demon and directly said to the other area sphere realm experts, "Today I, Yin Tian, swear in the name of the Heaven and Earth Organization that no matter if you are hidden experts or sect experts, you must work together to fight against Shura Shrine. If anyone tries to interfere, then don't blame the Heaven and Earth Organization for not being polite." As he spoke, Yin Tian's slightly aged face suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Although the surrounding experts were Area Sphere Realm experts, after seeing Yin Tian's aura, they were all shocked. "I didn't expect Yin Tian to actually enter the 3-star Area Sphere Realm. Then, what kind of strength does the Sect Master of the Heaven and Earth Organization have?" No matter how one looked at it, Area Sphere Realm was divided into different realms. Yin Tian was at the 3-star Area Sphere Realm. As for the other Area Sphere Realm experts, most of them were at the 1-star Area Sphere Realm. Even the Black Demon, who had been arrogant, was only at the 2-star Area Sphere Realm. When he saw Yin Tian erupt with the 3-star Area Sphere Realm strength, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Every time the Area Sphere Realm increased by 1 star, it would take at least 10 years, and at most 100 years. Although the difference between the two was only 1 star, the difference in strength was thousands of miles. Yin Tian's eruption of strength immediately caused the surrounding Area Sphere Realm experts to be in awe. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Yin Tian nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Since everyone is here today, I'm sure you all know how terrifying this Shura Shrine is. I won't talk about it anymore. Now, every expert has their own disciples that have entered the Shura Shrine. If you don't want them to die in there, then help me seal the Shura Shrine. If the Shura King reappears, then..." Yin Tian didn't finish his sentence. With a leap, he sat on a spot. The other Area Sphere cultivators also stood in different positions and began to channel their qi into the Azura Divine Palace to channel their power. Su Yin, who was in the Shura Shrine, naturally didn't know about these things. After recovering his spirit qi for a short period of time, Su Yin continued to walk forward. This time, Su Yin was no longer as aimless as when he first came in. This was because Su Yin now knew that the Shura Shrine definitely hid some kind of treasure. With every step he took, Su Yin carefully explored every inch of the ground. Unfortunately, in the next 2 hours, Su Yin didn't obtain anything from the Shura Shrine. He also didn't find out how to use the demon crystals to find the main shrine. He also couldn't use the Shura essence to search for other demon crystals in the Shura Shrine. Of course, Su Yin also didn't think about obtaining demon crystals. After all, 108 demon crystals represented 108 saint beasts. This was enough to shock people. Su Yin really couldn't imagine that there would be demon crystals in here. "Senior brother, where exactly is that thing?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Su Yin's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked around and quickly hid behind a pillar. When he raised his head, he saw a few figures walking into a palace. Surprisingly, it was that ugly bastard Yin Mu. The person beside him was Yun Chun, who had been defeated by Su Yin. The other person was surprisingly the young palace master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing. I didn't expect that these people would also enter the Shura Shrine. I just don't know what they want to find in the Shura Shrine. Su Yin slightly narrowed his eyes and followed them stealthily. Su Yin knew that Sword Sage also knew about the mysteries of the Shura Shrine. However, Sword Sage didn't pay any attention to him and let Su Yin explore on his own. When he saw these people from the Heaven and Earth Organization, Su Yin immediately thought of a solution. These people were the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization, so they definitely knew more about the Shura Shrine than him. Following them was definitely the right choice. After thinking about it, Su Yin didn't hesitate. He completely restrained his presence and slowly followed behind them. "Junior sister Wanqing, what do you think is so formidable about the Shura Shrine? We have been here for a long time, but we haven't encountered any danger." Yin Mu didn't pay attention to Yun Chen's words and instead asked Yun Wanqing to curry favor with her. "Senior brother Yin Mu, you can't say it like that. This Shura Shrine is an ancient sect, so we should be more careful." Although Yin Wanqing was somewhat disgusted with Yin Mu, it didn't matter what. The two of them were both members of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Now that they had entered the mysterious Shura Shrine, They could be considered to be advancing and retreating together. When Yin Mu heard Yin Wanqing's words, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and said, "Junior sister Wanqing, do you think that we can really obtain the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura? Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance." When Su Yin heard those words, he was startled. Just a moment ago, Su Yin could still remember that the person on the black profound stone had called himself Devil Venerable Shura. Could it be that these people have come to find Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance? Su Yin mumbled inwardly, but after thinking about it, he found that it wasn't right. Just a moment ago, he had seen Devil Venerable Shura, but he hadn't obtained the inheritance. While Su Yin was puzzled, Yin Wanqing's next words opened Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine has 8 Devil Venerables, but only one of them can leave behind the inheritance. Today, more than one person has come to Shura Shrine, so obtaining the inheritance is easier said than done. Yin Wanqing's words were reasonable, without the slightest bit of arrogance. But even so, Su Yin could still see the resplendent light emitted from his eyes. It had always been a thirst for the power of inheritance. Yin Mu nodded, then looked at Yin Wanqing and said with a proud expression, "Junior sister Wanqing, don't worry. As long as we meet Devil Venerable Shura, I will definitely let you obtain the inheritance." Yin Wanqing didn't reply to Yin Mu's words. Yin Mu didn't get angry, but a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes as he looked at her. "Yin Wanqing, do you really think that I will obediently let you obtain Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance? Although you are the young palace master, your strength is inferior to mine. As long as you obtain Devil Venerable Shura, you will obediently listen to me." Yin Mu sneered while saying that in his heart. A profound coldness flashed through his eyes. Su Yin saw everything and immediately understood Yin Mu's meaning. He couldn't help but sneer. Seems like this Yin Mu wants to make a move on Yin Wanqing. So the Heaven and Earth organization isn't as peaceful as we thought. When he thought about it and thought about the Monster Palace, a bitter smile appeared on Su Yan's face. But after thinking about it, he understood. After all, this was the world of the powerhouses. Regardless of where one was, there would always be disputes. Naturally, Su Yin didn't think too much about it. Right then, he was more concerned about the matter of Devil Venerable Shura. From Yin Wanqing's words, Su Yin understood that there wasn't only one Devil Venerable Shura in the Shura Shrine. Instead, there were many of them. After thinking about it like that, Su Yin understood. Presumably, the Shura Devil Venerable he had encountered a moment ago wasn't the Shura Devil Venerable who had inherited the power. I wonder if I will be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the spiritual ocean realm if I obtain the power of this Shura Devil Venerable, Su Yin thought to himself. At the same time, a resplendent light flashed through his eyes. Su Yin didn't give up and continued to follow the 3 of them. For Su Yin, the 3 of them were the best guiding lights and the best guides. He followed them for more than half an hour, but nothing special happened. When they entered a palace, the Shura soul essence in Yin Wanqing's hand instantly erupted with a resplendent light. "This is the place." Yin Wanqing's pretty face sank, and at the same time, the cultivation method in her body began to circulate. Yin Mu also wrinkled his brows and cautiously looked around. As for Yin Chun, he followed behind Yin Mu. Su Yin sensed the sudden change and looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand, which was continuously flickering. At the same time, he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. Could it be that this is the use of the Shura soul essence? But senior brother Dong Chunghao and the others didn't obtain the Shura soul essence. The more Su Yin thought about it, the more puzzled he became. But when he looked at the 3 people in front of him, Su Yin quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at the 3 people in front of him. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the palace, and a black shadow surged forward. At the same time, a formidable power surged forth. "Who dares to barge into my Shura shrine?" A powerful force was emitted. At the same time, the surging black shadow slowly condensed into a human figure. The 3 people immediately knelt down and respectfully said, Mighty Devil Shura, we are disciples of Shura Shrine and have come to receive the inheritance of Devil Shura. Disciples of Shura Shrine, have you brought the keepsake of my Shura Shrine? The Black Shadow asked. Naturally, after saying that, Yun Wanqing offered the Shura's soul essence in her hands. However, the Black Shadow didn't accept it and instead laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, a trifling soul essence can be used as a keepsake? Umph. Chapter 348. The three of them bowed at the same time, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Mighty Devil Shura, what kind of keepsake do we need to obtain your inheritance? Yun Wanqing asked respectfully. When Devil Shura heard Yun Wanqing's words, his complexion became slightly better, but he still maintained his arrogant appearance. Without even looking at the three of them, he said in an ice-cold voice, "If you're truly sincere, why don't you collect all the devil souls in Shura Shrine and gather them in Shura's soul essence? At that time, you can come and find me." Devil souls. When the three of them heard Devil Shura's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Su Yin, who was hiding on the side, was also startled. After all, none of them knew what devil souls were. Mighty Devil Shura, where exactly do we need to find devil souls? Yun Wanqing asked again. You'll have to find them yourself, Devil Shura said in annoyance. Yun Wanqing wanted to ask again, but unfortunately, Devil Shura had already disappeared from the shrine. Everyone's brows couldn't help but crease. Yunmu raised his head to look at Yun Wanqing and asked, Junior Sister Wanqing, what should we do now? Yun Wanqing slightly creased her brows. Since we want to obtain Devil Shura's inheritance, we need to find those devil souls. Yumu nodded, then looked around with a frown. Damn it, what kind of sect is this? How come they have so many strange things? I've never heard of them before. A hint of displeasure flashed across Yunmu's face. After all, they were completely clueless, and it made everyone feel stifled in their hearts. But it was normal. After all, Shura Shrine was a sect from ancient times. It had been thousands of years since then, so it was normal for the current cultivators to not recognize the things from that time. Yun Wanqing was worthy of being the young master of Heaven and Earth organization. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she quickly made a decision after looking at the surroundings. She turned around and said to Yun Shun and Yun Mu, let's go. Since Devil Venerable Shura said that he found the devil soul, it should be in the shrine of Shura. We can go and find it. Yun Wanqing loathed Yun Mu and Yun Shun. However, the three of them were still disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. In addition, Yun Wanqing was very clear that if she wanted to receive the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura's power, she would need the protection of Yun Mu and Yun Shun. At that moment, Yun Mu didn't have the slightest interest in Yun Wanqing's suggestion. However, as Yun Wanqing walked forward and looked at her arrogant appearance, a cold glint involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Devil soul, Su Yin muttered inwardly, but didn't think too much about it and quietly followed the three of them. Along the way, Su Yin held his breath and cautiously used the large pillars of the Shrine of Shura. After following them for about an hour, they still hadn't been discovered. This allowed Su Yin's tense nerves to loosen up quite a bit. After all, Yun Mu, Yun Shun, and Yun Wanqing were all more powerful than him. In addition, there was hatred between him and Yun Mu. If he was discovered, Su Yin was certain that Yun Mu wouldn't let him off easily. Who is it? However, just when Su Yin relaxed and hid behind a pillar to rest, Yun Wanqing, who was walking in front, suddenly snorted and looked in Su Yin's direction with a guarded expression. Could it be that we've been discovered? Su Yin was startled by her shout. Who exactly is it? Quickly come out. At this time, Yun Mu also shouted in anger. Su Yin was certain that he had been discovered. While following the three of them, Su Yin had been prepared to be discovered by them. He couldn't fight against the three of them, but at least he could run away. Su Yin steeled his heart and was about to reveal himself. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Inside the shrine, a black fog surged forth. When Yun Wanqing, Yun Mu, and Yun Shun saw the black fog, they glanced at each other. Their eyes suddenly shone, and they excitedly said, "Devil Soul, I didn't expect that Devil Soul would surprisingly be here." Devil Soul. When Suyin heard their words, he couldn't help but be startled. He then stealthily stuck his head out and glanced at the three of them. Only then did he discover that they hadn't discovered him, but had instead discovered the Devil Soul. When Yun Wanqing, Yun Mu, and Yun Shun saw the Devil Soul, they looked at each other and simultaneously attacked it. Now that Su Yin knew that they hadn't discovered him, he felt relieved. Looking at the black shadow that was like a cloud of fog, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. So this is the Devil Soul. Devil Soul. Looking at the demonic soul, Su Yan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a bright light. Just a moment ago, Su Yan had also heard the words of Devil Ancestor Shura. As long as he collected the Devil Souls, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura. Su Yan wasn't clear about how much power he would obtain after obtaining the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura. However, when he thought about how Yun Wanqing, the young master of the Heaven and Earth organization, had entered Shura's shrine to obtain the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura, the amount of power she would obtain was definitely not small. Actually, there was no need to think about Yun Wanqing. Just from the name of Shura's shrine and the gimmick of Shura's Devil Ancestor, Su Yin believed that if he obtained the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura's power, he would definitely be able to break through to the spiritual ocean realm. Then should I, as Su Yin thought about it, he looked at the Devil Soul, and a resplendent light flickered in his eyes. But when he saw the strength of the Devil Soul, Su Yin immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. The Devil Soul seemed weak, but unfortunately, the strength it erupted with was astonishing. Yun Wanqing was at the 7th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Yun Mu was also at the 7th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Even with Yun Shun, who was at the 2nd layer of spiritual ocean realm, they could barely fight the Devil Soul to a standstill. Because of this, Su Yin dispelled the thought of provoking the Devil Soul. Even the three of them are no match for it, let alone me. Su Yin bitterly smiled and shook his head, dispelling the thought of obtaining the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura's power. Although he was somewhat unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do about it. I will first observe for a while and search for that Shura's devil essence. Su Yin laughed at himself and didn't think about it anymore. However, he didn't leave. After all, with the three of them here, Su Yin couldn't move forward. Su Yin also wanted to see how exactly Yun Wanqing would obtain the inheritance of Shura's devil ancestor. Naturally, the most important thing was that Su Yin wanted to see what exactly Yin Mu was plotting. Although the Devil Soul's strength was formidable, the three of them were elites of the Heaven and Earth organization. With the three of them joining hands, the Devil Soul still couldn't resist. Soon, under the pincer attack of the three of them, the Devil Soul was defeated and absorbed into the Shura's soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand. But clearly, one Devil Soul wasn't enough. Just as the three of them were about to move forward, another Devil Soul appeared. This saved the three of them a lot of trouble. One Devil Soul after another. After a total of 10 Devil Souls appeared, the Shura's soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand turned dark green. "It should be fine now," Yun Wanqing said with uncertainty. Yun Mu also wasn't sure. After all, the matter of the Shura's shrine was really too strange. It was so strange that Su Yin didn't know what the use of the Shura's soul essence was. The Shura's soul essence seemed to be omnipotent in the Shura's shrine, but sometimes it also seemed to be completely useless. Su Yin looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand and frowned. But when he saw the three of them turn around, he didn't think too much about it and quietly hid behind the pillar. After the three of them passed by, he followed behind them, because of the experience just now. Now, the three of them were quite familiar with the place, and soon arrived at the place where Devil Shura had appeared. "Mighty Devil Shura, I have brought you the Devil Soul," Yun Wanqing said respectfully after arriving at the place where they had just arrived. The moment she said those words, a loud bang rang out. With a loud bang, Devil Shura arose from the ground. Once Devil Shura appeared, He didn't pay any attention to Yun Wanqing's group of three. Instead, he snatched the devil soul in Yun Wanqing's hand and looked at the devil soul contained in Ashura's soul essence. He laughed loudly and said, "Devil soul, it's really a devil soul." Ashura demon ancestor laughed heartily as he spoke. His excited appearance made the others frown involuntarily. This was because no one knew what the Ashura demon venerable wanted the devil soul for. After all, Devil Shura had fallen several thousand years ago. Otherwise, with the strength of the Ashura temple alone, the entire 5 counties would be under their control. No other sect would be able to resist them. Of course, not knowing was one thing. Yin Wanqing and the others stood in front of Devil Shura, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, no one knew what was going on with Devil Shura's temper. If the 3 of them wanted to obtain the inheritance of Devil Shura's power, they had to listen to him obediently. The 3 of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. Fortunately, after being excited for a while, Devil Shura quickly recovered. He looked at Yun Wanqing with a grave and stern expression and said, "Since you have helped me find the Devil Soul, you can now begin to receive my, Devil Shura's, grand inheritance." When Yun Wanqing heard his words, an excited expression appeared on her face. She immediately knelt down and signaled to Yun Shun and Yun Mu with her eyes. Yun Mu and Yun Shun also suddenly realized what was going on. The 2 of them suddenly moved aside and took out several small flags, arranging them according to the heavenly stem 8 trigrams formation. When Su Yin saw their strange actions, he couldn't help but frown, but when he saw the formation they were arranging, he quickly understood. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seems like this heaven and earth organization really does know some things about Shura Shrine. Su Yin smiled faintly, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was only here to watch the show. He didn't have much interest in the inheritance of power. Bang! Right at this moment, the Ashura demon venerable leaped into the air as a powerful energy burst out from his body. Chapter 349. The waves of Yin wind quickly turned into a formidable force that spread out in all directions. Yin Wanqing stood at the center and looked at the Yin wind. Her previously calm expression instantly became excited, and a resplendent light shone in her eyes. Shura Devil Sage's figure also expanded. A loud bang echoed. The Ashura demon venerable's entire body turned into a cloud of black mist and exploded in the air, fusing with the chilly wind. What exactly is going on? When Su Yin saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown, and his face was filled with astonishment. Yunmu, hurry up and arrange the spell formation. Yun Wanqing, who was standing in the middle of the spell formation, shouted at Yunmu in a stern voice. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he looked at the Yin wind that was continuously rotating in the air, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. When Yun Wanqing saw Yunmu standing there motionlessly, she shouted again, "Yunmu, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, the smile on his face became even wider. "Yun Wanqing, what do you think I'm doing?" "Ew." Yun Wanqing looked at Yunmu's sinister expression and quickly understood. Her pupils shrank, and she shouted, "Yunmu, are you trying to disobey my orders?" "Your orders? Ha ha ha." When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Yun Wanqing, Yun Wanqing, such big words. If I remember correctly, I am your fiancé. When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, her expression turned gloomy, but she didn't reply. I hadn't expected that this Yunmu would surprisingly be Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Interesting. When Su Yin heard Yun Wanqing's words, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Yun Wanqing's devastatingly beautiful face, and then at Yunmu's incomparably ugly face. Su Yin felt pity for Yun Wanqing. Naturally, pity was pity. In any case, this matter didn't concern him, so Su Yin didn't care about it. When Yunmu saw that Yun Wanqing didn't reply, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Yun Wanqing, do you really think that I came here willingly to help you obtain the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura's power? You're too naive." The inheritance of Devil Shura's power can help me at least reach the peak of spiritual ocean realm. Do you think that I would let this opportunity? Yin Wanqing, to be honest, I've tolerated you for a long time. It's really been a long time. After saying that, Yunmu looked greedily at Yin Wanqing's enchanting body and clicked his tongue. Yin Wanqing, after so many years, I still haven't exercised my responsibility as a husband. So now, after saying that, Yunmu's pupils shrank, and he reached out to grab Yin Wanqing. Yin Wanqing's reaction was extremely fast. She jumped up and dodged Yunmu's attack. Yin Wanqing's dodge startled Yunmu. You? How can you move? Of course I can move. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corners of Yin Wanqing's mouth, and she looked at Yunmu with disdain. Yunmu, do you really think that I, Yin Wanqing, am so stupid as to trust you completely? The inheritance of Devil Shura's power must first be sealed in order to completely accept it. But don't forget that I am the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. My bloodline is the purest bloodline of spell formations. So how can a trifling seal trap me? When Yin Wanqing said those words, her delicate appearance completely disappeared, and a majestic aura spread out from between her brows. The aura of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization was completely revealed. Yunmu was startled at first. Then, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yin Wanqing, I hadn't expected that you would conceal yourself so deeply. But do you think that you can smoothly obtain the inheritance of Devil Shura's power like this? Devil Shura's power inheritance ceremony has already begun, and Devil Shura no longer determines who will receive the inheritance. Do you think that you have the opportunity to snatch it from my hands? He doesn't determine who will receive it. Su Yin originally had the attitude of watching a good show, but when he heard Yunmu's words, he was startled. He looked at the power floating in the air, and a resplendent light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He originally didn't have much interest in Devil Shura's power. After all, Su Yan had some self-awareness. Given his present strength, if he wanted to snatch food from the three spiritual ocean realm experts, Yin Wanqing, Yunmu, and Yinshun, he was still too weak. Naturally, the most important thing was that Su Yin felt that he had no way of obtaining the inheritance of Devil Shura's power. This was because he had thought that the Azura demon ancestor would only be able to accept the inheritance if he had chosen someone. When he heard Yunmu's words, Su Yin couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. Naturally, although he was impulsive, he didn't lose his reason. If Su Yin went out, he would certainly die. When Yin Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, a cold smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Yunmu, even if that's the case, so what? Don't tell me that you have the confidence to defeat me. Don't forget that I am the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Young sect master. When Yunmu heard Yin Wanqing's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Yin Wanqing, do you really think that you are amazing just because you are the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization? Don't forget that I am the true #1 person of the Heaven and Earth organization. Bang! While speaking, the cultivation method in Yunmu's body began to revolve rapidly, and a majestic power rose from his body. 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. When Yin Wanqing saw the power surging out of Yunmu's body, she couldn't help but be startled. But she quickly regained her calm and looked at Yunmu. Yunmu, I hadn't expected that you would have concealed your strength so deeply. You have surprisingly broken through to the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. That's only natural. Yunmu licked his lips and smiled. Yin Wanqing, do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? For a full 20 years, ever since you were conferred the status of young sect master, I have been preparing for it. Originally, I have been thinking about how to obtain you. After all, with your status as young sect master and your good father, it would have been difficult for me to find an opportunity to make a move on you in the Heaven and Earth organization. But who would have thought that Shura Shrine would suddenly appear? Ha ha ha. After thinking about it, an arrogant smile appeared on Yunmu's face. When Shura Shrine appeared, I knew that my chance had come. My chance to obtain you has come. Ha ha ha. The more Yunmu spoke, the more brilliant the smile on his face became, and the more complacent he became. When Yun Wanqing heard his smile, her complexion sank, and she shouted, Yunmu, do you really think that your plan is so thorough? Do you really think that you are the #1 person in the Heaven and Earth organization? While speaking, a cold smile appeared on Yun Wanqing's face. With a loud bang, a majestic power surged out of her body. 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. Surprisingly, they are also at the 8th rank. When Su Yin saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected that the two of them, who were about the same age as him, would have already reached the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. Su Yin couldn't help but admire the strength of the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization, which was the #1 sect in the 5 provinces. Other sects couldn't compare to them. Naturally, Su Yin didn't believe that he was inferior to them. After all, Su Yin had wasted many years on the path of cultivation when he was in the Su family. Su Yin had only been cultivating for a few years. Just based on this, Su Yin had already defeated all of them. When Yunmu saw Yun Wanqing revealing the strength of the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm, he couldn't help but be startled. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Yun Wanqing, I hadn't expected that you had concealed your strength so deeply. Surprisingly, you are also at the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. But don't forget that I still have someone by my side. While Yunmu was sneering, Yin Chun, who hadn't said anything until now, suddenly walked over and stood beside Yunmu. If the two of them were to fight, Yun Wanqing wouldn't be afraid of Yunmu. Yunmu was the #1 disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, Yun Wanqing was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Her status was much higher than Yunmu's. However, if there was an additional cloud of dust, then it would be a different story. Yin Chun, don't tell me that you also want to betray the Heaven and Earth organization. Yin Wanqing shouted at Yin Chun. Yin Chun smiled faintly. Young sect master, it isn't that Yin Chun wants to betray the Heaven and Earth organization, but rather that Yin Chun wants to make the Heaven and Earth organization even more powerful. Even more powerful? Yin Wanqing was startled. She didn't understand the meaning behind Yun Chen's words. Yun Chun continued. Young sect master, senior brother Yunmu has always been the #1 disciple of our sect, and you are his fiancé. If the two of you join hands, the Heaven and Earth organization will definitely become even more powerful. Therefore, today, I want to help senior brother Yunmu obtain you, so that our Heaven and Earth organization can reach the next level. Nonsense. When Yun Wanqing heard Yun Chen's words, anger instantly appeared on her beautiful face. With a shout, she slapped her storage pouch and took out her weapon. She took the initiative to attack Yin Chun. Yin Chun, since you want to be a traitor today, I will kill you first. Yin Wanqing, don't forget that your opponent is me. When Yunmu saw Yin Wanqing attacking Yin Chun, he quickly stepped forward to block Yin Wanqing. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The weapons of the two people collided, and at the same time, countless rays of light exploded. At the same time, Yin Wanqing and Yunmu couldn't help but retreat a few steps. This time, the two of them didn't speak any more nonsense. After retreating a few steps, they began to fight again. Both of them were well-known figures of the Heaven and Earth organization. Both of them were at the 8th layer of Spiritual Ocean Realm, and the strength they erupted with was astonishing. The majestic power surging forth caused Su Yin, who was watching from the side, to be flabbergasted. 8th layer Spiritual Ocean Realm is really powerful. Su Yin mumbled to himself. Although he was just here to watch the show, no matter what, there was still some hatred between Su Yin and Yunmu. Chapter 350. Although Su Yin didn't know Yun Wanqing, at least he didn't dislike Yun Wanqing. On the other hand, Su Yin hated Su Yin. Naturally, Su Yin hadn't forgotten the task entrusted to him by Ninth Uncle. He had asked him to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. With Su Yan's current strength, taking care of the Heaven and Earth organization was a fantasy. However, Su Yin hadn't forgotten the task entrusted to him by Ninth Uncle. Although he didn't have the strength, it didn't mean that Su Yin wouldn't do it. This was a man's commitment to his word. After thinking about this, Su Yin no longer looked at the battle between the two of them with the attitude of watching a good show. Instead, he was thinking about which of the two of them would win, which would be beneficial to the Heaven and Earth organization. Actually, Su Yin already had some prejudiced thoughts in his heart. In addition, Yin Wanqing had the identity of a young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yin naturally wanted Yin Wanqing to win. Unfortunately, although Yin Wanqing and Yun Mu were both at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm, it could be said that the two of them were equally matched. However, Yin Shun was constantly obstructing them from the side. Yin Wanqing was always at a disadvantage. Cloudy mist technique, overlooking the heavens. Both Yun Mu and Yun Shun used the Heaven and Earth organization's unique 10,000 elephant divine skill at the same time. Suddenly, a berserk energy surged in the palace and rushed toward Yun Wanqing like a huge wave. Cloudy mist technique, divine healing. When Yun Wanqing saw this scene, she was startled in her heart. She was also a member of the Heaven and Earth organization, so she understood the cloudy mist technique very well. She was very clear about the formidability of overlooking the heavens. If it had been Yin Shun who had unleashed it, Yun Wanqing wouldn't have been afraid. However, it had been unleashed by Yun Mu, who was at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, he was much stronger than Yin Shun. Not to mention the fact that the two of them were using overlooking the heavens at the same time. Their combined strength was much greater than Yun Mu's. Yin Wanqing didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. She directly used Yun Wusu's divine healing technique to resist this wave of powerful attacks. Unfortunately, even so, bang, when this powerful force collided with Yun Wanqing, there was a sudden explosion. Yun Wanqing cried out, and her entire body flew backwards. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. Yun Mu and Yun Shun arrived one after another. Yun Mu looked at Yun Wanqing, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, I told you long ago that you weren't my opponent. Yun Mu, you despicable and shameless person, Yun Wanqing angrily shouted. Am I despicable? I am indeed despicable. Yun Mu didn't feel any shame. Instead, he felt somewhat proud. He looked at the power of Devil Master Shura, which was still rotating in the center, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, you wait here obediently for me. Wait until I obtain the inheritance of Devil Master Shura, then I will serve you. Yun Mu had another meaning when he said that. Although Yun Wanqing was inexperienced, she had lived for a long time after all, so she naturally understood what he meant. A hint of redness appeared on her face, and at the same time, she angrily shouted, Yun Mu, do you really think that I will let you obtain the inheritance of Devil Master Shura's power? While speaking, Yun Wanqing suddenly jumped up, and as she waved her hands, a berserk power was formed. This is when Yun Mu and Yun Shun saw this scene. They were startled and quickly retreated a few steps. They looked at the power surging in Yun Wanqing's hands with astonishment and mumbled, Impossible, this! How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Yun Wanqing sneered and continuously waved her hands. The power in her hands surged faster and faster, and soon an enormous energy ball was formed. Cloud mist technique, cloud overlooking the world, 2nd layer secret technique, cloud crystallization. Yun Wanqing angrily shouted and suddenly waved her hands. The formidable energy ball surging in her hands was instantly pushed forward. Its speed was as fast as lightning. At the same time, the ball of light instantly condensed into the shape of a sharp sword. It emitted resplendent rays of light and attacked Yun Mu and Yun Shun. Quickly dodge. Yun Mu was startled and hurriedly shouted at Yun Shun. Unfortunately, the speed of the cloud crystallization was too fast. The two of them had no way to dodge. With a loud bang, the two of them were blasted apart. Poochie, a mouthful of blood, gushed out from the corners of their mouths at the same time. Yinshin was blown away by the explosion and fainted. Yinmu's strength was slightly higher than Yinshin's, but he wasn't much better off. He was blown several tens of meters away. Cloud Mist technique is indeed formidable. When Su Yin saw this formidable attack, he was also overwhelmed with shock. Su Yin had only grasped the 10,000 elephant divine skill of Dongchang clan, torrential storm of rose blossoms. Even though its power was extremely formidable, Su Yin still felt somewhat inferior when compared to the Cloud Mist technique in front of him. This caused Su Yan's thirst for the Cloud Mist technique to increase by a few notches. After Yin Wanqing unleashed this technique, her body fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Her complexion was pale, and she no longer had the majestic presence from before. Clearly, it was somewhat difficult for her to unleash such a powerful technique with her strength. Yinmu fell far away and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he stand up with difficulty. He looked at Yun Wanqing, who had fallen to the ground, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yin Wanqing, I truly hadn't expected that you would be able to grasp the cloud crystallization. It was truly my miscalculation. I hadn't expected that even the cloud crystallization wouldn't be able to stop him. Yin Wanqing looked at Yinmu, who could still stand up, and a hint of a bitter smile appeared on her face. She had long since lost her previous arrogance. Looking at Yin Wanqing's appearance, Yinmu laughed heartily and staggered toward the power of Shura Devil Master. Yin Wanqing, so what if you have grasped the cloud crystallization? So what? So what? The power of Shura Devil Master will always be mine. It's all mine. I, Yinmu, am the most powerful expert of the Heaven and Earth organization. Yinmu bellowed, and his figure shrank as he prepared to leap toward the power of Shura Devil Master. Upon seeing this, Yin Wanqing despaired. She was clear that if Yinmu obtained the inheritance of the power of Shura Devil Master, what kind of fate would await her? This won't do. Even if I, Yin Wanqing, die, I won't be raped by this ugly person. As Yin Wanqing thought about it, she slowly raised the weapon in her hand. She wanted to end her life, but she also thought about the beauty of life. When she thought about the Heaven and Earth organization and her loved ones, Yin Wanqing's body trembled slightly. It was such a wonderful thing to be alive. How much courage did it take to end one's own life? She, Yin Wanqing, truly didn't want to die. At that moment, she was hoping for a miracle. Unfortunately, since things had already developed to this point, she had no other choice. When she heard Yunmu's complacent laughter, Yin Wanqing slowly raised the weapon in her hand. Just as she was about to cut her own throat, bang! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, startling Yin Wanqing. When she turned around, she saw the white robe fluttering in the wind. Yin Wanqing's eyes immediately lit up. It's him. Yinmu was about to enter the power of Shura Devil Master to receive the inheritance when he was attacked by a sudden attack. He was startled by the sudden attack. Using the remaining spiritual force in his body, he dodged backwards. At the same time, anger surged in his eyes as he shouted, "Who is it?" When he saw Su Yan's figure in front of him, his entire body trembled with anger. "It's you. Why are you here?" Su Yan didn't pay attention to his words. Instead, he looked at the power of Shura Devil Master, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "I wonder if I can break through to the spiritual ocean realm if I obtain the inheritance of this power of Shura Devil Master," he said inwardly. While he was speaking, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped into the spell formation. Bang! 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 The moment Su Yan stepped in, the dazzling power of the Azura demon ancestor exploded with countless loud bangs. Like bolts of lightning, it struck Su Yan's body directly. The heart-wrenching pain caused Su Yan to involuntarily growl. However, at the same time, Su Yan could feel a powerful force surging through his various meridians, causing his blood vessels to suddenly swell up. No! No! When Yunmu saw this scene, his scalp exploded, and he furiously howled, "No, this power belongs to me. It belongs to me. Su Yan, I will kill you." Yun Mu furiously roared and rushed into the spell formation, but unfortunately, it had already been activated. If Yun Mu was still at the peak of the 8th layer, he could have broken the spell formation, but unfortunately, he was just a crossbow and couldn't get close to it. He was bounced back. No, impossible. Yun Mu looked at Su Yin, who was receiving the inheritance of Shura Devil Master's power, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. A blood-red light flashed through them, and he repeatedly howled, "No, Su Yin, I will kill you, kill you. This power belongs to me. It belongs to me. I've been waiting for this day for dozens of years. Impossible, impossible." While Yun Mu was mumbling, a sharp sword suddenly pierced through his back. His body stiffened, and when he turned around to look, he saw that it was surprisingly Yun Wanqing. His expression became even more furious. His face was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do, so he slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he was unwilling to die in peace. Su Yin was merely an ant in his eyes, while he, Yun Mu, was a divine dragon. But how could he have expected that the matter he had been preparing for would be destroyed by an ant? The thing he had been scheming for so long was about to enter his mouth, and it was snatched away by that ant. He was unwilling to die in peace. Chapter 351. Yun Wanqing looked at Yun Mu's body on the ground. Although Yun Mu was a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization and was very likely the future hope of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion when she looked at his corpse. For Yun Wanqing, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. After all, regardless of who Yun Mu was, regardless of whether Yun Wanqing accepted him or not, he still had the identity of her fiancé. This identity had always entangled Yun Wanqing. Now that Yun Mu had perished, the stone that had been pressing down on Yun Wanqing's heart was finally lifted. At that moment, Su Yin, who was receiving the inheritance of Devil Sage Shura's power in the spell formation, suddenly let out a mournful cry. Yun Wanqing's attention also fell on Su Yan's body. Looking at his handsome face and fluttering white robes, Yun Wanqing didn't know why, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. The inheritance of Devil Sage Shura should have belonged to her. Now that it had been taken by Su Yin, Yun Wanqing should have been furious. But when she looked at Su Yin, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. Her heart was as calm as still water. This made Yun Wanqing somewhat astonished. Moreover, Yun Wanqing couldn't understand why Su Yin had appeared here. She was the young master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, so she was naturally clear that Su Yin was currently being hunted down by the entire 5 counties. Betraying a sect was a major crime. It could be said that everyone had the right to punish them. After suffering the betrayal of Yun Chun and Yun Mu, Yun Wanqing felt even more hatred toward those who betrayed their sect. But when she looked at Su Yin, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. In fact, when she looked at Su Yin, there was even a hint of approval in her eyes. Yun Wanqing also didn't know what this strange feeling was. Forget it, forget it. It's probably because this kid saved me. Yun Wanqing laughed self-deprecatingly. She originally wanted to leave, but she remembered that Su Yin was here to receive the power of inheritance from Shura. If someone came, it might be dangerous. In addition, Yun Wanqing was also seriously injured. After taking a glance at Su Yin, she simply sat down beside Su Yin. While protecting Su Yin, she also recovered her strength. Azura Demon Venerable's power of inheritance lasted for several hours. Only then did the dazzling power completely enter Su Yan's arms. Su Yan also opened his eyes the moment the power fell, and a scarlet light surged out of them. Seeing this, Yun Wanqing couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly took a few steps back. What's going on? Under the surge of the scarlet light, Su Yin suddenly shouted and fainted on the ground. When Yun Wanqing saw this scene, she was even more stunned. After seeing Su Yin faint, she became even more anxious. She hurriedly went forward to check on Su Yan's injuries. If she didn't see it, she wouldn't know, but when she saw it, she was shocked. This power is so terrifying. Yun Wanqing checked the power contained in Su Yan's body. Even though she was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, a powerhouse of the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea realm, she was still shocked. However, she soon discovered that Su Yin seemed to be only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. This made Yun Wanqing puzzled. This kid's pulse is clearly only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Why does he have such powerful strength? Yun Wanqing frowned as she thought about it. After several hours of recovery, although she had yet to return her peak, her strength had still recovered quite a bit. Looking at Su Yan's unconscious appearance, she hesitated for a moment. Yun Wanqing immediately used the cloudy mist technique to treat Su Yan. Under the treatment of the cloudy mist technique, Su Yan slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing Su Yan did was to check his own strength. Why is it still at the 9-star celestial phase realm? While Su Yan was feeling disappointed, he also noticed the boundless power contained in his body. He was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something, and thought to himself, could it be that the inheritance of the demon lord Shura is still unable to allow me to break through the bottleneck of the 9-star celestial phase realm? When Su Yan received the inheritance of the demon lord Shura's power, he had sensed the power of the Shura demon lord. No matter what, it would have allowed him to break through to the celestial phase realm, but he was still stuck at the 9-star celestial phase realm. This made Su Yan a little suspicious whether or not the Shura demon essence had any way to help him break through the bottleneck of the celestial phase realm. Why are you here? At this moment, Yun Wanqing asked coldly from the side. This also made Su Yan suddenly realize that there was someone beside him. He hurriedly stood up, thinking that Yun Wanqing's identity was more sensitive and that he was still carrying a crime. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, then casually said, I came in by accident. By accident. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan with obvious disdain. She definitely didn't believe his words, but she didn't ask any further. Instead, she turned around and walked forward. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand what Yun Wanqing meant by this. However, no matter what, he had snatched away the inheritance of the Shura demon, Lord Yun Wanqing. In addition, he had promised Ninth Uncle that he would take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Now, he had actually snatched away the inheritance of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He chased after Yun Wanqing and asked, Where are you going now? Yun Wanqing glanced at Su Yan, ignored Su Yan's words, and still walked straight forward. When Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing's cold face, he smiled helplessly and didn't ask much. Thinking that he didn't know where to find the main shrine now, he simply followed Yun Wanqing and continued to walk forward. It was still somewhat interesting. From the beginning, Su Yan had been following them. Now, he was following them openly. In fact, Yun Wanqing didn't know why she didn't answer Su Yan's question. It was because Yun Wanqing didn't know where to go. Because she came to the Shura shrine today to get the inheritance of the Shura demon lord, who knew that in the end, it would actually benefit Su Yan. Coupled with the strangeness of the Shura shrine, even if the Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties, they still couldn't really understand the secrets of the Shura shrine, at least before the Shura shrine opened. Yun Wanqing also didn't know how to get out. Now, Yun Wanqing was in the Shura shrine just to try her luck. She wanted to see if there were any treasures in the Shura shrine. The two walked all the way. After a few hours, the two felt that they had almost walked through the entire Shura shrine. Unfortunately, when they looked ahead, they still couldn't see the end. This made the two couldn't help but wonder how big the Shura shrine was. Perhaps this tranquility made the two of them feel bored. Yun Wanqing, who had been silent all this time, also turned her head to Su Yan and asked, Did you come to the Shura shrine to look for something? Yes. Su Yan nodded. This time, he didn't hide it from Yun Wanqing and said, I know that there is a Shura demon essence in the Shura shrine. I want to find the Shura demon essence. What? You want to get the Shura demon essence? Yun Wanqing's face suddenly became serious when she heard Su Yan's words. When Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing's expression, he couldn't help but be startled. He stared blankly for a moment before saying, "I came for the Azura devil essence." "Nonsense!" Yin Wanqing suddenly shouted. "Do you know what the Shura demon essence is?" "Of course I know." Although Yin Wanqing's strength was much stronger than Su Yan's, Yin Wanqing was still a woman after all. Being scolded by a woman like this made Su Yin a little angry. "You know," Yin Wanqing ignored Su Yan's anger and said coldly, "Su Yan, I'm telling you, if you take away the Shura demon essence, I'm afraid that you will harm the people of the 5 counties." "What?" Su Yan was stunned when he heard Yin Wanqing's words. Then, he looked at Yin Wanqing's serious expression. She wasn't exaggerating. He also became serious and asked, "What's going on?" Yin Wanqing saw Su Yan's expression and understood that Su Yan knew nothing about the Shura Demon Palace. Looking ahead, it was dark and she didn't know where to go. She simply explained the Shura Demon Palace to Su Yan. The Shura Demon Palace is a sect from ancient times. I think you know this. Yin Wanqing looked at Su Yan and said, "Yes." Seeing Su Yan nod, Yin Wanqing continued. The reason why the Shura Demon Palace could dominate the 5 counties at that time was because the Shura Demon Palace had the 8 Shura Demon Masters. The 8 Shura Demon Masters were different. They were the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang Demon Masters, and the Kindness, Beauty, and Ugliness Demon Masters. The Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang Demon Masters were undoubtedly the strongest among the 8 Demon Masters. However, because it was too long ago, no one knew how terrifying their strength was at that time. However, I remember that the 8 Demon Masters seemed to want to dominate the entire Qian realm. Yes, the entire Qian realm, not the 5 counties. As for what happened after that, and why the Azure Divine Palace fell, I don't know. Su Yan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect the Shura Demon Palace to be so powerful. Not only did they dominate the 5 counties, but they even wanted to dominate the entire Qian realm. Although the 5 counties were powerful, the Jojo continent was the real world of martial artists. Su Yan couldn't believe what the Jojo continent was like. However, the Shura Demon Palace had the strength to control 2 continents. How powerful were the 4 Demon Masters? How powerful was the Shura Demon Palace? Yin Wanqing didn't care about Su Yan's shock. After all, when she first learned about the Shura Demon Palace's power, her expression wasn't any better than Su Yan's. After Su Yan digested the information, Yin Wanqing continued, "The Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang Demon Masters are missing. However, we can confirm that the Kindness, Beauty, and Ugliness Demon Masters are in the Shura Demon Palace. It's the Azura Demon Venerable's power inheritance that we just obtained. It's precisely because of his amiable nature that Demon Venerable left behind his power for his descendants to inherit." Chapter 352. The reason why Su Yan felt guilty about snatching away Yin Wanqing's power inheritance was that Su Yan had promised Uncle Jiu that he would take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. More importantly, Yin Wanqing had never mentioned this matter. Fortunately, Yin Wanqing did not dwell on this matter. Soon, she said, in addition to the Shura Overlord, the other 3 Overlords also have their own duties. The good Shura Overlord is mainly responsible for the internal and external affairs of the Shura Shrine. The beautiful Shura Overlord is responsible for the layout of the entire Shura Shrine. After saying that, Yin Wanqing glanced at the surrounding Shura Shrine and smiled slightly. "If I'm not mistaken, the Shura Shrine you see now is all the work of the beautiful Shura Overlord. One person can build such a large shrine, as expected of one of the 8 Overlords of the Shura Shrine." Yin Wanqing looked at the huge Shura Shrine and couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan also couldn't help but take another look at the layout of the Shura Shrine. If Yin Wanqing hadn't said this, Su Yan might not have cared about this. In his heart, he always believed that such a large shrine must have been built by the power of many people. He never expected that this would be the work of one person. In his heart, he admired the beautiful Shura Overlord even more. Of course, Su Yan was more concerned about these Shura Overlords and what they had to do with him obtaining the Shura Demon Essence. Su Yin thought for a moment and realized that other than the 8 overlords, Yin Wanqing didn't mention what the ugly Shura overlord was all about. This made Su Yin puzzled. He asked, "Senior Sister Yin, you said the 7 overlords, but you didn't say what the ugly overlord is in charge of." Yin Wanqing didn't care about Su Yan's name. However, when she heard Su Yan's last words, her pretty face sank and became abnormally serious. She even looked at Su Yin with some anger in her eyes. Humph. Yin Wanqing was clearly angry at the ugly Shura overlord. She couldn't help but snort. The ugly Shura overlord could be said to be the most despicable Shura overlord in the Shura Shrine. Moreover, he is also the strongest Azura demon venerable among the last, good-natured, beautiful, and ugly ones. Several thousand years have passed. Only this ugly Azura demon venerable has yet to perish. He has also been looking for a chance to revive. Resurrection. Su Yin was stunned. He looked at Yin Wanqing in surprise and asked, "Senior Sister Yin, the Shura Shrine sect has disappeared from this world for so long. Does the ugly Shura overlord still have a chance to be resurrected?" Yin Wanqing looked at Su Yin in disdain when she heard Su Yan's question. "Su Yin, don't underestimate the power of the Shura Shrine. Since the Shura Shrine can start a war in the 5 counties thousands of years ago, it means that they have the power of the Shura Shrine. If it wasn't for the Buddha Sword sect back then, who knows what the situation in the Gone territory would be like now." The Buddha Sword sect. Su Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Yin Wanqing mention the Buddha Sword sect. "Senior Sister Yin, what's going on with the Buddha Sword sect?" Yin Wanqing saw Su Yan's shocked expression and realized that she had said too much. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing. There are some things that you don't have the right to know." Su Yin smiled bitterly when he heard Yin Wanqing's words. At the same time, he had a thought. What would happen if he told Yin Wanqing that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword sect? Of course, this was a secret in Su Yan's heart. Su Yin had kept it from even Dong, Changhao, and the others, let alone Yin Wanqing. Of course, he wouldn't tell her. Judging from Yin Wanqing's expression, she definitely knew something about the Buddha Sword sect. Thinking about this, Su Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. As the successor of the Buddha Sword sect, he knew even less about the sect than an outsider. Of course, this wasn't Su Yan's fault. After all, the Buddha Sword sect was as mysterious as the Shura Shrine. They were both sects that had existed since ancient times, so there were too few things that had been passed down. Su Yin saw that Yin Wanqing didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask and pretended not to know. Yin Wanqing saw that Su Yin didn't ask any more questions, so she continued to talk about the ugly Shura Demon King. Because the ugly Shura Demon King has always given up the chance to be resurrected, so you can't take the Shura Demon essence. Why? Su Yin asked suspiciously. If Su Yin had already entered the spiritual sea realm, then it wouldn't matter. However, Su Yin hadn't yet, so he still wanted to use the Shura Demon essence to break through his bottleneck. Enter the spiritual sea realm. After all, Su Yin was an expert in the Retian realm, so his bottleneck was much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Other than the Shura Demon essence, Su Yin really didn't know how to break through this bottleneck. "No reason," Yin Wanqing said with a serious face. "I won't let you get the Shura Demon essence." Yin Wanqing said in a serious tone, not giving Su Yin any reason to refuse. This made Su Yin feel melancholy. At the same time, he became even more confused. Yin Wanqing looked into the distance and said tiredly, "Well, I've said so much to you today, and you saved me today. From now on, we'll go our separate ways." After saying that, Yin Wanqing didn't wait for Su Yin to react and walked away. "Oh," Su Yin responded in a low voice. Looking at Yin Wanqing's back, he didn't know why, but he felt a little disappointed. After Yin Wanqing walked away, Su Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I can't get the Shura Demon essence, then how can I break through this bottleneck? Forget it. Let's go find senior brother Dong Qinghao and the others first. Su Yin shook his head helplessly and didn't think about these things anymore. He looked ahead and no longer hesitated and walked forward. After all, it was too big of a burden to fight the entire 5 counties. Even Su Yin couldn't bear it. The size of Ashura Shrine was always beyond imagination. The more Su Yin walked, the more he admired the power of the beautiful Shura Demon Master. He even had an impulse to see what the beautiful Shura Demon Master looked like. Of course, impulse was impulse. After all, so much time had passed. Where could he find the beautiful Shura Demon Master? Shaking his head, Su Yin didn't think about it. What he cared about most now was where Dong Chunghao and the others went. After all, the Shura Shrine was too strange. It was so strange that Su Yin couldn't understand whether the Shura Shrine was good or evil. Now that he hadn't seen Dong Chunghao and the others for so long, Su Yin was really worried about their safety. Su Yin didn't hesitate anymore. The great sun-colored glaze, sword scripture in his body quickly ran and rushed forward. Unfortunately, he searched for more than half an hour. Still, he couldn't find any trace of them. This made Su Yin even more worried. After all, before entering the Shura Shrine, Heaven Sword Spiritual Master once said that if he wanted to enter the Shura Shrine, he must have the Shura Soul Essence. But after entering the Shura Shrine, he was separated from them. Could it be because they don't have the Shura Soul Essence? Su Yin thought and frowned. He naturally didn't know that in fact, to enter the Shura Shrine, one indeed needed the Shura Soul Essence. But it was only to open the passage to the Shura Shrine. After entering, the Shura Soul Essence was not so important. So Dong Chunghao and the others could still walk in the Shura Shrine without the Shura Soul Essence. Bang! Just when Su Yin was worried, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. A sound was heard. This is... Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly rushed forward. When he saw the scene in front of him, Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened. What the hell is this? Su Yin was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The scene in front of him had completely changed. Countless stone pillars stood up, forming a huge pillar, and countless lights were faintly surging. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. At this moment, a voice came from behind the pillar of light. Su Yin was startled, and only then did he discover that behind the pillar of light, Yun Wanqing's body was actually imprisoned. Hearing Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly woke up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand, and jumped up. Without any hesitation, he slashed horizontally at the shackles around Yun Wanqing. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the pillar of light that bound Yun Wanqing suddenly disappeared. Yun Wanqing also landed on the ground. Senior Sister Yun, what the hell is this? Su Yin saw Yun Wanqing land and opened his mouth to ask her. I don't know what it is. Yun Wanqing shook her head, tightly grasping her sword, and looked around cautiously. At this moment, with a loud bang, the surrounding stone pillars suddenly rotated, and countless rays of light flew out from the stone pillars. Whoosh, whoosh, countless crisp sounds were heard as they passed through the air. At the same time, powerful energy surged out from the pillar of light. Feeling this powerful energy, Yun Wanqing and Su Yin couldn't help but be shocked. The two of them didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and hurriedly retreated. Although the power of the pillar of light was powerful, the two of them were not weak. They narrowly avoided the attack of the pillar of light. However, before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a loud bang, and the pillar of light once again surged with resplendent rays of light. This time, the pillar of light didn't attack the two of them, but surrounded them. The countless rays of light surged, and a powerful force erupted. Seeing this, Yun Wanqing frowned and suddenly cried out, I know where this is. Su Yin couldn't help but be startled when he heard Yun Wanqing's words and asked, where is this? The passage to the main shrine. What? Chapter 353. Main Shrine Passage. When Su Yin heard Yun Wanqing's words, a bright light immediately surged his eyes. Yun Wanqing had warned the Shura Devil Essence not to be taken. However, the Shura Devil Essence was related to whether Su Yin could break through the bottleneck of the spiritual sea realm. Now that it was right in front of him, how could Su Yin not be tempted? Senior Sister Yin, can we reach the main shrine through this passage? Su Yan asked in a low voice. Even so, he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. It's not that simple. The Shura shrine was built by the beautiful Shura demon lord. I only know that this is the passage to the main shrine. But I don't know how many passages there are to the main shrine. You should know that the main shrine is the cultivation place of the Shura king of the Shura shrine. How can it be so easy to enter? Yin Wanqing didn't notice Su Yan's excitement and explained the mystery of the main shrine passage to Su Yan. Oh, Su Yan originally wanted to enter the main shrine through this passage and get the Shura devil essence. Now that he heard Yin Wanqing's words, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Okay, don't just stand there. This main shrine passage is not as simple as you think. If we can't get out of here, I'm afraid you and I will have to stay here today. Yin Wanqing saw Su Yan standing there in a daze and shouted in a low voice. Oh, Su Yan responded weakly. After all, Yin Wanqing's words made Su Yan feel very disappointed. However, Su Yan quickly cheered up. While he was in a daze, the surrounding stone pillars quickly rotated and countless rays of light swirled up. At the same time, countless rays of light surged up. These bursts of light surged out and instantly turned into countless little spirits that surrounded Yin Wanqing and Su Yan. What the hell is going on? Su Yan frowned and asked Yin Wanqing. I don't know. Yin Wanqing responded in annoyance. She was quite upset. This Brett really thought that she knew everything. If only she knew everything, then she wouldn't be trapped here with him. Yin Wanqing looked at the little fairy that was pouncing towards her. She leaped and took the initiative to attack the little fairy. That enchanting figure leaped up, moving gracefully. It was very moving. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this. Why aren't you helping? Yin Wanqing shouted when she saw that Su Yan was still in a daze. Su Yan, what are you thinking? Su Yan smiled awkwardly. Then he looked at those little fairies and frowned slightly. He didn't dare to be negligent. Raising his sword, he swung it horizontally towards the little fairies. Unfortunately, those little fairies were formed by a ray of light. The sword immediately passed through their bodies and didn't cause any harm to them. Oh, whoa. At the same time, those little fairies let out a low roar and pounced on the two of them. The two of them were shocked. What the hell is going on? The two of them wanted to retreat and resist. Unfortunately, as the light pillars flashed around them, countless small fairies rushed out and surrounded the two of them. There was no way for them to retreat. Those little fairies quickly wrapped around the two of them. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked. They wanted to use their chi to resist, but the little fairies were like psoriasis that couldn't be shaken off and stuck to the two of them. At the same time, the two of them operated their chi. Those little fairies directly drilled into their bodies. The two of them were shocked. After all, everything in Shrine of Shura was too strange. The two of them didn't know what these little fairies were. How could they not be afraid when they were suddenly wrapped around by these little fairies? However, even so, the two of them couldn't do anything, because facing these little fairies, the two of them had no chance to fight back. They could only watch helplessly as more and more little fairies poured into their bodies. Soon, the two of them went from being shocked to being surprised, because the moment the little fairies entered their bodies, they didn't feel any discomfort or pain. Instead, they felt a sense of comfort. That burst of warmth poured into the two of them. Oh, the two of them let out a proud snort at the same time. Su Yan was a little better, but Yin Wanqing's proud snort was so moving. Coupled with the surging expression on her face, it was also extremely alluring. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, under the warm current, his body couldn't help but heat up. Yin Wanqing also realized something. Her pretty face turned red, and she shyly turned her head away. She wanted to stop herself from crying out. Unfortunately, as the little fairies continued to pour into her body, the burst of warm current gushed out from her blood vessels. Yin Wanqing simply couldn't bear it. No matter how she operated her cultivation method or how she resisted, it was useless. On the contrary, when she operated her cultivation method, the burst of warm current became even stronger. The moment she turned her head and looked at Su Yan's handsome face, Yin Wanqing was stunned. looking at his body that was wrapped around by the little fairies. It was so moving. Yin Wanqing couldn't help but be stunned. The little fairies still didn't stop drilling into her body. Driven by the burst of warm current, Yin Wanqing actually slowly approached Su Yin. Su Yin looked at Yin Wanqing's seductive body and her blushing face. Driven by the warm current in his body, a burst of fanaticism erupted in his heart. He couldn't help but lean towards Yin Wanqing. The two of them were lost in this light, and the two of them hugged each other. As they hugged each other, countless little fairies surged, and the two of them once again let out an arrogant snort. They looked at each other, and their eyes emitted a strong desire. In particular, Su Yin looked at Yin Wanqing's red lips that were as thin as cicadas' wings and hugged her enchanting body. His whole body felt as if it was about to explode. He slowly leaned down and kissed her. Although Yin Wanqing was shy, she couldn't stop all this. She could only let Su Yin kiss her. She wanted to refuse, but her heart was filled with anticipation. The moment Su Yin kissed her, her whole body trembled as if it had been struck by lightning. She hugged Su Yin tightly. With this kiss, the warm current from the two of them spread throughout their bodies. Every blood vessel and every joint made the two of them unable to extricate themselves and lost themselves in it. Su Yin kept demanding from the other party. He even began to rudely remove Yin Wanqing's clothes. "What are the two of you doing?" At this moment, a stern shout suddenly sounded. The two of them trembled and separated as if they had been electrocuted. Yin Wanqing blushed and lowered her head slightly. She didn't even pay attention to the person who had yelled out those words. Su Yin was also extremely embarrassed. However, he was a man after all. Most importantly, it wasn't his first time experiencing such things. Naturally, his skin was thicker. He glanced at Yin Wanqing's enchanting body and even felt a little angry. Who was ruining things? However, the moment he turned to look at that person, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Senior Sister Lin. Su Yin looked at the floating figure in red. That enchanting body that appeared in his mind more or less. That face that made him yearn for her. At this moment, she was standing right in front of him. Oomph. Lin Hualu bit her lips lightly and snorted slightly. She didn't pay attention to Su Yin at all. Instead, she looked at the floating little fairies. Her eyes turned, and with a stern shout, she pulled out her sword and attacked the little fairies. Just now, Yin Wanqing and Su Yin's attacks on these little fairies were useless. However, with Lin Hualu's attack, those little fairies immediately turned into dust and disappeared. This made Su Yin very confused. Lin Hualu didn't care about this at all. Her figure fluttered, and she swept her sword horizontally. The little fairies that caught Yin Wanqing and Su Yin off guard were all destroyed by Lin Hualu. Yin Wanqing and Su Yin recovered from their shyness and awkwardness just now. Looking at Lin Hualu's methods, they were both surprised. Just now, both of them were caught by Yin Wanqing hugging and kissing. Originally, the two of them were still wondering if these little fairies were the culprit. Now that they saw Lin Hualu destroying one of them with a swing of her sword, they immediately dispelled the thought in their hearts. Su Yin originally wanted to explain to Lin Hualu. However, seeing Lin Hualu's methods, he immediately stopped thinking. Looking at Lin Hualu's frosty face, his heart was like dead ashes. Why do I always give Senior Sister Lin such a bad impression every time? Su Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. Could it be that I'm destined to have no fate with Senior Sister Lin in this life? No fate, Su Yin thought bitterly. Not only did he have Chu Linger, but he also had Lu Lan. Now he also had this. Yin Wanqing, that Lin Hualu. Thinking of this, Su Yin really wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps. Bang! Right at this moment, Lin Hualu finished attacking those little fairies. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. Countless rays of light exploded. Whoosh, whoosh. After a few sounds, a few people appeared out of thin air in this palace. Su Yin and the rest couldn't help but be stunned. Especially when Su Yin saw these people. His face immediately surged with excitement. This was because these people who appeared weren't just anyone. They were Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, Buttface, Fatty Lu, and Ratley, Su Yin. The five of them also saw Su Yin at the same time. When they saw him, a burst of excitement surged on their faces, and they all walked towards him. "Are you all okay?" When Su Yin asked this question, he realized how unnecessary his question was. This was because these people were all alive and kicking, and nothing happened to them at all. We're fine. However, even though these were unnecessary words, Lu Fei still waved his hand and said with a smug face, "Your junior brother Su is fine. As your senior brothers, how could anything happen to us?" Yes, when Su Yin saw that these people were safe and sound, he was relieved. However, he looked around and couldn't help but frown. He asked, "Why did you guys suddenly appear here?" Chapter 354. While they were still in a daze, Makaryu I stepped forward and said, "We don't know what's going on either. Ever since we entered the Shura Shrine, we have been looking for you." "Yes, but we kept moving forward and didn't see you. We also encountered some dangers along the way." Dong Chunghao continued. One by one, they recounted everything that had happened in the Shura Temple. Although they only briefly described the risks and dangers that they had encountered, they were still able to see through the Shura Temple. Su Yin could imagine the dangers they encountered. After all, this was the Shura Shrine and not some other place. Of course, even so, at least everyone was able to stand here safely. This made Su Yin feel very gratified. Now, Su Yin was even more puzzled as to why these people would suddenly appear here. Thinking about what they said, they were looking for him. Suddenly, they saw a flash of light in front of them. When they ran over, they mysteriously appeared here. Su Yin was slightly stunned. He looked at the light pillars that were destroyed by Lin Huatu. His brows were tightly knitted together. He thought about what Yin Wanqing said before. Everything here was built by the demon lord of the Shura. Could a person have the ability to build such a big palace? Furthermore, although the Azura Divine Palace was huge, he had only appeared in a small area. Then where exactly was he spread out? Su Yin thought of this, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Could it be that here, just when Su Yin seemed to have thought of something? Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred in the middle of the light pillars. A deep voice followed. "Innate illusory body." I didn't expect it to be an innate illusory body. Innate illusory body. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice. Bang! Before the crowd could react, a loud explosion rang out. Lin Huato's delicate cry was heard. Her body suddenly floated up and directly entered the middle of the light pillar. Senior Sister Lin. When Su Yin saw Lin Huatu disappear, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He hurriedly chased after him, but he couldn't see Lin Huatu anywhere. What is going on? Su Yin couldn't help but let out a roar. He smashed the ground with his sword, and a huge energy fluctuation spread out. Unfortunately, Lin Huatu was still nowhere to be seen. In his anger, Su Yin comforted himself. "No, I have to calm down. Calm down." Su Yin kept muttering. Soon, he thought of something and muttered to himself. Could it be that this is an illusion? Everything is an illusion. Illusion. Although Su Yin's voice wasn't loud, the people standing next to him clearly heard him. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but be startled. Illusion? What the hell is going on? Dong Qinghao's pupils shrank as he asked Su Yin. After entering the Shura Shrine, Dong Qinghao also realized the strangeness of the Shura Shrine. He had already put away his usual frivolous smile. At this moment, he asked Su Yin with a serious face. The others also looked at Su Yin at the same time. Even Yin Wanqing was looking at Su Yin. Su Yin saw their gazes and shook his head. "I'm not sure whether this is an illusion or not, but I guess it's all an illusion of the beautiful Shura Overlord." Beautiful Shura Overlord. These people obviously didn't know about the Shura Overlord. Su Yin looked at him and explained to him about the Shura Overlord. This caused them to be extremely astonished. "Su Yin, you said that such a big palace was built by the beautiful Shura Overlord. How is this possible?" Lu Fei looked at Su Yin in surprise. "Yes." Su Yin nodded and said, "It's because it's impossible that I guess all this is just an illusion. What we see is just an illusion of the beautiful Shura Overlord." Illusion. Hearing Su Yan's explanation, these people opened their mouths and said, "How is this possible? Even if it's an illusion, how can there be such a powerful illusion?" Su Yan knew that these people definitely didn't believe it. After all this was too unbelievable. Even he didn't dare to believe it. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it to them. At this moment, Yun Wanqing suddenly said, "Nothing is impossible. Don't forget that this is the Shura Shrine. The power here is completely beyond imagination." Just now, the few of them had only paid attention to Su Yan. Seeing Yun Wanqing, Dong Qinghao, and the others still didn't forget the veiled young master in the Heaven and Earth organization. Although Yun Wanqing still took off her veil at this moment, these people still didn't have a good impression of her. After all, if it weren't for Su Yan in the Heaven and Earth organization, Dong Qinghao and the others would still be imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth organization. They might even have died in the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan looked at the hateful eyes of these people, smiled bitterly, and hurriedly said, "Okay, let's not care about the past now. Let's think about how to save senior sister Lin." When these people heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but look at Su Yan and then at Yun Wanqing. The two of them couldn't help but recall the kiss just now, and their faces turned red. These people were all experienced, so they immediately understood. They smiled meaningfully and didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with appreciation. The hatred in their hearts for Yun Wanqing also disappeared. Although they were in the Heaven and Earth organization at that time, because of Yun Wanqing, they almost died in the Heaven and Earth organization. But after all, these people were in different positions at that time. In addition, they weren't standing still, so they didn't feel anything. The few of them didn't say anything, but that Lu Fei, Fatty Lu, couldn't hold himself back. Looking at the two's blushing faces, he laughed and said, "There's adultery. There's definitely adultery." Su Yan and Yun Wanqing were embarrassed by these words. In particular, Yun Wanqing's face was red, and at the same time, she faintly clenched the sword in her hand. Su Yan was shocked by this, and hurriedly stopped Lu Fei's words and shouted, "Fatty Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? The key now is to find a way to save senior sister Lin." Senior sister Lin. Su Yan thought of Lin Hualu, and his face couldn't help but fill with sadness. Seeing Su Yan like this, everyone put away their thoughts. When Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan like this, she didn't know why, but her heart ached, and she even felt a little angry. Of course, Su Yan didn't notice this, but looked at the place where Lin Hualu just disappeared and muttered to himself, "If all of this is an illusion, there must be a way to break through it. There must be a way." Su Yan's mind was constantly spinning, trying to find a way to break through. At this moment, he heard Yun Wanqing say coldly, "Su Yan, don't be too naive. Even if the Shura Shrine is made of illusion, don't forget that this is the passage to the main shrine. How can the main shrine of the Shura Shrine be an illusion?" Although Yun Wanqing didn't want to remind Su Yan, she didn't know why, but when she saw Su Yan's deep frown, she couldn't bear to remind Su Yan. Hearing Yun Wanqing's words, Su Yan suddenly realized, yes, even if the whole Shura Shrine is the illusion of the beautiful Shura Demon Lord, how can the main shrine also be an illusion? Main shrine, main shrine. Su Yan kept muttering, and suddenly thought of the Shura Demon Lord he met when he just entered the Shura Shrine. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, how could I forget about this? Monster crystals. Su Yan was worried about Lin Hualo's safety, so he didn't care about the Shura Demon essence anymore, and immediately took out the monster crystals he obtained. As soon as the 108 monster crystals were taken out, they immediately burst into a burst of bright light, and at the same time, a strong wave of spiritual power spread out. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. When Yun Wanqing saw so many monster crystals, she suddenly opened her mouth in surprise and said, These are monster crystals. Su Yan nodded. It wasn't strange that Yun Wanqing knew about monster crystals. After all, Yun Wanqing was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Where did you get so many monster crystals? Yin Wanqing was on the verge of going crazy. So many demonic crystals represented so many saint beasts. Su Yin was only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Where did he get so many monster crystals? I got them in the Shura Shrine. Su Yin gave a simple explanation. Because he was worried about Lin Hualo's safety, he didn't explain the source of the monster crystals. Now Su Yin concluded that if all of this was an illusion, then only the main shrine was real. Lin Hualu was probably also brought to the main shrine of the Shura Shrine. If she was brought to the main shrine, and this was the main shrine's passage, then if the Shura demon Venerable wasn't lying, he could use these monster crystals to open the main shrine. Thinking about this, Su Yin no longer hesitated and threw the monster crystals in his hand towards the light pillar. The others didn't know about these monster crystals and didn't realize the value of these monster crystals. But Yin Wanqing was clear about it. The moment she saw Su Yin throw out so many monster crystals without hesitation, she suddenly felt a burst of anger. However, thinking that Su Yin was probably doing this for that senior sister Lin, Yin Wanqing was a little angry, but also a little sad. There is a man in the world who did this for me. I have no regrets in this life. Of course, Su Yin didn't know what Yin Wanqing was thinking. What he was most concerned about now was how to open the main shrine and find Lin Hualu. The moment he threw out the monster crystals, he stared at the circle of light without blinking, waiting for a response. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few breaths, he still didn't see any reaction. The monster crystals were suspended in the middle, and there was no reaction at all. Chapter 355. Just as Su Yin was puzzled, Lu Fei suddenly looked at those demon crystals and said, "Junior brother Su, what are these things? I seem to have one here too." After Lu Fei finished speaking, he slapped his storage pouch and a demon crystal flew out from it. Bang! The moment that demon crystal flew out, a loud sound suddenly rang out. That demon crystal suddenly flew over and fused with the other 108 demon crystals. The moment those demon crystals fused together, countless rays of light shot up into the sky. A series of loud noises rang out. Everything in the surroundings also began to shake. What the hell is going on? Everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. Only Su Yan's face was filled with excitement. So it's because there aren't enough demon crystals. So that's why. Rumble. The entire palace was filled with thunderous noises. The entire ground also began to tremble. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be fading away. This made Su Yin happy. My guess was right. All of this is really just Nami Shura's illusion. Even so, Su Yin was still shocked by the strength of Nami Shura's demon lord. What kind of illusion could create such a large space? To create such a large palace. Moreover, it was able to make everyone feel that it was real. It made everything not collide. Of course, with Su Yan's current strength, he naturally couldn't understand how powerful this illusion was. Su Yan didn't think too much about this. Right now, he was only worried about Lin Huato's safety. Bang bang. As the palace continued to tremble, there was also a strange movement outside of Shura's shrine. Yin Tian, Black Demon, and a few other Yuan Qi realm experts were working together to seal Shura's shrine. Suddenly, a pillar of fire surged up into the sky, illuminating everything in the surroundings. At the same time, a huge amount of energy surged up. What the hell is going on? Yin Tian was startled. Looking at the light that shot into the sky, his face was filled with shock. Could it be that King Shura is coming out? Thinking about this, Yin Tian was even more shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, use all your strength to seal it. Someone inside must have opened the main shrine. If we can't seal it, I'm afraid the Shura shrine will become a catastrophe for our 5 counties." Everyone in the surrounding realms knew very well how terrifying this Shura shrine was. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, they hurriedly used their qi to seal the Shura shrine. Unfortunately, even though they were powerful experts, they were still unable to do anything. In the face of the great power that leaped up from the Shura shrine, it was useless. Bang! A loud boom rang out, and the entire mountain began to tremble. Everyone in the 5 counties could see the fiery light that soared into the sky. Many warriors rushed over, but before they could get close, they were suppressed by the huge force and were unable to get close. Heaven Twin City's Su family could be said to be the closest to this mountain. Ever since Su Yin had displayed his strength in Heaven Twin City, the Su family had become a #1 family in Heaven Twin City. Su Qian also noticed this change. He instantly mobilized all the people in Heaven Twin City to rush over. Unfortunately, they couldn't get close. They could only watch from the foot of the mountain as the surrounding realms worked hard to seal the Shura Shrine. Unfortunately, although the surrounding realms were powerful enough, they couldn't do anything. In the face of the great power surging from the Shura Shrine, they still couldn't stop it. Bang! With a loud bang, several people in the area were hit by a powerful backlash, and they were all sent flying away. Rumble. At this time, a loud boom rang out. The Shura Shrine that was originally at the foot of the mountain drilled out from the ground and emitted a dazzling light. Countless rays of light surged up. Waves of powerful energy surged up, and the few powerful cultivators in the area could not stop it at all. They could only watch as the palace slowly rose up. It's over, it's over, it's all over now. Yin Tian looked at the surging Shura Shrine and said with a gloomy face. It was as if he had aged many years in an instant. The boundless power erupted from the Shura Shrine. It spread across the sky and the entire 9 provinces. At this moment, in the mountains of the 9 provinces, several figures suddenly opened their eyes. A ray of bright light surged out of their eyes. The aura of the Shura Shrine. The 5 counties. I didn't expect the Shura Shrine to reappear in the 5 counties. Interesting, interesting. A faint smile appeared on the faces of several experts. All the major sects in the 9 provinces also mobilized their forces and rushed to the 5 counties. Of course, Su Yin and the others who were inside the Azure Divine Palace could feel the changes in the heavens and earth, but they didn't know what was happening outside. They could only see the ground trembling constantly inside the Azure Divine Palace, and the illusion that was constantly shrinking. While they were surprised, they were also a little excited. Main Shrine, Main Shrine. After all the surrounding phantoms disappeared, they stood in front of Shrine. In the middle of the shrine, the words Shura Shrine were hanging. Yin Wanqing couldn't help but shout, Main Shrine, this is the main shrine of the Shura Shrine. Main Shrine. Su Yin looked at the shrine that was emitting a majestic aura. He was startled for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he leaped inside without hesitation. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind. They were going to save Lin Hualu. Yin Wanqing was a little reluctant to save Lin Hualu. However, after a moment of hesitation, she followed them. When they entered the main shrine, everything in front of them changed. The towering pillars stood tall and emitted a majestic aura. Shura Shrine. At this moment, they truly understood the power of the Shura Shrine. Senior Sister Lin. Su Yin didn't care about all this. He shouted as soon as he entered the main shrine. Unfortunately, he didn't hear any response. Only the echoes of his shout drifted in the main shrine. Su Yin couldn't help but frown. Where is it? Right at this moment, an aura suddenly surged over, attracting Su Yin. This is... Su Yin couldn't help but be startled again. At this moment, the long-lost voice of Sword Sage sounded in Su Yin's mind. Boy, follow this feeling. Su Yin was stunned. Sword Sage shouted again. Hurry up, you must hurry. When Su Yin heard hidden Sword Sage's voice, he suddenly realized what was going on. He quickly followed the feeling that surged in his mind. When a few of them saw Su Yin dashing up, they also followed closely behind and caught up with him. Just as they were about to move forward, Su Yin stopped. Everyone was stunned. When they followed Su Yin's gaze, they were all stunned. In the middle of the shrine, there was a huge, mysterious stone. It emitted a soft light. As soon as they got close, they felt a warm current surge through their body. While these people were still in a daze, a loud noise rang out. The black, profound, heavy stone that Su Yin had encountered when he first entered the Azura Temple fell down, directly hitting the Devil Essence Stone. All of a sudden, a powerful ray of light surged out. Su Yin, quickly go and take that mysterious stone. Sword Sage's voice sounded again. What? Su Yin was stunned again. He didn't forget what Yin Wanqing said to him. If he took the Shura magic essence, it would cause a catastrophe for the entire 5 counties. Sword Sage had been paying attention to the whole process since he came in. Naturally, he also knew what Yin Wanqing said to Su Yin. Seeing Su Yin in a daze, he immediately let out a disdainful sneer. Su Yin, do you really believe what that little girl said? If you really don't want to cause a catastrophe for the entire 5 counties, quickly take the Shura magic essence. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yin was stunned again. He looked at Yin Wanqing, but in the end, he chose to believe in Sword Sage's words. He reached out and leaped towards the Shura magic essence. You can't. Yin Wanqing saw Su Yin going to take the Shura magic essence and was shocked. She hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Yin had already leaped towards the Shura magic essence. The moment Su Yin leaped, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out from the black, mysterious heavy rock. Ha ha, stinky brat. Do you really want to obtain the Azure demon essence now that you're here? Not a chance. A low growl came from the black, arcane heavy rock. Suddenly, a powerful force attacked. Su Yin was startled, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. Ugly demon lord, don't tell me you still want to revive? At this moment, Sword Sage's majestic voice suddenly surged in Su Yan's mind. When the ugly Shura demon lord heard Sword Sage's voice, his entire body trembled. You are Hidden Sword. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to still remember me. Sword Sage laughed loudly. Waves of majestic aura surged out. This caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Well, what is going on? The others couldn't hear Sword Sage's voice. They could only hear Shura Demon Lord's voice coming from the mysterious black stone. They were even more surprised than Su Yin. When the ugly Demon Lord heard Sword Sage's voice, he was also surprised. I didn't expect Hidden Sword to still be alive. Good. But Hidden Sword, you are just a remnant soul. I'd like to see how you're going to stop me. As the ugly Shura Demon Lord spoke, the mysterious black stone started to shake. Seeing this, Sword Sage frowned. He shouted to Su Yin, stop him. Yes,